stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to them old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. And you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies. A rebel soul from the old times like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Right here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded. My family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Hey, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that falls for you. I'm glad you're here. I saw something while I was doing, and I saw how Hetty said something about praying for her daughter. So, ma'am, I can just like to tell you that I would offer anybody to put her daughter up in prayers. Her health. But I will say good morning to everybody. Good morning, Michelle, Monty, Chrissy Cat, Keynote, Heidi, Monty, you people. What's up, Zach, my brother? Tony. Man, we just got everybody rolling in here. Look at here. Josh. What's up, Mr. Ron? Brian? Man. Just get the people rolling in. Just rolling. Well, hopefully y'all had a good day. Hey, morning, Nikki. Well, it's probably funny you kind of joined in, Nikki. You probably get a kick out of this. I was going to actually share some books, some cooking books. I was trying to gather up. I'm trying to figure out a way that I can pass these books out for people. What's up, you people? You fire away, brother. If I can, I will answer. So, hey, Miss Anna, Miss Tina. Hey, what's up, Mr. Chuck? Give me a few and I'll put a link up. Just kind of. Yeah, check this out. This was one of these books. Matter of fact, I got to put on my glasses. I want to say this damn book said 1943 or something, but half blind, especially when I wake up. So I got to put on the spectacles. Yep, 1943, Ball Brothers. Check this little bad boy out. It's the Ball Blue Book. How you like that shit? Boy, ain't that an old one? That's the canning company Ball. Damn thing's falling apart, but hey, my mama kept it. But check that out. I just have to open up the cover because it's falling apart, but check that out. Oh, there it goes. Ball Blue Book of Canning and Preserving Recipes. And then that's the other part. And right down there is actually where you can see 1943. Anyway, Ball Brothers in Muncie, Indiana. Hey, what's up, Virginia? See? Man, she's as bad as like Carl. If you talk about G.I. Joes or tents or something, here comes Carl. You throw up a Ball Preserve book and bam, there's Virginia. Now I know how to get Virginia to show up. You just start talking about preserving. Yeah, I thought that was so cool. Man, it's got all kinds of ideas. It's kind of hard to hold. The damn thing's falling apart. But see, like there's some there. I'll put it up like this. Yeah. See, it's like zinc caps, and then it talks about the different stuff. And fruit juices, prunes, puree, stew, soup. I don't know. I thought y'all would get a kick out of that, though. Unleash the cannibals. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to save that one. Hey, what do we got? We got, No, I didn't miss you. Oh, did I miss your question? Yeah, I did then. Hell, I ain't gonna even bother trying to dodge that one. If there was, I would waited for it, but then I never bothered to look back, to be quite honest, brother. So let me scroll it. I'm scrolling. Hey, Zach, I just seen where you were stopping in to say hi. Just gummy action. Got you, brother. You definitely need your rest. Damn butterscotch got me tongue-tied. Okay, wait a minute. Where the hell? Damn, now I guess can't focus with my spectacles on. Where the hell did you people's question go? Okay, yep, I got you. Holy moly. Dude, I did not even see the question. Hold on. Man, this is like when I wish I had a pause and rewind button. So, okay, where'd this go? Hold on, you people. I'm working on it, brother. Yes, my question. Yes, okay. I think you meant, yep. Man, they need like a search feature up here in the top of the chat thing so you can type somebody's name and it'll bring up any little comment they made. Okay, nice. Yep, all right, got you. Can you breathe with a running hose? Can you breathe with a running hose in a house fire? Do you mean can you breathe running into the house fire with dragging a hose type thing? Yes, I think. I mean, I'm assuming that's what you're asking. And I'm sorry, let's see. Did I miss anybody? Oh, Miss Sherry. Did I see the name Miss Sherry came in? Crystal, morning. Yep. Sorry, I think I missed some people. Hey, what's up, Mr. Billy? I did miss some people. Man, and Carl. I think I even saw Carl's name in here. Damn it. Yeah, I did. Look at that. I'm sorry, guys. I missed everybody coming in. Hell, I got all busy sidetracked. Welcome, everybody. Good evening, good morning, good day, wherever that falls. Zach, brother, much love, buddy. Get you some rest. Holler at me later in the day if you want to. Racehorse, cheers, all. Hey, morning, Racehorse. Well, I did see. I mean, man, and I didn't. Now I've got this. I've got the secret word for Virginia. I got the secret word for Carl. Man. Hell yeah. Anyway, I was going to run it. I don't know what the date is of this thing, but this was a strange book. I mean, I just never paid attention when my mom was a kid, but check it out. It's called The Ground Beef Cookbook. And it's a thick little sucker. But I was like, well, I didn't even know it was in there. Man, there's so much I could go back and talk to my mom about now. Hey, what do we got? We got morning, T-Girl. Hey, morning, Miss Cindy. Oh, did I miss anybody coming in? T-Girl, Billy. I'm not going to let that on. Oh, Nikki just ignored you, huh, Billy? Man, oh man. Oh, look at you, Ron. I just scrolled up and saw yours where you're cooking pork chops in the oven, mashed potatoes, and mac and cheese. Hey, Auntie at Jack. What's up, everybody? Oh, is that how? So if I start talking chocolate, then that's when you'll show up, huh, Chrissy? I see what's up. Hey, morning, Miss Holly. Man, I just took so much for just granted. Yeah, because I could go back. I could talk to my mom for just nonstop nowadays, just asking questions, trying to log that stuff in. And oh, there you go, Billy. She said she did, but she said you're worth it saying it twice. So there, that was like the perfect cleanup on aisle 5, I gotta say. I mean, think about that. That's worded like I didn't, so that means you're wrong, but you're pretty cool, so I'll do it again for you. So it's almost, see, that was like a good response. That was a good one. Score, Nikki. I think that damn thing. Oh, T-Girl, look, Josh said he waited up all night to say good morning to you, T-Girl. Maybe I need to go to live chat, but thanks, I feel special. Oh yeah, for everybody on YouTube and stuff, go up to the top of the chat thing where it says top chat. If you select that, go to live chat. That way you can kind of stay on current stuff. I've heard other people recommend that, so I don't know. I do that. I wish the damn thing would stay there. But oh, that would be just too simple. Oh, this was it. Check this bad boy out. You gotta come on now. This one here. This one ought to score some cool little points. This is funny points. So this is Edith Bunker's All in the Family Cookbook. I shit you not. So there's Edith Bunker's All in the Family Cookbook. And that's a cool little, that's a thick little book. Hungarian goulash soup. Mrs. McNabb's Scotch broth. And it's like, man, you can do the darndest things with chopped meat. You gotta just love the way that they even do that. Got the little picture. Oh, there we go. Of the All in the Family. And then there's little clips. But see, I never even realized how that. I mean, I probably saw this. Apparently, I saw this, but you just don't acknowledge it. You just write it off. But I thought that was cool as shit. Whenever I was pulling the books off the thing, I'm like, whoop, check that out. You got Edith Bunker's All in the Family Cookbook. I mean, I see there, Cindy. I just saw it pop up. I didn't know that she even did a cookbook back then. Let's see, what did it say? Down to earth recipes and intimal comments. I don't know what the hell, from the lady who cooks for TV's #1 family. Damn, man, I don't even think I can read the back description to this damn book. Otherwise, I'd probably get some kind of strike on YouTube. Ain't that some shit? This was a TV show. This is a cookbook from a TV show. But if I were to read this back thing, I don't know if I can get it close enough for you guys to be able to see it, but I can put it up there just to see. I don't know. Yeah. Now y'all can go back and freeze frame that. Man, oh man. Oh, and for the first time, it has a special lunchbox section. What? Oh, hey, what's up? Who did I miss? I missed somebody coming in. Hey, what's up, Hoodell? Morning. Tennessee Tactical TT1 in the house. What's up, brother? I was kind of showing some. Oh, check this out. I don't know how many of you want the badass taco soup recipe, but I found my mom's. Actually, and I think I found my mom's and my wife's, but found the chicken gumbo recipe too. That was a score. That won't go anywhere. I don't know how I'm going to try to prepare that shit, but I think I might try to just concoct that stuff. I don't know. But I found the taco soup recipe. Bam. This is how my mom did her recipes when she'd think of things. On some little notepad. Anyway, just sharing stuff with you. Which one? Oh, my mom's. Well, I say it out loud. My mama's stuff was always better. It's just one of them things. One of them things. You know how them things go. That's just one of them things. Anyway, you just have to see, dude. I don't know. I thought this was just so cool. I've been going through her stuff, and I'm talking, my mom kept everything. It's like, there you go. A West Bend electric skillet when they come out. I got the book on that shit. Presto stuff. Oh, tips from Heloise. Tips from Heloise. I don't know. Does anybody remember that book? Damn, I just knocked that whole pile off. Selected tips from Heloise. And it is hundreds of practical, easy to do household tips to save you time and money. See, we used to think of shit back then. And then we went from figuring shit out to just sticking the hand out. And then all of a sudden we kind of got lazy. We're like, yeah, man. All right. I guess let me post a link in case you want to come up and talk and hang out. Rescue, I found it once where you can set it to live chat before you start a stream. It has to be done. Yeah, see, that's just it too, Carl. I don't know why they just won't give you the damn option to select that bad boy and leave it there, but there's a link in. Somebody wants to come up, or Virginia, you want to come up? I'll talk boots with you. Some books. Talk cookbooks. What do we got? It says Crystal. No, Cindy, I don't. They were my mom's, and I was going to talk with some. Okay, I got you, Crystal.
I was just letting you know who it was.
Yeah. Cool.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, no. Cindy, they were my mom's, and I'm just trying to find a home for some things, and some stuff I've already been able to kind of find a home for, and so then I was kind of going through this stuff, and I was wanting to find a home for it and stuff, and that way people that can find a use for it.
You're making me hungry, Rescue, and it's too late to cook.
This one here's the Lone Star Gas Company Golden Anniversary Recipes. See, this is back when even the companies back then, look, the steak even looks good. That's a natural gas. That's pretty cool.
That's
Lone
what
Star
I cook
Gas
on.
Company.
I cook on gas.
What's the date on this book? Well, I don't know the dang date on this thing. Yeah, there's no dang date. I can't believe that. That's a damn shame. I'd like to know kind of when this book was. Let me see. I don't want to miss a chat. So let's see. Well, those are awesome keepsakes. What maybe your kiddos would want. Nah, Cindy. No, unfortunately, no, ma'am. That's why I'd like to find a home for them. Oh, here's one for candies. Too bad I can't eat more stuff now. Actually, it's probably a good thing. Hell, I think if I could eat normal, I'd be cooking up a storm right now, finding all these cool little old... I don't even know where this book came from. Hey, what's up, you people?
Monty, you're funny.
We got the scooter. What's up, Scooter?
Going on?
Oh, just, trying to be in a chill mood and kind of going through these books. And I was kind of hoping Virginia, and actually it's kind of funny because Nikki and then if Milkmaid and them would get on, all the cookers, the canners.
Right.
Them canimals. Let's see who we got back here now. Wait, is that Miss Nikki? Is she sitting in the dark? Sometimes hers is dark because she has and YouTube decided to email me to tell me I was live.
Oh.
Is that you, Nikki? No. Okay, there you are. I was like, man, I can't even tell if it's working there. I just saw her hand come by. Yeah. I'm like, wait, it's a dark screen. I think the camera's on, and then all of a sudden I see the hand go in front.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 2:26 in the morning, so I'm out on the porch and it's dark. Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah.
How you doing, Nikki?
Hi. Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, my mom's cookbooks and stuff, and I'm trying to think of a way I can kind of find them homes where they can be useful.
Yeah, old cookbooks are the best. I have so many cookbooks. And it's funny, anybody that knows anything about me knows I rarely ever follow a recipe, but I collect those suckers. I don't know. I just have, a love for old cookbooks. I think they're awesome.
You sound like my wife.
I just found the covers for that dang ground beef cookbook. I didn't see. Apparently they had come off years ago, and so she had them together. But these are the dang cover for that book. It's called the ground beef cookbook. That's
cool.
And I can see now where she got that bright ass idea for the stuffed bell pepper thing and stuff. Because
right.
I hardly ever use recipes either, Nikki. I've done it for so long. I know what is what. So.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I don't measure anything. It's kind of, I don't know. I always thought it was a Southern thing. It's like you just put the seasoning in there till your heart says yes.
Hey,
or your taste buds say no.
Or that. Or that.
Oh,
this one's a cookbook, and it says favorite recipes from our best cooks. But then when I opened it up, it's apparently one of my grandmothers, and it's from the American Business Women's Association.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and it's like their favorite recipes or something.
Oh.
Can you still find the ingredients in there, Rescue? I mean, those are some pretty old fucking books, bro.
Right.
Well, okay, let's go. Okay, so Spanish rice. So Spanish rice is 2 cups of rice, long grain, 4 slices bell pepper, sliced crosswise. They even tell you that.
All right, hold on. So
quarter.
you got the rice. So you're talking like today we're talking plastic. So you go get your fake plastic and boil the fake plastic.
We got long grain rice. We got bell peppers.
I'm just kidding.
And then a quarter stick of butter.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 chicken bouillon cubes.
Wow.
1 large ripe tomato, 1 clove of garlic crushed, and 1 finely chopped green onion, including top.
I would totally do that.
Brown rice and butter. Add and fry tomatoes, onions, bell pepper, and garlic about 1 minute. Add enough water to steam rice until done. Keep covered until served. Serve 6. Bam.
So
you ever heard
again,
of Mr. Wilson?
It didn't give me any brand names on what to look for in the store. Is that real food? That's real food, right?
I guess it depends on which store you go to.
I'm cracking jokes because my wife has this cookbook and it gives you all these like brand names to go and look for at the grocery store. And then we went to go look for these brand names and it's not even like natural food type stuff. It's like, really? Come on. Whatever happened to old natural cooking? All this preservative stuff is killing me.
I don't know. My dad used to watch Justin Wilson.
Hey, there's a frog legs feast. How you like that? One of the world's prized foods. I'll tell you how to do frog leg feast.
he'd go in the kitchen and cook it, and if it didn't have the same ingredient he needed, he'd throw something else in it, and we were his guinea pigs.
Barbecued bologna roll.
Ooh, never heard that.
Yep.
You've never had a bologna roll?
Canadian style bacon grilled. This is a trip. This is the Master Chef's Outdoor Grill Cookbook, and it was $2 for this bad boy back in the day. That was $2.
Bologna rolls. Good.
Man. Oh, there's Nikki. I'm sorry, Nikki. Shit.
I said, where'd Nikki go?
I never even heard the thing dink for it to come back up. I'm sorry, man.
I have no idea what happened. I didn't touch the phone. I didn't touch a button. It just booted me out. Great.
Oh,
All of a sudden I looked and you were out, and it was like, oh, well, maybe a connection thing or something. I'm like, well, I didn't think Nikki had connection issues.
I don't normally have connection issues, but that barbecued bologna roll thing, I really want to try that. That smoked bologna, you get the whole roll and you score it and you smoke it, put barbecue sauce on it, man.
Well, it has trout in trout and bacon wrap, and I love these. I mean, here, let me see if I can do it like this.
Maybe that'll help. Nice.
And so and then you get the whole recipe and stuff behind it. And
I love the fact.
Go ahead.
I love the pictures.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Here's the frog leg feast one.
I'm in.
Look at
I
this.
actually have frog legs in my freezer, y'all.
I've had them before. They taste like chicken.
A little bit.
There's some Thousand Island dressing for anybody that don't know how to do Thousand Island dressing. Here's Thousand Island dressing recipe. If I don't know if that's good or not. I don't like Thousand Island recipe. I don't like that sauce. Yeah, it's all right.
You know, I don't like it on salads. I've never been a fan of Thousand Island as just a salad dressing, but on a Reuben sandwich, it's a must.
There's your barbecued bologna roll. Good picture. There you go.
Nice.
A poor man's steak.
right?
Hey, I had some bologna earlier.
I have bologna in my freezer too. Yes, a fried bologna sandwich with mustard. Good Lord, my grandmother used to make that for me all the time. Oh, and that potted meat sandwich with mustard, like the deviled ham or whatever it was. Oh, I loved it.
You ever had bologna and biscuits?
I don't know that I've ever had it with biscuits. I always just make a sandwich out of it.
My mom used to make that for us for breakfast sometimes. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I'd eat it. Heck yeah. My grandmother used to make this stuff called goldenrod toast, and she made it was gravy basically over a piece of toast or a couple pieces of toast on a plate. But in the gravy, instead of like sausage gravy or whatever most of us do with biscuits, she chopped up boiled egg.
I'm sorry, VR. I'm sorry, Virginia. And I'm sorry for stepping on you, Nikki. I don't know. Shit, I'll get this shit under control.
It's okay. We're enthralled.
I was loving the cookbooks.
Right. Hey, Virginia. We are enthralled by the cookbooks.
Yeah.
I knew Virginia would geek out just like me. Like, oh my goodness, look at this. This is like gold right here.
That's the Better Homes and Garden. There's the birthdays and celebration recipe book.
Awesome.
Dozens of delightful ideas and recipes for family red letter days, birthday, holidays, and anniversaries. Told you, man, my mom was like a professional. I don't know. She was just an all-around cool person, is all I can say. That woman could type faster than I could. Like, if she was typing shit that I would say, she would actually type it faster than I could think it. It would come out of my mouth, and she'd be like pausing, waiting for the next word. It's like, yeah, and I'm going, oh wow, okay. She just, she was something else. Hey, morning, David. Morning, everybody. I've missed you coming into chat. So it's just a juggling. It's a Tuesday. It is what it is. So welcome. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working.
Happy Tuesday, y'all.
Happy Tuesday to you.
So now this book is the best recipes from the backs of boxes, bottles, cans, and jars.
Oh, dang.
Ooh.
Cool.
Yeah, right?
And it says from the contents, it's appetizers, main dishes, meat, cheese, chicken and fish, side dishes, salads and their dressings, all manners of breads, the very best pies, prize-winning cakes, a variety of desserts, cookies, and candies. Cool. Let's see. When was this?
Well, there you go. That's pretty much all you need for the rest of your life, right there.
Right?
Right.
Hey, David.
79, I think is what that just said. Back in the 70s.
Hey, T.
Okay, Rescue. I got to elaborate on my question to you. Because it was kind of a weird question to you. I know it was.
Okay,
so
wait,
let me
did
set
I just,
the scene.
Did I just miss something?
Let me set the scene for you.
Wait a minute, which question? I didn't hear nothing.
No, well, earlier when I was in chat, and
Lord,
I think you misunderstood what I was meaning.
Some about a hose and running in a house on fire or something.
No, right. So I let me set the scene for you. Like, you're a firefighter, right? And you and your partner end up in a room in a house that's on fire. You're blocked off, but you have your fire hose. Are you able to breathe through the fire hose if you have no oxygen left?
No.
No, you can't.
No.
I mean,
Okay.
You could. Well, okay. I guess heaven forbid I should use the wrong choice of words, but so yes, if it was short enough that you could actually push that breath of air you're trying to take out the other end so that you could pull fresh air in. Otherwise, all you're going to do after a certain distance is blow carbon monoxide into there and then breathe it right back in. And you're going to suck the air out of that hose right up because you'll never make it to the end of the hose.
Okay.
Right.
You don't have enough pressure to push.
The reason why I'm asking is because my mother-in-law watches this TV show. And the same thing happened, but these two firefighters had run out of oxygen. They had their they had the hose, and apparently they were trying to breathe off the hose. Now, they cut to a scene outside where a guy said he was going to cut off the hose, like cut off the water to the hose. And another guy was saying, but my people could be breathing off of it. And my mother-in-law was like, wow, is that possible? And I was like, I don't know. I know a firefighter that I could ask though.
Okay. Well, now,
you know what I'm saying?
And I'm not sure what she saw, but just going off of the words, and I'm sitting here looking at a cookbook, so I'm not like 110% vested in your question. I'm being honest. So, but I will tell you, the first thing that comes to mind as you just ran that through my head is I'm thinking, well, somebody's shooting an umbrella is all it is. That's why it's don't cut the water off. Because if you got an umbrella, a shield, however you want to look at this, but you create a cone, you're creating an oxygen cone of air right in there, and you can actually keep smoke at bay a little and create a vacuum, a little pocket if you're in a.
Okay.
So you can, like, matter of fact, hell, I could do this. Hold on just a second.
That's maybe what they were talking about, but they never actually showed how they were breathing off the hose.
Oh shit, this thing always weighs like
so
5 pounds.
Maybe that's what they were.
So, okay, so this is a nozzle. Okay?
Right.
So just like your garden hose, this nozzle can be spun and adjusted. So it can either shoot a more jet stream or it can fine mist and cone out and create a big funnel cone. Okay.
Gotcha.
So, and then you can adjust the pressure as far as how much you're wanting to push out if you're trying to stream. And then you actually engage this by doing this.
Right.
But yeah, that's what they're for. And that's why there's different nozzles. Some that won't do this. Some nozzles don't have the bell option. So
the
some
adjustable
nozzles will just be what you'd call a stream.
Okay. So that's probably why the firefighters were on the ground, and that's how they were saying that they were breathing, because they were pushing the smoke away with the water and creating a bubble of air that they could breathe.
Well, like I could see if you had to, like, just, I don't know, just some weird shit, like you're in the corner of a room, you're waiting for people to get to you, and for some ungodly reason, you're taking your hose, and I don't know how you would end up in this predicament, but I guess you're backed up into something. If I got a charged up hose, that hose is coming in from somewhere, that means there's a way back out. So
Right. But I think what had happened is in the episode, the doorway that they had went into to check the room had ended up getting blocked off by fire, but they still had a hose running through a window in that room, but they couldn't get out of the room because there was bars on the window. So they were waiting for people to come in and clear out the doorway. But my whole thing is if you have a hose, why not just spray the fire and clear out the doorway?
Well,
that was my whole thing with my mother-in-law. I'm like, why are they trying to breathe off the hose? If they have a hose, spray the fire. But apparently they didn't have oxygen. So I don't know how firefighters operate in a fire with no oxygen.
There without an SCBA. I don't know who the hell goes with a charged hose into a burning house without an SCBA on. But hey, I guess in Hollywood, anything's an option.
Well, right, but this is obviously TV. So I'm trying to make sure that she is not getting false ideations, but. They did have respirators. They did have breathing. They did have oxygen, but it ran out.
Scooter, hold on. You did not want her to get a false impression or something, but we were talking about a TV show all in the same topic.
You got to understand my mother-in-law. She watches these like semi-reality drama
sum it all
shows.
Up and tell her everything showing on that glass screen right there is probably bullshit.
That's what I told her, but she seems to think that the shows that she watches actually follows what these people do and how they operate. There's been a couple of times that I've seen her episodes. I'm like, that's not possible and that wouldn't happen, but she doesn't want to listen to me.
Hey, look, there's a microwave miracle from Sears.
Nice. Nice. If a firefighter goes in, yes, they have an SCBA, and there's an alarm that goes off and their oxygen starts getting low, and they either follow the hose back the hell out or, get out a window or whatever. I mean,
right.
I was married to a firefighter in a past life, and,
Hey, I was just asking because, she had a question on whether it was possible to breathe off of the running fire hose or not. So I figured no better person to ask than rescue.
Right. I agree. I agree with that.
There's probably a lot better people to ask, but yeah, I could sum that up. That was simple enough. Check this one out. This is...
Doesn't seem likely.
Prescription for cooking desserts.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
And this one's a big one. This one got a little substance to it.
Look at that. That's
Why do
awesome.
they call it prescription?
Right.
But that's it. Look. Prescription for cooking. A prescription.
Love that.
So let's go. Let's see what the prescription is.
If there's a red velvet cake in there, I'm all in. Give me that recipe.
Hey, there's
my wife would love that.
Red velvet? Oh,
yeah. That's one of her favorites.
Yes, me too. Ooh.
That and Black Velvet. It's her favorite song.
Oh, wow. Here's one that's called foreign desserts. I wonder what the hell that means. Wonder what their interpretation of foreign was back then. All right, let's go.
Are we gonna do some creme brulee or some? What are we doing?
Well, let's see. So, apple strudel from Yugoslavia. Got polverosa from Venezuela.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I don't really know what that, but okay. So it's got flour, it's got sugar, cinnamon, butter, and some shortening and confection sugar. So sounds like a cookie action or something. I mean, wait a minute. There's no milk or anything. Polverosa. Okay, I'm gonna show you just so you know I'm not making that shit up. But where's that? There it is. So it's this one right there, right there. Did I get it in there? There it is.
Polverosa, Venezuela. Oh, wow. Is there a picture of it?
No.
Dang.
That's why I was kind of going, okay, I don't know what the hell that is.
Right?
because there's no milk or sugar unless they're saying it. No, they don't even say it down in the mixing.
Well, it had confectioner powdered sugar.
Well, apparently it's the butter. That's what you're mixing with the flour and stuff, because it says to preheat the oven to 300 degrees, place flour, sugar, and cinnamon in a flour sifter, place the butter and shortening in the bowl, and then you're going to sift that into the bowl. So yeah, you're just mixing that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're kneading them out rough dough into balls 3/4 of an inch in diameter, placed 2 inches apart. So that's what it is. It's making cookies. Yields 4 dozen. So yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you put the confectioner sugar on top, and that's the sweet. Yum.
It's kind of like those cookies that are like white balls. You see them in Christmas a lot.
Yeah.
They're called Mexican wedding cookies sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are so good.
I make those every year, and they have chopped pecans in them.
Yes, girl.
So much butter, and you roll them in the powdered sugar, and
They melt in your mouth.
Yep.
What'd you say? Ron said something about I've been looking for the old version of the Better Homes and Garden cookbook. Are you serious? Are you just making that shit because I'm putting these stuff up? Are you for real? Because hell, I think I can probably hook your ass up.
Mm.
Hey, do you know the women's group, the Beta Sigma Phi? Have you ever heard of those? The alumni kind of thing. My mother and grandmother, I think it has something to do with that professional businesswoman thing.
Huh.
That's some of their cookbook. Okay, hold on. Wait. Well, no, that's just the birthday cookies. But anyway, okay, so check this one out, though. I ain't forgot, Ron. I'll figure it out. So here's this one from Sweden, and it's called Sprite Sprutters. Sprutters, yes. Sprutters. Sprutters. Sprite Sprutters, and it's from Sweden.
If it's what I'm thinking of, that's also kind of a thin rolled out cookie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because apparently it's a butter, sugar, egg, almond extract, and flour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm. Oh, kind of like those. What are they called? Something lace cookies. What's that?
Yes.
Virginia? Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep. That's what I was picturing.
Me too.
Mhm.
Something about lace cookies. Oh, they melt in your mouth as well, but they're thin and they're delicious. Oh,
Butter is life.
yes.
let's see. Hey, from China, there's the Chinese caramel bars. From Belgium is cheesecake.
Ooh. That can't be bad.
Right.
Czechoslovakia has Bohemian kolaches.
Yes. Yes, and they have some jam or some sweet fruit mixture in them. Oh, yum.
Mhm.
Apricots or prunes
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
with vanilla, nutmeg, mace, salt, baking powder, flour.
Yeah. That's a
powdered
real kolache, not what people around here call kolaches with like the sausages in them or whatever. I mean, and those are good, don't get me wrong, but a real legit kolache has fruit in it and it's delicious.
Right.
Ma'am, you are located within southern Texas. A
I-
kolache has sausage in it with cheese. Thank you.
No,
Let's
I
not
get
be
it.
confused.
I get it. That's what I'm talking about, Rescue. I get it. We all eat our Texas kolaches and they're delicious. But when you go down to like Fredericksburg or places in Central Texas
Well-
that have a lot of Czech or
Okay.
descent, those kolaches are different and they're delicious as well.
Well, fine. And I tell you what, then I concede, Nikki. And if I ever go to Czechoslovakia, then I will understand that I better not expect a kolache with sausage.
Right.
True.
I'm just saying.
True that, sir. True.
What do we got? We got morning ghetto. What's up, man? Let's see who else we got. Did anybody else join in? I don't know if I missed any. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Good morning, good day, good evening. You know the spiel.
Yeah, we're wrapped up in this
Damn, I'm
fascination.
starting to sound something like kind of like a late night show or something. You know the spiel, and I got my little.
Recipes
my
got the
things.
munchies.
Yeah, man.
I have the munchies now. Damn, y'all.
I'm eating chocolate covered pretzels.
I was trying to see if they had that. I guarantee you that red velvet cake is in here somewhere.
So I would. That's the one cake. I mean, I'm not a big sweets person in general, but my favorite cake as a child, anytime my mom asked, what kind of cake you want for your birthday? And I was little, red velvet. Oh, well, I take that back. It was either red velvet or German chocolate.
Yum.
That's the bestest right there. That's the bestest.
Yes. Those two were my absolute favorite.
Oh, hey, what's up, Garrett? Hey, what's up, buddy? Sorry, I didn't mean to skip you. Oh, hey, what do we got here? I see a picture of a electric pressure cooker. And this is the recipe book for the Kenmore electric pressure cooker. 1956, Sears Roebuck Company. Little bitty book, recipe book.
Oh, wow.
Here, get your little appliance and.
I wasn't aware they had electric pressure cookers back then.
So we're on the up and up. But there's the cover page for it. And there's the date.
Nice.
I got receipts, man. I got receipts. I think that's the cool term nowadays to use. Receipts. I thought I was just telling the freaking truth, but hell no, it's called receipts.
Right.
Wow, check it out. They even give you little pictures to walk you through. Hey, wait, hold on just a damn minute.
Cracking me up. Boy, he's enthralled with these cookbooks. Hold on just a damn minute.
I think this is the one that I had that I was telling you about, Virginia. I think that's the damn cooker, it looks like. So, hey, I now know, but that's what it looked like. Hell, if I hold it up there in the camera, then I can't see the damn thing, so I don't even know where it is. Okay, I was not set up to do this. Hey, what have we got? Kiddo, Ron, here. Just wanted to show respect. Another one. And I don't know, man. I'm just throwing this out there. But so something apparently happened, I guess, this weekend or something, and all I'd like anybody to do. I'm not involved in any of this in the back end of it somehow, am I? That's all I want to know.
Something happened where?
I guess Friday or something.
Friday.
I can't see chat when I'm on the phone like this. Normally I'm looking at chat when I'm listening to you guys, but
man.
Yeah, but that's a whole different separate.
Okay. Well, as long as I ain't in it, then it
No, you're not.
No.
Anyway.
That's my only concern.
My name's
okay.
in
Here you
go. Ooh,
here's the Kerr home canning book, and what did that say? And how to freeze foods. So it's the home canning book and how to freeze, and I love how they capitalize the freeze. Like,
nice.
Interesting.
Price was 35 cents for this book back then.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so let's see, what do we got in here? Yeah, see, I don't know. I was just, y'all are always talking about all the canning and stuff so much, and then I got to thinking about all my mom's books, and I was like, hey, those ladies are probably like that.
You were drawn to them.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a little fold out, Dealey. It's jellies and jams, Cerdo.
Oh, the pectin.
Right. Yep. Remember all those awful jellied everything in the 70s when we were kids? Well,
Yes.
some of them were kids. Rusty said yes. Some of them were so bad.
Right?
So that's the that's the Certo. That's the shit too. I think I don't know when was that in I think 2000 or something. I used to tell you could pass a piss test with that shit or something. It's like, oh my god! I heard first time I remember hearing that because that Certo. I remember that name. I looked at that person. I went, really? So you're gonna drink some preservative shit and that's gonna clean you out? I guess.
What?
Yeah.
You have to take a drug test. Yeah, you drink
I've
it
never
before
heard that one.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. Wow. I'm feeling a little old right now.
Wow. Using pectin. Huh.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a raw and hot pack, and then they show you. Oh wow, check it out. There's a little white wiping around the little lip of the bottle cannon that I see y'all do. Yeah. Let's see if I can get it.
Yes.
Yes, with vinegar. You gotta make. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
cool.
why is her finger on the button on the very bottom picture? What does the caption say? She shouldn't be pressing her finger on that.
Oh, I think she's telling you, let's see, test for seal as instructed in step number 8. Let's see, in step number 8 said to, wait a minute, that don't make no sense. Hold on. Man. Okay, so number 11. Let me make sure these pictures. Yeah, okay. Number 7 is to wipe the tar. So number 11, it says to test for seal as instructed in step number 8, open kettle method, page 5. Oh, so maybe. Oh, whatever. So it's to push down on the damn thing to make sure that it popped. I think is what they're talking about. The vacuum, how it pulls down the top.
Right.
Well, that must be the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Not the first day.
Well, it's here the seal. Oh, here's okay. So here's the seal test. So this is number 8. So it's a 3-way test. Hear the seal. So you hear the Kerr plink, and I love how they said that Kerr plink because it's the Kerr jars. So as the lid snaps down while the jar is cooling, then you see the seal. If the lid is curved down, the jar is sealed, and then you feel the seal. Press the center of the lid. If it is down and will not move, the jar is sealed. If it is not sealed, you have an opportunity to recan contents and thus save your food. So that's what that picture was. Was to show that you're supposed to make sure that your little over here, that it's actually pushed down is what it was.
Right.
And this was the 3-step thing. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, that was the 3-step thing I just read off. It was right there. Yeah. Man, I can't drive a book for shit.
How does it say to open them?
Wait a minute, open?
Because I learned a good tip a week or so ago to use the ring instead of a spoon or something else, because I usually use a spoon. You can put the ring under part of the threading and just kind of tilt that up and it'll open it up. There's also, you can get openers, of course, but kind of curious, how do they advise you?
This open kettle method, I mean, kind of me looking at it, this looks like the same thing like y'all have done. Hell, Ghetto was doing it the other day with the ghee thing where y'all use that little funnel thing and you're scooping off and putting it in the jar. And that's what it looks like it does. But now this says open kettle method of canning cannot be used for vegetables or meats. It should not be used for fruits or tomatoes because the open kettle cooking seldom sterilizes them without sufficient heat to sterilize the food, or if the food is contaminated while transferring it from kettle to jar, spoilage can result. So now, okay, if I put this up to the thing, can you read all these steps, or do you want me to read them off to you?
Oh, well, no, you don't have to read it. Oh, interesting.
So,
I'm going to say what they're calling open kettle method back then is basically just for water bathing stuff
Yeah,
and
that's
not
what it is.
cleaning
yeah,
stuff.
here
Yeah.
now.
Hmm.
Like
Okay.
pickling and jams, but not meat and vegetables.
Is the flag in the way? Should I move myself?
Oh, no. It says right there, use this method for preserves, jams, butters, pickles, and other foods. Yep, that is water bath canning.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just
Mhm.
water bathing certain
And then
things.
there's the pictures, the bottom couple of pictures to show the final. Yeah, cause see, that's what all it looked like over here in these pictures. It just looked like the stuff y'all are always doing with.
Yep, we definitely do that quite frequently.
Yeah, the beginning steps will be similar, but the processing is definitely different.
Right.
And what you can do in them. But
Okay.
I love how they have the pictures of the hands, like each step. That's really cool.
It really is. I am digging the pictures in the old books. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay. I don't know if these. I would assume that these are useful. Oh, is it?
Yes. So that's the processing times, right? Yep. Yes. And this is the most important thing for people to get correctly. Keeping your pressure correct, but processing correctly. Meats take a lot longer than most veg.
Cool.
Fish takes longer than pork, beef, rabbit, chicken, venison, whatever you're doing. Fish actually takes longer than anything.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, hey, Andy. And I'm sorry, I have not even paid attention to chat. Okay, what have I missed? Hey, Rick, my brother from down under. I'm sorry, buddy. I totally overlooked you. Oh, and look at you. You're about to cook chicken gyros on the barbecue with red peppers and onion and some balsamic rice. Hey, man.
That sounds good.
And hey, everybody. I'm glad you're here. I was messing with my mom's cookbooks and stuff, and I'm going to try to find a home for them.
Did she mark any pages or leave little notes of some of her favorite things? It'd be cool to try those out if she has a little bookmark somewhere, like this is my favorite whatever casserole or cookie or cake.
Yes. Now, yeah, there's a box that has like some index cards in it, and she's got all kinds of handwritten stuff in that. I'll have to look at that one. Because yeah, there was something else. Here you go, Ron. It's the Better Homes and Garden Fondue book.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yum.
That's awesome.
But dude, we used to rock some fondue, man. My mom was the shit when it came to that. But I'd come in, that little old pot thing would be up there on that table. It'd be like, no way. And it'd be like, yep. And then there started grabbing. She had the little black 2-prong little fork things.
Yes.
Start stabbing shit.
That is so 70s. Oh my God, I'm old.
Yeah.
My mom did the same thing. Fondue parties. We'd all sit around the table and
yeah.
So what do you like better, like the chocolate or the cheese or some kind of sauce? Yes and yes.
Yeah. Actually,
I hear that.
Aside from the chocolate and the cheese based fondues, I remember as a child back in the 70s, mid 70s, it was also just like a pot of some type of broth boiling, and you had the raw meat, and you would basically cook your meat, and it wasn't always just cheese or chocolate.
Yeah, like a hot pot, like an
yes
pot. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was delicious.
Cooking on the Mississippi. Gourmet French and English recipes from Louisiana, Mississippi plantations and paddle wheelers.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
There we go.
You're
There
talking about
Crystal.
Crystal. Pictures. Look at these pictures. You'll really love these little pictures. Let me just watch this. I'll just open the bad boy up and just go here, bam.
Oh, wow.
Crystal was mentioning Justin Wilson earlier. I was like, there you go with your Cajun recipes. Man,
That
yum.
was fried pickles and fried catfish.
Yeah, Nick,
Oh,
he
wow.
used to go in the kitchen
That's
to
a
try
spread,
to
isn't
cook
it?
what the guy was cooking. If he didn't have
Yeah.
all the recipe of it, the things in it, he'd throw something in it. We were his guinea pigs.
I
Yeah.
want to eat there.
Oh, yeah. Look at that pie.
Right.
Man,
Man,
that whole
was
little,
good.
here, I'll back it up. Now you can see, look at the perfect little setting. That's got that country feel to it.
Some jambalaya there.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Going to Mississippi.
I know I'm drooling a little bit.
I know it's 3:06 in the morning here, and I'm like, man,
Hey,
it's inappropriate for me to be in the kitchen cooking food.
favorite recipes from Natchez,
Oh, my. Where's Natchez?
Mississippi.
Mississippi? Okay. Word.
And let's see, this is from a church there in 1986. And it's got everything in it. Snack crackers, crunchy bread squares. What?
Mm.
Wait
You
a
know
minute,
the
here.
first thing that
I've
came
never
to
heard
my
of this.
mind?
Okay, Nikki, you ever heard of Texas trash?
Yes.
Okay, well, I hadn't, I guess. But this is corn
Yeah,
chicks.
You said Mississippi, but when you said Natchez, I thought Natchez, Texas. That's a Texas thing. But
Oh,
I
okay,
mean,
then maybe. I don't know. I just thought of Mississippi. No, it's Natchez, Mississippi.
oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. When he said crunchy bread squares, Virginia, the first thing I thought was shrimp toast.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Oh man, and it's a thick book too. It ain't no little
Yeah.
slouch. It's all kinds of stuff. And I'm gonna have to go look on.
Do one of the books have deviled eggs? I'd be curious the recipe
yeah.
in one of the, just any random book, what the recipe is. Because
Oh.
people, that's one of the things people customize a lot,
mm-hmm,
but and then they get the way they like to do it,
mm-hmm. Dude, I have so many eggs. I have eggs coming out my ears with all these damn chickens. I have made Jeremy deviled eggs twice in the past week and a half.
Oh man, I love deviled eggs.
Yeah, he's digging it, and I'm over here like, what am I gonna do with all these eggs? I have started collecting the really pristine, clean ones that I get right away in a bowl on the counter, and I'm gonna try that water glass thing.
Right.
What is a deviled egg considered as far as category? Is that like a soup, salad, or
Appetizer?
appetizer? Okay.
Yeah. Probably appetizer. If it's a Southern cookbook, probably appetizer.
Alrighty. But I didn't know that. It's chat. What was that? What? Oh, somebody got to make a deviled egg in here. Okay. We're getting close because we're at hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah. Yes.
What? Orange balls. There's literally one of these hors d'oeuvres called orange balls. Hey, would you like some orange balls? I don't even want to go.
Well,
I can
salty
just-
brown ones would be worse.
I mean, I can just see it. You're walking up and you have one in each hand. You have some orange balls on a tray in this one, and you have a bowl of Texas trash over here. And it's like, would you prefer some orange balls or Texas trash? It's like, well, I don't know. I kind of lost my appetite.
Just go with the Texas trash. Trust me. Just go with the Texas.
Would you believe that there is what? Okay, so there was no deviled egg under the Okay, I don't know what the hell.
Well, different books might have it in the glossary or index. Sometimes you look in the back, it'll tell you the page number you look up. But it just depends on the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not so lucky with this one. Yeah.
How do you make your devil?
Oh, you read my mind. You're saying, how do I like mine? I started experimenting with putting a little sliver of fried kielbasa or bacon on top. Like, you know, make the devil. I do mayonnaise, real mayo, Duke's or
Duke's
as long as I can get Duke's.
The only thing that comes into this house is Duke's. Yes.
I order it online. Duke's is not out here, so I'll get it one way or another. Or Hellman's and Best Foods. That's the next one down. But I can't get readily. But pretty classic, like mayo, mustard, and I'll actually put in grated microplaned garlic because I don't mind a punch of garlic. And then I'll put a fried piece of kielbasa, like a half moon of kielbasa or bacon on the top. Oh, girl.
You won't believe where I got you a deviled eggs thing. I remember seeing this last.
Good. How about paprika?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll sprinkle, and sometimes also with a little bit of red pepper, cayenne, and almost like Old Bay type of mixture. If I don't have paprika, I'll throw some spice on there to give it a punch.
Cayenne.
Some kind of punch. Cayenne.
I do that. I do that too. I mix cayenne in the mix because
Yep.
All about the spice down here.
Absolutely.
And the one thing I can't do, my aunt always put a slice of olive on the top.
Oh,
and it's common. It's fairly common depending on who makes them. And Jeremy's like, just don't put the olive. And I'm like, I never put the olive. Right. I love olives. He likes olives. He just doesn't want them on his deviled eggs.
Right.
Okay. So here you go. They're called chili deviled eggs. And it says, this is actually Edith Bunker's All in the Family Cookbook. And
cool.
It's chili deviled eggs. There's actually a little story to it. It says, that sweet girl down at the supermarket checkout counter told me I could perk up my deviled eggs by just putting a little chili sauce in them. I guess this must be the way they make deviled eggs way down in Chile. Of course, that being Edith, that was going to be a funny thing. So then it says, remember what I told you about how to get those shells off the eggs real easy? Then do it and cut the eggs in half the long way with a spoon. Remove all the yolks. Oh, she walks you through it is what it is. But okay, so it's here. I'm gonna put this up, but they've got paprika and then prepared mustard, salt, the mayonnaise. They just say mayonnaise, 2 tablespoons mayonnaise, and eggs, and then it says 1 teaspoon chili sauce.
So chili sauce like Tabasco?
No.
Or
no, this would be like a chili powder almost in a way, isn't it? Like a chili.
Or like a red.
See if she says.
Interesting.
Then sprinkle each one with a little kind. Just give it a. Okay, where did you add in? Let's see where she added it in. So mix into a paste with the mayonnaise, the chili sauce, mustard, and salt, and then mash your way. So no, it's.
Must have given it a color too, like a deviled color.
Well, no, that's the paprika because she says then sprinkle each one with a little paprika just to give it a red coloring.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, people down in the South, I mean, a lot of people mix the paprika in too, but when you're actually stuff the eggs, you put it in a bag and you stuff the eggs, there's always a sprinkling of paprika over the top.
A dusting.
A dusting, yes. Yeah.
Quick.
Yes, ma'am.
So quick creamed eggs. Yes, quick creamed eggs. It's like, okay, I don't even begin to know.
So it's like a loose scrambled egg?
Well, let's see. Oh, this is okay. I must have said it 700 times. Often make these eggs for the kids for supper when RJ ain't gonna be home. Lord, it's telling a little joke at the same time. Okay, so what it's got is it's got condensed cream of celery soup. It's
Oh.
got dairy sour cream, chopped drained pimento, cooked eggs sliced, and then you got salt and pepper.
Oh. So
Okay.
it's a soup with eggs on top.
Cooked
you-
eggs, boiled eggs sliced. Earlier, when I
Hard
mentioned my
cooked eggs.
grandmother made what she called goldenrod toast, it was like a gravy type thing, but it had chopped up boiled eggs in it. And she would toast the bread, put it on a plate, make that stuff. It had chopped boiled eggs and pour that over. That was my dad's favorite thing that my grandmother made when I was a kid. And she called it goldenrod toast. And that's the only time I've ever seen anyone put chopped boiled eggs in a gravy type substance. I say gravy. It might have been a creamed mushroom soup. It was a creamy, gravy type thing poured over. So that might be something similar.
I was just scrolling up through chat.
Kind of weird.
Right.
Yeah.
My
Wow.
I
grandmother.
didn't imagine it was boiled eggs on top. I thought it might have been like a scrambled egg where it's loose and you add heavy cream. It's kind of a French way of doing a
Right.
loose scramble, you know?
Yeah, right. A French scramble. No, it's a southern. Well, and my grandmother lived in Sour Lake, which I'm sure Rusty knows where that is, but Sour Lake, Texas. And it was
Oh.
chopped boiled eggs on toast. I mean, with the sauce over toast, and you just ate it like we eat sausage gravy over biscuits. It was kind of like that, but
Do y'all
Okay.
like French
I-
toast?
I found chili sauce. And it's actually a damn sauce.
Huh.
Chili sauce is a sauce.
Leave it to my mom. She's got all the tools, because here was the thing over here under jams preserves under her other little Sears book, and it's chili sauce.
Yep.
Yeah. Right there, chili sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Do
Did
y'all
you,
like French toast?
Crystal, you
French?
said French toast?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Take it and get like the Texas toast. And at Christmas time when they come out with a nutmeg and it's Southern Comfort, dip it in that with cinnamon on it. Oh my gosh.
I've made French toast with eggnog at the holidays. Still zhuzh it up, add some more egg and cream, but eggnog is most of the milk. It's really good.
Home baking made easy for beginners and experts.
Nice.
Look at those aprons.
I know, right? The funny thing about French toast, until I was an adult, y'all are going to laugh at this. Till I was an adult, I mean, the whole time I was a kid, teenager, the whole thing, my mom made what she called French toast. Now, she did dip the bread in the egg mixture and fry it in the skillet. And then it went on a plate with salt and pepper. Now, granted, yeah, there was no vanilla, cinnamon, none of that in the egg mixture. It was just like egg mixture, egg cream, dipped, fried, and then salt and pepper went on everything. And French toast, and I would eat it just like that. And it was a savory, breakfast, and it was good. And that's what I thought French toast was. And I was a young adult, maybe late teen, young adult, and I actually ate French toast with a friend somewhere else, and they had powdered sugar all over it, and I thought, what the hell is this? I had no clue, y'all.
Right.
I had no clue French toast was supposed to be sweet.
It's funny, you go to your friends' houses and the things that you know at home a certain way are different. And I had a few meals like that where it's like, oh, you guys do it this way? Weird.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Uh-huh.
ooh, what is this?
That's
it was
that's what Ricardo's having for supper.
Oh, nice.
Ricardo.
Yum.
Be right over.
Oh, hey, there's Mr. Ron. What's up, buddy?
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
Yeah,
Ron.
that looks good there, Ricardo.
What's up, Ron?
Mm-hmm.
My brother from down under, I'll be on my way.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Another
I'm
day in
doing good.
paradise, sir.
Yeah, I'm not driving tonight, so I would say another day, another nickel, but you know,
Yeah.
used to be $1. Another day, another dollar, and then it went to
Right.
another day, another dime, and now it's down to a nickel.
Right.
Another day, now you owe another $1.
Right?
That one book was 1953 on that home bacon made easy. 1953. And check this one out. Here's one of those Beta Sigma Phi's. It's comfort foods. So those. See, and this is how I met my wife. Matter of fact, I probably one of these stupid ass books is the reason. But I would take I'd take that picture and I would go, okay, well, I need something to do. So then I would look at that picture and then I would look it up. Well, then I would go fix it until it looked like that picture. And then I would have this food I didn't know what to do with. So then I would take it up to therapy. And they'd be like, here, y'all want this? And they'd be like, oh, yeah. And then next thing I know, one night my phone's ringing, just kind of wanting to check in on me. And it was like, well, there it is. There we are, 30-something years later.
I done gained 20 pounds being on here.
Oh my.
Rescue, I gotta say, man, I'm similar to you. I love to cook. I can't eat it all, but I love to cook.
Right.
And it's hard to cook for just one or two people. It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I used to cook at a homeless shelter, and I cooked for like 200 and 300 people.
Fruit turnovers. Man. This is the Betty Crocker's Creative Recipes, the Bisquick book.
Oh yes, classic Bisquick was so good. Y'all notice how products have changed. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But man, that classic Bisquick, the classic mac and cheese, the even soups in a can. You know, like everything's just lower quality now.
Chili cheese casserole.
Yes, you dump
Man.
that dough right on the top. Mm-hmm.
I know.
For rescue, I'm going to drop down. I'm going to try to get me some sleep. I love everyone. I love everybody in chat. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Alrighty, man.
Good one,
Get you,
Crystal.
Good night, Crystal.
Good night.
get you some rest.
Oh, Bisquick with sausage.
Yeah.
Sausage balls.
Yeah, I was going to go all out a little more than I did, and I just decided, I had 2 pork chops thawed out, so I just put them in the oven, and I just barbecued them, and then I done mac and cheese.
That's
Casseroles.
Yep. That's the
Yeah.
Beta Sigma Phi casserole. And dude, that's a thick boy there. It's one of them little binder styles. Chicken spaghetti casserole, chicken casseroles, shellfish casseroles, fish casserole, ham, pork chop, ground beef. See, this is how I grew up. I don't know. That's why I don't know. I grew up. My mom was a construction superintendent. And not for a real long time, but I always cracked up for years over that because my mom was this superintendent over a construction site, but then she was also going to school to be a counselor. But I still grew up with meals. There was a time when all I ate was Kentucky Fried Chicken. That was during her darker times. We all make our mistakes. But man, that woman could just cook, and she managed to do everything. That's where I guess I didn't learn to just throw in the towel. You just figure out a way. You just do. I watched my mom just do. Watched my dad just do. My mom was a cooker. She was all about the meal too, dude. You did the whole the silverware was all in the right thing. It's just she was one of those etiquette type people.
Right.
So Chrissy Cat's going to be moving to Kentucky, looks like.
Look there. There's Beta Sigma Phi cookbook for salads.
Wow.
This is a garden book right here.
Oh.
That's an
Cookbook
interesting
for-
presentation there. Looked like is that a shrimp cocktail inside of a
Stuffed
pepper?
mushroom or pepper, yeah.
tomato?
Bell pepper, yeah.
Pepper?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep, looks like it's got, I don't know what that is at the top though.
Yeah, what is that? Is that shrimp?
Well,
Some kind of white meat, shrimp or
I
chicken,
mean, that
maybe?
definitely looks like bell
crab?
pepper, some cream sauce, a crab. Maybe that's
Yeah,
crab.
crab, that's it.
Yeah.
No, I bet it is because look over here on the other side. Didn't this the wrong one over here? Isn't that a lobster tail or something?
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
There we go.
The flag is kind of covering it for
Yeah,
me.
the flag was covering that's half. Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
better? Yeah, there we go.
Mm.
So it's like a lobster roll in a. Looks like a pepper or tomato.
Right?
No, pepper.
Well,
It's-
you know, I tell you what we'll just do, dagnabbit. We can just go find out what the hell.
Look at that.
Yeah, it
In
should
there
say
somewhere.
on the credits. Cindy says it's Crab Louise.
Uh-huh.
Crab Louie. Oh my
Crab
goodness.
Louie. My bad.
Oh
Crab
my
Lewis.
God.
Lewis.
Lewis.
No, Crab Louie.
Is it a tomato or a tomato? Please.
Is
help
that
us.
Lewis or Louis?
It's a
Louie.
mater.
Potato, potato. Let's call the whole thing off.
It's
It's a
mater.
tomato.
No ta. It's
That's
just
it.
mater.
It's
It's
a
a mater.
tomato.
Yeah.
It's a tomato.
So later.
I think he was in the story of Cars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tomato.
yeah. Crab Louie is delicious. Oh man. Mmm.
Come on, you're gonna tell me what-
Y'all are killing me at 3:30 in the morning.
It's only 1:30 for me. I still
Well,
have
it's amazing. You seem to be taking forever to die then because you've been saying that for the last hour.
Yeah.
Well, it makes me want to go in the kitchen and cook, but it's
Well,
3:30
okay.
in the morning.
So,
Go cook. I just cooked. It's 4:30 here.
yeah.
oh yeah, look, Ricardo just got through making that in the walk.
Yeah, but it's dinner time for Ricardo. I mean, you know, we could get to Australia in about 18 hours if we fly there real quick, but
Does that mean it
Eat
would
when
still be
you're
supper
hungry.
time there?
yes, it's dinner time for him there. They're like, well, depending on our time zone and depending on where he is in the country, the friends that I had there that lived in Newcastle, I think it was about 15 and a half hours time difference. They were in the next day. You know,
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he is. Man,
That's-
Ricardo, how many hours are you from us? I think about 14.
That is one place in the world that I'd like to visit.
Okay.
One of the
Yes.
very few.
I'm
right.
just going with the crab Louie. That looked like a crab Louie.
He's like, we're gonna- executive decision. It's Crab Louie.
I just looked here and I know there's like 2,000 recipes. I'm like, I'm going to go through every one of these damn things.
That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
There's the McCall's Family Style Cookbook.
McCall's was a magazine forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did they
Yeah.
do was that the same brand that did patterns for clothes?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
When I think of McCall's, I think of patterns,
Yep.
sewing patterns.
Yeah, me too. My mom did. She sewed all my clothes.
Ooh,
For a while.
Grilled cheddar cheese sandwich.
Mm.
That can't be bad.
Oh, yeah. Anything with bacon.
Mm.
And cheese, right? I eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoot, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You can throw anything else on it and I'd still eat it. As long as
Mm-hmm.
it's got bacon and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here you go. Now, this is cool. Come on. Now, I need to do like some kind of picture for y'all so y'all can come up with these ideas. But this is badass. Now, I'd forgot all about this shit as a kid. So, are you ready to see what you can do with your grandkids with marshmallows? Wait a minute. Here, I
Full
have to
screen.
change.
Full screen.
Okay, let me go here.
Oh, wow. Them
That's
almost look
pretty
like
cute.
toilet paper rolls.
Oh, look at the little weenie dog.
Yeah.
Dachshund. Oh my goodness.
I like the snowman.
Cute.
Come on now, ain't that some cool shit?
Look at the little
Yeah.
piggy.
Oh. Is that a
Somebody.
The
giraffe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool
See?
as hell.
Rescue back then, they taught us to have an imagination.
That's it, brother. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
You weren't taught to just, what do you think? You can think of it. Read. See, that's the importance of reading. When you read a book, you let your brain go to work, and your brain can build the picture for the words that you're reading. That's the magic.
And the caption under the marshmallow does not say, "How does this make you feel?"
Right.
Yeah, right.
Safe space. Are you triggered right now?
Yeah. Did this marshmallow placement really offend you?
Now, Rescue, that was very racist. All
Have
of
a
them poor
disclaimer.
Marshmallow animals were white. Come on.
No marshmallow animals were harmed in the
Right.
making.
Do I have my disclaimer going? Yeah, okay, I have my disclaimer. No marshmallows were harmed in the making of this video.
Oh man.
Oh, here you go. See, this is the fun shit. I will say I can remember this as a kid. This is your French toast people.
Wow.
So then you could have your little French toast dolls and your little funny face pancakes.
I was going to say, I didn't make French toast people, but the little smiley face pancakes were a thing.
Heck yeah.
Right.
I was going to say that picture looked kind of racist.
I thought it was sexist. Why isn't it two male French toast?
Yeah. Right?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I'm saying, that was not inclusive.
Right, Brian? Brian Griffin says, "Oh my God, they ate people."
Okay, so let's see what we got here. Now we have McCall's Practically Cookless Cookbook.
Oh, cookless? Practically
Mm.
cookless.
Wow.
Huh.
So now, and it was $1. So that was big pimping back then, probably. Let's see. What have we got? Magic in a can. Oh, that's canned soups.
Did you say
Holy
magic? Magic in a can?
Magic in a can.
Okay.
He's
says-
still eating it.
It says magic in a can. Yes, magic. For with a dazzling harvest of canned foods on your shelves and a can opener in your hand, you can perform miracles.
Wow.
See?
Oh boy,
They
you
were
eat
fresh
So
back then.
here
you eat
comes
magic soup every night.
now. Here's some bologna, and you're not ready for this bologna. This is the bologna rare bit.
Oh, rare bit. It's
You ready for this? Now you ain't seen. You think that the salesman, son, this is selling some bologna right here.
Okay. Bologna rare bit. Oh.
You would never even guess that was.
So
bologna.
that's like a Michelob Ultra because it's the
Right.
champagne of
That's it.
beers.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't know, but it has a good head.
It does have a good head. But the
Does that
bologna
even look like bologna?
situation it's all about the
Cheese.
gravy?
The cheese.
The cheese?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Rare bit is all about the cheese.
That would be good on a sandwich or like an
Yeah.
open faced sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Yeah.
So
Like
it's
Chrissy Cat said, you'd have to have that beer to wash it down with.
Right?
says you. So it's white bread slices and then bologna slices, outer ring removed. Then you use a can of condensed cheddar cheese soup, undiluted,
Oh, I see.
and then a cup of Chablis.
Chablis, white wine.
Mhm.
And a dash of cayenne.
Actually, that doesn't sound bad if they're using Chablis with the condensed soup. That's
Mhm.
with the cheese soup. That could be freaking good.
Maybe.
Yeah, I hear you, girl. I'm trying.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I mean,
in a saucepan,
like
it
a
says, meanwhile, in a small saucepan, combine the cheese soup, the wine, and the cayenne, and then you heat, stirring just to boiling, and then you pour the sauce over. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just stick my damn bologna on a damn piece of bread and call it a sandwich.
Yeah, throw
Yeah.
some Hellmann's on it and be done.
Might fry it. If I'm
You're
bored,
the
I'll go ahead.
Hellmann's. I'm the mustard. With bologna, it's got to be mustard. But I get it. A lot of people like it with mayo.
Ooh, so.
Well, some people do Miracle Whip, but
Oh, no.
So,
that's fake.
That's
some lamb
blasphemy.
chops, some sausages, tomato halves, mushroom caps, and bacon slices. Man, do these people know how to do a picture or what? Oh, wham.
oh, that looks good.
See, they always put bacon there in front of you.
Well, yeah. Hell,
That
it's
makes
supposed to-
everything better.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, well, you know, I don't even want to know what the hell that is.
What are them
Well,
tomatoes on there with the tops
clear-
cut off?
Oh.
Wait a minute, say that again.
Was that tomatoes with the tops of them cut off on the
Yeah.
grill?
Halves.
Mhm.
Clearly, I'm going to have to open up some of that bacon I canned the other day. Damn
Yes.
it.
I can't wait for you to try it. And it will crisp up.
Wait a minute, did you just say you canned bacon?
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Oh, that looks good.
I'm
Ooh,
thinking that's egg and hash brown. I'm hoping. I'm not quite sure what the hell that is.
I don't think it's a hash brown. Is that a tomato base on the bottom of those eggs?
It looks kind of crunchy.
Oh.
Or dressing or something. I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, corned beef hash with eggs.
Okay. Corned beef hash. Okay. Yeah.
Now,
Well,
for
they're not
simple,
as impressive.
I was thinking more like it's hard for me to see on this little phone, like a shakshuka. How do you pronounce that? Virginia shakshuka? I don't know. You know the dish with the eggs and with the tomatoes and the peppers, and then you saute and cook all that down, and then you crack some eggs in it, and they kind of just cook and then you have your bread, your flatbread or your bread that you dip into it.
Right.
Shakshuka? You know what I mean?
I'm racking my brain. I don't know if that's the correct way to say it, but I think we're pretty darn close.
yeah, I
but
put
you
that
know
on.
what
I put that on flatbread and wrap it and call it a breakfast burrito. That's what
Yeah.
I.
Okay, that'll work, but it's
Yeah.
delicious.
And the way you
Pepper,
spice
onion.
things, it's the same thing, but it becomes a different culture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's that?
Stuffed pork chops.
What's it stuffed with?
Yeah. Let's see. The stuffing is butter, chopped onion, chopped mushrooms, dried thyme leaves, salt, pepper, then slightly an egg, breadcrumbs, chopped parsley. No, wait, that's the dried thyme. Oh, how the hell can you have thyme? So which one is which, you shits? Well, I don't know now. So let me just show you this way, Virginia, because hell, I was reading it off, but then they turned around and started repeating the same shit over here. It's another quarter spoon of thyme, and it's like, okay, which one of you goes where? Oh, I think okay.
Okay.
This one here.
Stuffed pork chops, stuffing, butter, onion, fresh mushrooms, thyme, salt, pepper, beaten egg, breadcrumbs, chopped parsley. Okay, so the meat and potatoes of it is the mushrooms and the onion. All the rest is flavoring. Man, that can't be bad.
Right. And the breadcrumbs. It's just a quick stuffing mix. And
T-Girl
there
said
might be,
chorizo and eggs. Yum.
ooh, chorizo and eggs is good.
Chorizo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Summer.
Hey, Summer.
Oh, hey, Summer. And by
Hey,
the way,
Garrett.
everybody. And what's up, Wingnut? Is it twisted? No, I'm not making you dinner, Twisted, but I'll sure make you hungry.
Hey, Twisted. We've been running through these vintage cookbooks, girl. It's amazing.
Yes.
Hey, there's the glorious beef stew.
Oh, that looks so good.
It does.
Beef stew is in the top 3 of my favorite meals ever, period.
Right.
Just a good beef stew.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you can't be Denny Moore's.
This was
Oh,
out
you're insane.
That was the Book of Marvelous Meats.
Oh,
McCall.
how much you want for it? I need a book of marvelous meats.
Well, I'm not, just so you know, there's no foldouts. There's no posters.
We're not.
No pictures.
We're not on the Ghettos channel, Virginia.
This is the Cocktail Time Cookbook
See?
from
It's
McCall's.
such a name.
It's like the whole collection.
They must have had a series of cookbooks through
Yes. Through the
some-
80s.
Yeah, through the 80s, like
Yeah.
a monthly cookbook or something.
Yeah.
Well, see, the 70s and 80s, that's kind of, I don't know. That just, hell, you ate, you had food, you did shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
families all came together and made this
I
kind of
have no
stuff.
idea what all that is.
Presentation.
Huh.
I'm fixing to look up and see what's on the
I see pigs in
Well-
a blanket.
It's a tray, though. See, I think it's a cooking thing, though. It's one of those. Can see this, Virginia, right here on the side?
Yep.
So it's like,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that means that there's like a heat plate. Here we go. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, they just rattle off everything on there is what it is. Look, just so you can see what I see.
Mm-hmm.
These little recipes are the ones, and they'll say pictured on this page, on this page, and this page, and it's like it's all of these. So it was the grilled toast sticks, the sugar and spice cubes. Oh, wow, no, that sounds kind of good.
Hey,
What?
twisted lady.
Hi, Kelly.
A can of luncheon meat. So that's Spam, basically.
A can of
AKA
luncheon meat.
Yeah. AKA spam.
Yeah.
Hey, Kelly.
So sugar and spice cubes. So you take that and 2 tablespoons of sugar. So then you cut them into those, you roll them in the sugar, and then you place them on the griddle. Well, I'll be damned. Never would have thought of that shit. Ham, pineapple tidbits, tiny cocktail sausages. Man, that's now my mom was, that was her thing.
Little Smokies.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the fondue
You ever
pot
make those with
with
grape
some
jelly?
barbecue sauce and
With bar-
OMG.
With barbecue sauce and a whole jar of toothpicks so everybody could just snag
Dive
one.
in. That's
That
it.
or meatballs.
Yes.
Man. Here's some cocktail soups. These are soups in a cup.
Hmm.
All right. What's your favorite soup? Well, not you. But we know yours.
Right.
Did you really just go there?
I'm not saying yours,
No, I
Virginia.
know. I'm just,
Ron.
Virginia's is beef. She just said it was
Oh, a beef stew. Well,
beef stew.
yeah.
Yep. No. Wait, yes. But I mean, soup wise, what's your
Right.
favorite soup?
I would have to say mine would be potato.
Potatoes. Okay.
Yeah, I like
That's-
the loaded
that's a hard-
potato
That's
soup.
hard. I'll have to kind of think because it depends. I'll confess a few things. I hate tomato soup.
Okay.
what?
I don't like. I like cream soup, so I'd say either cream of broccoli or beer cheese soup is
Ooh.
really freaking good.
Yeah. Or broccoli cheese soup. Oh,
Broccoli cheese beer soup. Let's go with that.
yes. Okay,
Really
that,
good.
that French onion every now and then.
Yeah.
A really good French onion soup if it's homemade and you caramelize your own onions, and then that zuppa Toscana kind of thing with the sausage and the kale and the potatoes. Oh, and the red pepper flakes. Oh, yum.
You even have a damn cookbook. It's called Our Favorite Desserts, and it's from State Farm Insurance.
Oh.
Ain't that some shit?
They don't do that nowadays.
Well, no, this is, let's see, what's the date on this one?
But that's no sooner than 95.
No,
Probably
2009.
Damn.
Wow.
2009.
That's a surprise. Oh, we believe you.
Hey, I got receipts, damn it. So anybody want to film that shit and run it by later, there's a receipt. So there you go. Do a show on that shit. Wow, man, this is so cool. So, yeah, I need to think of homes.
Hey, Scat Pack. Anybody else coming in we may have missed? Hello, hello.
We got Scat Pack. And I'm sorry, yeah, for everybody that's come in. Good morning, good day, good evening. You know, I'm sorry. I just ain't been looking. I've been digging through books. Hey, Miss Karen. I'm scrolling up trying to. Hey, Miss Kelly. Scroll, da, 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 da. Oh, look, I just scrolled up and saw Wingnuts, some bologna deep fried, wrapped in bacon, covered in cheese.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is my willpower. This is what makes me stronger. I sit here and I've gotten to where I talk all this food shit with y'all and I just go eat my chicken noodle soup. But I do taste it. I visualize what y'all are eating. I visualize it tastes good.
Well, see, before Christmas, I had a girlfriend here, and we decided to do cookies. And she had, a son and a daughter that didn't live with her no more, and they had their own families. So we decided to bake cookies for everybody. And we sit here and did, I think it was 13 dozen different cookies. We did chocolate chip, and everything was from scratch. Everything. We did chocolate chip. We did sugar cookies. We did the white powdered ones that were called German something. I don't even remember them. Mm-hmm. But I think them were the ones that had been in the Better Homes and Garden magazine or cookbook, the older one. And it's like a 60, I think it's like a 60s version or something, 68 maybe. But it was in the older one. We had a newer one, and there was a recipe for it in there, but it wasn't the same recipe. It was a different recipe for the same cookie.
Yeah, there are variations on that cookie. That's one of the ones we were talking about earlier. Sometimes they're Mexican wedding cookies, and sometimes they're shaped in balls, sometimes half moon, sometimes Italian something. There's so many names and slight variations, but it was a crumbly cookie with, well, here we put chopped pecans in it, and they're rolled in powdered sugar, that kind of cookie.
At the end of the day, it's a butter flour based cookie. And there are innumerable of those,
Yeah.
Lots and lots of butter.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh.
Yep, we did go through the butter.
Yeah.
And the sugar.
Yeah.
But man, this poor one bedroom apartment was a mess for a month.
What is that, Rescue?
That is carrots.
It's fruit and carrots. Oh my good, that is
Tomatoes.
hilarious. corn has company on the cob.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's a book and it's called Taste of Home's Quick Cooking.
Huh.
And it's got these little things, and it's like this one back here was how you can make your, like the little perk up your party thing. So like this tray and doing all these little cuts.
Mm-hmm.
And then it shows you over here kind of how to do it.
Garnish.
So
Wow.
Kind of.
I spent like 6 hours one time for a party making a fruit tray. I shit you not. Doing all these little cuts and making like these apple swans and all kinds of craziness. I mean, it was pretty cool. I videos on how to cut it just right and present it where it looks like a swan or a goose, I think it was swans. You know what I'm talking about, Virginia. Have you seen those fruit cutting videos where they make all these animals and decorative things?
And you can like slice it really thin and pull it out so it looks like the wings.
Yes, I totally did that. And my mother-in-law thought I was crazy.
Good morning, milkmaid.
Good morning.
Morning, girl.
My mother-in-law was like, who in their right mind would do that? And I just kind of looked at her and I was like, me.
Well, you cut the tomato flowers too. Did you ever do tomato flowers or like?
Yes, and then the pineapple. The pineapple where you cut it in a basket and you put the fruit back in it and all of that. It was ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Sharon.
It's just ridiculous.
Everybody
cool.
did. Everybody
Morning,
did
Michelle.
everything back then. They would make fruit baskets and stuff and take to people and stuff. Nobody does that stuff anymore.
I do.
I mean, you about got to go buy one that's already made. Is what everybody does nowadays.
You go to a buffet, you find them. Like I worked at a cafe and we did a omelet bar every week. It was awesome. I ran the skillet. So it was kind of like people would go through and get on a buffet what they wanted on their omelet and then bring it to me and I would make the omelet and serve it to them hot right in front of them, you know?
Nice.
But anyway, we had to make a fruit platter every weekend. And the owner had a specific way that he wanted this whole extravaganza of fruit presented. But there is some art to it and there is some serious thought into having a nice table, just like some of those cookbooks Rescue was showing. You're setting a nice, beautiful table, you know, and inviting people with that appetizing view. And then it gets all torn up and bananas turn brown and apples get soggy, but it looks good when you first take it out.
Right.
Man, I got damn little antique paper all over my ass now.
Rescue,
Like
your mom had a library of nothing but cookbooks, it looks like.
Oh, well, that's just a little section on the shelf. That's all I could fit in that little box, and there's still there's more, and there's a whole, there's books, there's boxes of books. Matter of fact, hell, there's boxes. Let's see, do I still have some of those? Used to have National Geographics from, I think it was 1960 is when she started that subscription and ran that all the way till 2000 or 95 or right in there.
Wow. She kept them in business.
Dude, they used to go down. Matter of fact, it weighed so much, every one of them books, that it actually started to cause the house to be a little unlevel. Because it's on blocks in Texas. That makes sounds kind of like, what the hell? And it's like, it's not a slab, it's on blocks down here. That's
right. Yeah, us in the north, we have foundations and full basements and all that stuff. That stuff doesn't exist really far in the south.
No, basement down here is what we call a pond. It's just apparently you decided to live on top of it is all.
Yeah, mosquito pond.
Yeah, because it's you can try to even concrete it in. I don't know. It's not going to last.
No
basements down here.
No. It would be below the water table and in the clay. It's all clay.
That's why I say you just have a pond underneath your house. I haven't found a good banana bread. What?
Oh, Twisted Lady.
Well,
my banana
alrighty
bread.
then. Why didn't you
Shit.
say so?
I was going to say, somebody mentioned banana bread, and he's got all these Southern cookbooks. You know, there's a banana bread recipe or 5,000 in there.
Yeah, I like zucchini bread myself.
Oh, well, I saw that too. That was in one of these. Okay, where did?
Speaking of zucchini, mine are coming along, but the first squash that started, I hand pollinated my first squash this morning because I was, it's a yellow squash, but I don't know. Geeking out on the garden thing. It's starting to make little baby squashes.
Right.
Can't wait.
Let's see. Who was it that liked the bananas? Who wanted banana bread?
Twisted Lady.
Well, let's just go in here into the book of desserts. And I bet we can find you something. Let's see. Twinkies and shaped cookies, dropped cookies, candies, frosted fillings, okay, fruit cakes. Nope, here we go. And now.
Drop cookies are good.
Okay, now we need some clarification here because, let's see how many. Oh, yeah, we got some choices. So, hold on, I gotta get my spectacles. Sorry, Twisted.
Here we go.
I need specification on just which recipe you would like. So, do you want just banana cake? Do you want banana nut chiffon cake? Do you want banana spice cake? Do you want banana spice layer cake? Or, yeah, there we go. Or speedy caramel.
No, not banana cake. Banana bread.
What?
Yeah.
Banana nut bread.
Damn, now I got to go into the bees. Okay, so where do I do? Whoop. Wait, so that's breads. Oh, that I might have to go into the bread book.
Hey, Steve. Aloha.
What's up? Steve, really?
Yeah.
Aloha, brother. What's up, buddy?
Hey, well, Twisted Lady asked for the spice one. You listed a few off, and Twisted said the spice one.
Oh, okay.
So even if we find a bread, I think at least if you put up the spice one, she can screenshot it.
Okay.
Let's just be honest. Banana nut bread is basically a cake, right?
I feel like it's a muffin loaf.
Yeah, it's more like a muffin more than a cake. It's about like blueberry muffin. Is blueberry muffin a blueberry cake, or is it a blueberry bread? So I would think it would be like a bread. Just my opinion.
Right. And there again, I guess it depends on the recipe and who makes the banana bread, because I've had some that's super dry and I had some that was super moist and dense and delicious. So
Yeah, I like it moist.
Yeah. I mean, and then you have, really, like pound cakes. It's a cake, depending on who makes it. In my opinion, it's a cake without icing or topping or, whatever. If it's really moist and dense, like you know what I mean, like a pound cake kind of consistency. Why do they call that pound cake? It doesn't have
a pound of butter, a pound of flour, and a pound of sugar.
Oh, that's why. Okay, pound cake.
I knew that.
Well, I'm not big on sweets, clearly, y'all.
I just remember my mother saying it.
Although creme brulee, I'm a
Okay.
sucker for some creme brulee. Man.
All right, you ready for a banana nut cake? Because
Mhm.
it's called a cake. It's under bread. But back in the day, that was called.
Can you put yourself large so she can screenshot the recipe?
Yes, ma'am, I sure will. So there we go. And yahoo.
Right there. Perfect. Banana nut cake.
Mhm.
And it's even got a cream cheese frosting down underneath if you want to do it. Right there. Let me get my fingers out the way. Damn it, I'm drifting all off course and shit. So, does that look pretty good? It ought to be out there long enough for somebody to be able to write it down and everything.
Yeah, screenshot it at least.
Mhm.
Okay. My arms are
Yeah.
tired. Sorry, ma'am. Okay, so now the next one, she will want to go back to the other.
Well, it is 4 a.m. here. Y'all have made me hungry, but I'm resisting the urge to go in the kitchen and cook. And I'm just going to try to grab another hour or two of sleep before I have to get up and
Whatever.
really do
You're
something.
not gonna go to sleep. You're gonna go lay down, and your brain is gonna sit there, and you're gonna start thinking of the food.
Yeah.
It's
Make at least a half a sandwich.
it's possible, but I'm going to try. I only slept for like 3 hours earlier, so I'm going to try to grab at least another hour or two, maybe. I don't know.
Grab it.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all have a good morning. I'm sure you will still be on when I get back up in a couple hours.
Yeah, half hour from now when you get up to make yourself a fold over because you can't sleep.
Right.
Right. Let us know what
Right.
you make.
You know, is that totally a Southern thing? Fold over? Do people in the North call sandwiches foldovers? Because we
I
always
don't
do.
know.
I don't either. I just, a
Fold over?
foldover. Yeah. Do you ever call it a
I don't
foldover?
call. Do you mean one piece of bread folded over?
Yes. Like a half a sandwich.
I eat those, but I've never called it a fold over.
I didn't think so. I thought that was mostly a Southern thing.
Well, I'm just barely Southern. I mean, I
What?
live like 5 miles from the Ohio River, so
Oh.
So you're a Yankee.
no, I'm still Southern.
Okay.
That Mason-Dixon line is 5 miles to my north. I'm still Southern.
Right. Right.
Just
Right.
barely.
Right. That's okay. We'll take you. We got you.
Have a good night, Nikki. Get you some
Thanks.
rest.
Thank you. I will see y'all in a couple of hours. I'm sure you'll still be on. All right.
Yep,
All right.
probably
Nick.
so. Good night.
I'll keep it playing and I will listen while I go try to go to sleep and not think about food.
While you go make your sandwich, you let us know what you decide to put on it.
Mustard.
Mustard, right? Bye, y'all. See y'all later.
All right, see you
Bye,
soon.
Okay, so our next thing was, what was it? It was the spiced
one.
Spiced banana bread.
Spiced banana cake.
Banana cake.
Hey,
How are
girl.
you, Nick?
Hey, did I chase
Good
Nikki off?
morning.
No, she was getting ready to go.
Morning.
She kind
Don't
of had
let-
insomnia and just visited.
I said something about milkmaid backstage, and she said, "I'm out of here."
We weren't supposed to tell her that. That was in private chat.
Well, yeah, full disclosure. So, okay, here is
Full screen.
Oh yeah, okay, going full screen.
Call me bossy.
Okay, and here is banana spice layer cake right there. How's that?
That looks good.
Yeah.
Nice. It's really clear.
Yeah, that'd be a good screenshot.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Cool. Shoot, yeah.
Welcome everybody in the chat to Rescue's Cooking Times, where we give recipes and let you do the cooking.
Right?
That's so cool. Hey, Nikki, I see you in chat. I figured as much. I'm still waking up. Sorry.
Next, best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Hey, did you see these little books earlier? You missed these earlier. Check these out. So this is an old Kerr canning book.
Oh, cool.
The cover's actually coming off of it. So that's, and then here's an old ball. It's called the Ball Blue Book. It's better than blue balls. So.
I don't know, Rescue.
Oh yeah, because this is somebody else's problem. The other would be yours. So
true.
Somebody else's. That's nice.
I would ask Virginia a question about that, but I'll save it for ghettos.
I've never had blue balls.
I would hope not.
Yeah, I would definitely hope not as well.
I was listening to you guys earlier when I first had my alarm go off, but I fell back asleep to y'all talking, so.
Well, then you're doing better than Nikki, because Nikki was listening, came up, and now she's going to try to go to sleep and not going to be able to.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So she's trying to hide behind thinking she really can.
No, we're not going to let her sleep.
Her stomach's growling and shit right now. Her stomach's like, yo, homie, this ain't happening. You ain't fixing the rest. You done tease me now.
She'll be up fixing a sandwich here in a minute.
Feed me.
Cindy Fuller
So when
Stevens, don't forget chocolate salty balls.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. So I know I feel like I gained weight tonight. See it, Nook. It totally is. I'm finding, damn it. But it's growling because it's like, oh, man. This is what happened to her the last time when we got to talk about food. Next thing you know, she goes to talking all this smack. She whips out her little asparagus can going, no, see, like I did these pickled. She's munching away on them. And the next thing you know, there's something else munching. It's a problem of not getting oil outside. So there's nice to grab the scammed her. Just to get out. I wish we could talk about it. Okay. Well, yeah, who did? What? So who got scammed? I think he scammed her just to get out. Where the hell did my mouse go? Shit. Okay. So what are you talking about, Skip Pack?
Oh, yeah. I've been following that story. It's fabulous.
Oh, okay.
The Alabama breakout, the guard that got,
Dude, that just, yeah.
And she's dead. She died.
Oh, so when they wrecked the truck, she got hurt.
Supposedly it's a self-inflicted wound. But
right.
That's kind of still a little bit up in the air. I wouldn't put that in stone. But
no.
Something happened after the wreck. A lethal wound occurred.
Oh, wow. So she did that, I guess, while she was in the hospital. Because that's the last I heard was the report. They did the announcement where she was, he was okay, hospital. But she was on the hospital. Sustained injuries. And so, and I mean, I don't know. I probably shouldn't say a word. Because I'm sure I don't know.
It's a crazy story.
Oh, to hell with that shit. It's my channel. So women shouldn't be in prisons, in male prisons. I just don't agree with that. I think that you need to have men looking over men, women looking over women. And that way you don't have no cross match. That's one. Not trying to offend nobody. I'm not saying people can't do the job. I'm just saying I just don't think it adds anything positive to the mix.
Yeah.
I agree.
That is such, man, they need to come up with some kind of mental test for that, is because you are literally turning people loose into a wolf den.
Mhm.
And people from this outside world, and that's the world of players and con artists. That's where they actually go refine the art of spinning the line of shit.
Yep.
And I watch so many gullible people get sucked into that little narrative and get sold a bill of goods they lose their life over it, whether it's ruined or some other way, but it always affects somebody that probably started out meaning well and they fell for the line of bullshit.
Right.
This player, and I'm just it's like they get hustled.
I totally agree.
Oh, I get so mad.
I totally agree.
It's like, what the hell is a man doing in a woman's prison? You know, a man shouldn't be in a woman's prison.
Nope.
Oh, so you think it should be all female guards for a women's prison and all male guards for a male prison?
Well, yeah, that's how you keep that. That's how you keep the potential problems down.
I don't know
Otherwise,
though.
you're
You have people who like, you know, swinging on either fence. You know what I'm saying?
Oh well, pitching or catching, it's all baseball. So
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll happen regardless. But I mean, I do see your point about women in the men's prisons, because she was obviously an extremely vulnerable person that was easily manipulated and ended up dead.
Oh, dude, I used to watch them work that emotional game, especially on the females, and they used to do it on like the civilians.
Right.
That would work in there as the secretaries or some receptionist or something in the back end. Oh, because then you catch them having a bad day where they're having real world issues, you know, where people out here hold down a job and actually experience real life. Well, they play on that. Oh, you're having a bad day. And then especially if they're married, because then it's like, oh, you had a bad morning with your husband. Well, let me tell you how sweet you are, how awesome you are. You're so beautiful. You look so sad. Oh, it's that whole pitch and shit. You just want to, ooh. So there's my aggressive side for the day.
Right.
Cookbooks bring it out. I blame it on the cookbooks.
Well, Cindy Fuller-Stevens has a good point. In Washington, the Corrections Department allows trans men in women's prisons. I just heard on the news the other day, so it's news, maybe it's all fake, whatever, but let's say this is a possibility and it did happen. A trans woman got convicted of something and went to a women's prison. So essentially, a man was put in a woman's prison and he got 2 other inmates pregnant.
What?
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, wait. Oh,
Because
wait.
he
So
was
you mean
a trans woman.
Which is the man turning into a woman?
Correct.
Okay.
But he still had his plumbing.
Yeah. See, then no, you're.
Yeah, no.
You're
but
going
We
to
were
a
talking about
man's
this
prison.
yesterday.
Yes, trans women are impregnating women prisoners all over. It's not something you hear a ton about, but it's fucking happening.
I shouldn't.
Hey, morning, Hit Gal.
Hey, Hickow.
See, I just,
Brian.
man, I just don't. Yeah.
Well, if I ever go to prison, I'm going to identify as a trans.
So you can go to the
Why
women's
that?
prison. Like,
Well, yeah, so I can go to the
easy
women's
math.
prison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Why
absolutely.
would you want to go to the women's prison?
Because
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be with a bunch of guys.
No, you want to? Are you kidding?
You will be after you get around all them women.
Yep.
That's right.
And they all cycle at the same time?
Oh,
Holy
I'd be the
crap.
stud of the prison.
It's a built-in wife. No
Oh,
choice.
no. Don't forget, these are women that are locked up. So that means they have disgruntled thoughts. So are you going to be the male that goes, oh, did you just get a little out with me? You know what? My man used to do that, and that's why I'm here. And all of a sudden, you become victim number 2.
Just
No.
like $20 is $20, a dick is a dick. And when you got those women in that, I'm serious, where
Well,
they
it's-
aren't
it's
getting
biology.
any, they don't have conjugal visits, they don't have whatever. You have someone in there with that, you know,
Equipment.
equipment, they're gonna go after it.
Yeah,
and at some
and
point he's
but
gonna
they're not
go
they're
for
not
it.
gonna go after me as far as killing me. I wouldn't think, because then there would be all these other women that would be wanting revenge against
Dude,
that
women are
even
way
for,
more
hey,
brutal
you
than
took
men.
away my sex, you know?
No, that's the regret. I'm sorry, you're talking about women that are now locked up, so they're already living in the regret of the decision that they made the last time. So don't think that they won't screw up and make another bad decision.
Yep.
But it's see, I don't even know the trans thing. And I'm not trying to offend nobody, but it's just, my God, let's get real. It's just the biology's biology.
Yep.
Shit is what it is. I don't care about your preference on what you want to, enjoy your time with. That's it. But you're not going to pollute my facts. I mean, it just don't work that way.
We're populating prisons and sports, among other things, with mental identifications that don't match the biology and the environment they're going into. It is not level.
I should say you should go to
That was
whatever.
delicately put.
You should go to whatever prison your birth certificate says. If you are a male, you're going to a man's prison.
Right.
If you're female, you're going to a female's prison. It don't matter what you do from birth till now.
Rest well, Twisted.
Okay, Twisted, get you some rest. Wake up with a smile. Hopefully the recipes will work. If somehow they don't come through and you don't get them, you just say something that, hell, I can send you a picture of them or something.
But
we can get you fed.
My question on all that too is, there is a very small minority of people who are actually born with both. So where would they end up?
It's very rare, but there are true hermaphrodites, yes.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we clean up and get back to a normal, stable playing field. And
before
then
we
can
worry
say,
about that.
Wow, this is a unique problem. Let's address this unique problem instead of taking, I don't know.
Right.
Because everything's so polluted now. It's just the definitions of stuff, the way words get used, the way it's
Brian.
Crap. A pineapple pizza?
Yeah. I'd be okay with being locked up. Well, probably not Pizza Hut.
No, not any fast food restaurant for me. Thanks anyway. I'll take Texas Roadhouse, please.
Oh, that works. I'm still waking up, y'all. I'm not terribly talky at first.
Coffee.
Still on the first cup.
Or a Carrabba's. Do you guys have one of them?
A what? Carrabba's?
Carrabba's.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've ever eaten there.
And a Papacitas.
Oh, Carrabba's is that's the stuff. That is the stuff. They have a dish there called the chicken brine, and that is the best.
Chicken brine?
Yes.
What is it?
It has goat cheese and a tomato sauce with cheese poured over a chicken breast fillet.
Okay. Sounds good.
It is very good. Sun-dried tomatoes.
There you
go. Yeah, it's called the chicken brine.
One of my favorite dishes is it's a creamy Cajun dish that I, switch out whatever meat I'm using. We do it with like shrimp or chicken. It's so freaking good, but it has sun-dried tomatoes in it.
Cindy said, I was pretty sad when Bruce Jenner flipped. I had a big crush on him when he won the Olympics. Well, just, if you don't run over people, then I guess you don't have to flip identities.
Caitlin ran over the person, though, not Bruce.
No, it was Bruce. See, and then all of a sudden Bruce disappeared, and all that was left was Caitlin. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's some
The Olympic
crazy
runner
shit.
you're looking for is not here.
Right.
Yeah.
See, and I'm sorry, just how stupid do you have to really feel? Come on, don't tell me that dude don't sit some nights kind of going, do you think I screwed up, didn't I? It's like, yeah, you did.
I think
Oh,
at
yeah.
one point he did, or she, or however.
It.
Yeah, well, I thought I had read somewhere that there was some regret there. I think that's
Oh,
actually a thing.
really?
Yeah. But this was a while ago. Before running for California governor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, heck, y'all, I'm okay. I'm good.
In between, yes, I did. I love Carrabba's and I love Texas Roadhouse. That's my two places.
Do you have a favorite restaurant, Virginia?
No.
Hmm.
I really don't. Every time I go out to eat, I'm annoyed at how much money it costs when I could just make it at home. So if I go out to a restaurant, it's like a treat thing to have someone bring you the food. But at the end of the day, it's too expensive. I mean, even if you go to McDonald's now or Wendy's, the number one is $10. You know, like, come on, and that's just McDonald's. Shit, I'm too poor for that.
Holy crap! There you
Yeah.
go, Brian.
And then it's $1 for your drink.
There is
So-
no chain restaurant that I like.
Yeah, not no
you know.
more. I can't really think of one either anymore. Used to be the Outback, like, gosh, a long time ago, like 15 years ago. It was like the Outback, and it was mainly like the rye bread was good, the butter sauce,
Mhm.
Bloomin'
the
onion.
lobster tail. Yeah, the bloomin' onion.
Yeah, the Bloomin'
Alice Springs chicken, but you know, as a matter of fact, my wife we stopped going because we noticed all of a sudden we went and it's like, well, this is kind of weird, and we went twice before we decided that they've changed corporate, changes the whole mentality. They stop caring about quality and all they go off is off of number screens and
Yeah.
profit margins. And you used to could go in there and like the service, they greeted you. I mean, hell, I used to know the owner would come out and talk with you and stuff. And it just, then it got sold to this other chain, and all of a sudden you got the little quick, little just do your order by push button type stuff at the table. And it's like, well, that loses all the connectivity. And then all of a sudden the Alice Springs chicken came, and dude, one of them was both of them were the size of what one of them used to be. It's like they took one and cut it in half and called that the plate now. And we just said, yeah, this is shit.
Right.
Shrinkflation.
Well, it's chasing those numbers. And I think that's what it is with all of it. You know, it's the greed. I watch it with some of the smaller businesses around us when some of the people become more successful, and all of a sudden, because they go buy toys that they couldn't afford before. And they
Right.
go do things that they couldn't do before. Well, now all of a sudden you've spent that money. So now you're kind of back where you were in. Oh, so you start chipping away at this business that makes money, and it just translates wrong. I think.
I went to Florida and I went to Tampa back in January and stumbled into this restaurant called Frickers. I don't know if y'all have heard of that one.
I
But-
don't think so.
They had
There you go, Ricardo. There's your link.
they had something called crab fries. And it was like ground up crab meat dumped on top of French fries with cheese. And it was to die for. I
Like
could
a
literally
crabby poutine.
give me a large crab fries and that is all you would need.
Huh.
That would probably sound okay until nowadays that I realized that the crab legs aren't even made out of crab anymore. So then it's kind of like, so when you say ground up crab meat,
No, this is not imitation. Not imitation. This is the real deal.
Ah,
And that's probably why it's a Floridian thing.
crab fries. And he said, never heard of that.
Yeah.
Crab fries sounds like a bad Saturday morning after a Friday night expose.
I gotta say, I'm not quite seeing that. So it's taking fries and then shredding crab over the top.
You have to Google it because it is delicious.
But then
I
again,
had it once and I had to go back 2 more times within like 5 days.
this is all about the Frito pie country. So we do kind of,
Well, Milkmaid and I can agree that Taco Bell, it's still a guilty pleasure. It has gone downhill big time,
what
but
the
it's
hell
still a
do you eat
guilty
at Taco?
pleasure.
What do
Tacos
you like out of
from
Taco
hell?
Bell?
What I used
Anything
to love was the
Chipotle.
taco salad and the Mexican pizza, but they took them away.
But so what? Okay, what's your favorite item at Taco Bell?
The Chipotle burrito, I think. Or I know it's not a real quesadilla, but I like them.
The Chipotle
That's-
grilled one, the Chipotle grilled stuffed, or like the
Yeah, anything
quesadilla
with the
one.
Chipotle.
Yes, those are
There you
good.
go. I know. Judge away. Judge away. It's a guilty pleasure.
I just think of the hypocrisy and all the other times. It's like, wait a minute, so all this other stuff in here, and yet you call that a weakness of pleasure as Taco Bell? That's the best you can bring to the table?
Well, for like absolutely embarrassing pleasure,
Uh-huh.
Taco Bell. Like we're both ashamed to say it. Trust me, we're both like
No.
cringing a little bit.
I don't know. I think you both are already starting to plan your route to Taco
Actually,
Bell.
I
Y'all
might
will be
go get
leaving
some
here in a
tomorrow.
few minutes going, oh, I need to leave. Rescue, I'll holler at you in a little bit. I'm going to lay down for now. Jingle jingle keys, out goes the Taco Bell.
Right. Oh, did
And
you
that-
see what Nikki said, Virginia?
Oh, they
bringing
are
back the
bringing back the Mexican pizza? No way. I was excited and thought about BB. So Nikki gets excited thinking about BB, but more importantly, the Mexican pizza. Yes. Oh, by the way, Nikki, what's in your sandwich? See, it's been like 20 minutes, and she just came back in. She made a sandwich.
Yeah, she did. She didn't go lay down. She's not. She's eating. She just didn't want to fess up.
And that wasn't Fricker's restaurant, it was Frenchie's.
Frenchies. Hey, I've heard
Frenchies.
of Frenchies.
Oh, I've heard of Frenchies.
Frenchie's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Indy.
Brian Bear.
She said no sandwich yet.
What are you doing? Laying on the couch? Get up, woman. Go make yourself a sandwich.
She's not going to go back to sleep. She's going to fight it in her mind, fight the sandwich, and then go make herself a delicious sandwich and end up continuing her day.
A nice
Yeah.
fold over.
A fold
Well,
over.
let's see, Nikki. So, which book was it that you wanted to see more of? I know Nikki was. Oh, by the way, did you catch this one earlier, Virginia? This ground beef cooking. Did you see that?
The what?
It's called. It was a cookbook, and it's called Ground Beef Cookbook. And I thought, well, okay, I didn't really, but it's for ground beef, I guess. That's
Ooh.
the covers coming off, so I just have to take the covers front and back are falling off, so I just have to take those off. But
Oh, that's called Antique Hamburger Helper Cookbook.
Wow.
it's full. It's like when you see the size of this and you go, yeah, okay, but it's like, no, look at this. This is how the recipes are. This is how big they are. So I mean, there's like quite a few recipes on a page.
You know, I
Wow.
still have yet to eat meatloaf. Ever.
Okay, wait, what? How the hell? Oh, wait, no,
What did you say about meatloaf?
I've never made it.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Mhm.
Oh, it's just a big burger.
Do you know that there is
Well-
a meatloaf called a matchless meatloaf? Matchless.
Rescue, your volume was low. It's called what?
Matchless meatloaf.
Matchless meatloaf?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
It apparently has molasses in it.
Oh, molasses. Okay.
Yeah, but no, I'm gonna put it up here because I said matchless, like as in a match, striking a match. It's matchless, but it has molasses in it.
There's hair.
It's this one right there. Yahoo! Oh, I guess I should go full screen. Hold on before Ron hollers at me. Let me do this.
I don't know that anybody's trying to get that recipe, but
Okay, so molasses, mustard, vinegar, catsup, milk, eggs, onion soup mix, bread mix, pepper sauce, monosodium glutamate, so a little MSG, oregano, parsley, and 3 pounds of ground beef. So, I mean, it's pretty standard with the eggs, mustard, even, the ketchup and everything. The molasses, some people add molasses or brown sugar to their ground beef and ground meat, I don't do that, and I had just heard of it a few years ago, but I guess it's a thing. Like,
Okay, there's something going wrong in Australia. I can see right now because Ricardo said, rescue a barbecue grilled Angus with sweet potato mash with a cold Budweiser. So somehow there's an Australian that's drinking horse piss over there, and I don't understand.
Maybe it's
See, look, your phone couldn't even understand it because it broke that shit all up.
me.
Yep.
yeah, you went all RTD2 on us.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what you got? So Summer's on shift change? Is that what she said? I'm not driving. I'm at work right now at the shelter. Okay.
Dishwater.
What's up, D-Dog? I just saw you're here. How are you?
That's
Young
almost.
man. There, is that better since I can't say the other 3-letter word?
oh my.
Because if you say the 3-letter word that starts with an S, then he tells you that was his dad's name. And it's like, well, I can't help the way I was raised, so. How are you, young man? There. Dishwater Bud. Yeah, I got 2.5 hours. Hey, maybe it's my camera doing it for you. I wonder if I turn my camera off, if that'll help you out. Let me turn my resolution down too. I've been trying to do that when you get on it. I think it helped yesterday.
Aw.
So there we go.
you.
Yeah.
I came in.
No, well,
No, that didn't help.
well, we'll give it a minute. It'll catch up. Let her gerbil's time to build up speed on the wheel, and it'll get a surge. She'll be able to say a few words.
Well, she needs to take her Reynolds wrap and wrap it totally around her head and shape the top of it into a pine cone. And she'll get better. She'll get better internet service.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Neither does her internet service.
It sounded good.
Summer hope the time flies.
I've heard better.
Man.
Hey, Brian.
Like,
Wah 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 wah.
Womp womp.
Fred's that.
There it goes. Wah 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 wah. Wah
That-
wah
Really?
wah wah. Wah 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 wah.
I'll give it a minute. outside.
And it sucks that the Verizon doesn't at least work a little better over there. I feel so weird though if I don't have the camera on. I feel like I'm hiding from everybody, and that's like, it's my channel. I think I'm supposed to kind of be there.
I'm just reading through the chat, kind of zoning out. But yeah, I hear you. I wish the shitternet was not such
So
a
shitty?
bitch, man. Well, I like to hear what you have to say. So it's like, okay, trying to pause and like peel my ears, and it breaks out. It sucks, but it's all good. It tends to level out once you're here for a little while. It tends to level out where it clears up.
How is it now?
I
Medium.
come through.
I just got back on my porch, grabbing some more coffee. That might be why.
Yeah, the phone needed some more coffee. Hell, you were asking way too much too early.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a cigarette.
Yeah. 100%.
Need a little nicotine, a little caffeine.
Be all good.
I keep telling myself tomorrow I'm gonna quit.
Right.
Well, it's 5:30 in the morning, so tomorrow is a different day entirely.
Right.
What? It's 4:30.
That's 5:30 East Coast.
You have like 18 hours to go.
Oh, and when now? What?
Ah.
I'm just picking.
Are you really? It was funny yesterday when my sound went out and then I couldn't hear y'all at all. It was weird.
Oh, I know. And that was a good one there. That was perfect. Damn.
That was freaking hilarious.
I had you too, man. You were like there. I was like reeling her all the way to the bank. It was like, this is easy. Watch this is going in. Oh no, bug out has to sell that. Going, no, we can hear you just fine. It's like, what? Man, I had her. She was what? I can't. What? You can't hear me? No, I can't hear a thing.
He threw you under the bus. The thump.
It's not 2:30, Chrissy Cat. It's 4:30. In the only time zone that matters.
My catch finished first, so
Well, I think Rick would agree. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
I
Showing
baked
up.
wait, so what, Brian? So I baked a white cake with 1.5 grams of dabs in it. Gave half to my neighbors. I just finished off a piece. But wait a minute. But doesn't the dab have wax in it?
Yeah,
No.
that's marijuana wax.
Right, but you put
No, there's no added wax. It's just the texture of the product once it's
okay.
refined. It's kind of waxy once you reduce it down, but you don't add any wax. No.
Party cake.
Yeah. Dang.
Lucky neighbors.
Devil Dog, I think, did you see the link go by? I think there was a link. Did you see it? You want one? You said you got 20 minutes until the bedtime alarm. And Chrissy Cat, I see you. Mr. Texas dude, Central Time Zone. Hey, somebody got to hold this shit down. Especially at the rate we're going.
can you hear me?
Hey. Did just then. Just about the time I looked at the messages about my internet's cutting in and out.
Right.
No, now. I have full bars right now. That's the insane thing.
See, now that right there just came through clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the very beginning of this when you started to talk, but that last part right there was just, it's like it picked up and all of a sudden it's smoothed out. So, see, because I thought the dabs was when they took the resin, but then they mixed it with a little bit of the paraffin to give it that, like I guess, like the bigger substance to it, kind of like a cut almost.
No, you just cook down
So it's kind of like the oil.
flour. The resin becomes waxy.
Okay.
And it's sort of golden, but there's no additive whatsoever. But it's really, really concentrated. Even those of us who are seasoned professionals kind of stay away from that a little bit because it is so concentrated. It's that kind where I could see if you had severe pain from certain medical conditions and you absolutely had to sleep or you absolutely had to be laid out, but it's not easy to ride a dab.
Okay. Well, and I just saw Brian said by compressing, and then I think I've seen that. There was a matter of fact, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were showing me the little setup that they had with the little press at the bottom and then the little tray and putting it in, and then basically applying the pressure to press that out. I just didn't see. I always thought, because down here, like a lot of people will take and mix that, try and increase the size is what they do. Same with shit, whatever, greed, everything else, but
Right.
they'll add paraffin, to like a clear paraffin wax, and then they can increase their size is what they're doing. But now I get what. Okay. See, there's a way y'all talk in the legitimate realm, and then there's a way that those words are translated on the, not even what you'd call the black market. It's the back end, the cheesy way of doing it.
Made a cake with 2 grams of dabs. I'd eat a piece and be knocked unconscious. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Okay. Let me put that.
There are valid medical uses for that, to be honest. Recreational is a different thing.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Good night, Cindy. Get you some rest. Have a great day tomorrow.
Night, Cindy.
Night, Cindy. Considering it's a concentrate, you could make tinctures out of it, or essentially that's what you're going after. It's just a different way to process it to get to the concentrated matter that you're looking for, but it's just a little gooey ball. It can get harder, like shatter.
No, that's pretty, man. Things didn't have to go to shit. I was actually thought about kind of moving over a state or so, because where it was more, where it's legal. Because I don't know that, dude, Texas is going to be, if we do, it's going to be after the dust settles from all this and we come out of this. If we can come out of this.
Is there any medical at all in Texas?
Yeah. It's, and I forgot just how it's specific diagnosed too.
Right.
So it's not like, a general, it's like, it's not even cancer. It's like a specific targeted type of cancer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So, and then you can do the medicinal, but you can't, not the herb. Let's see, how was that said again? Not smoke it though. They'll only, and it's a traveling dispensary, so you have to set up a schedule down in a big store in the big town. Like for me, it would be down in Houston, would be the closest metropolitan. So hour and a half, 45 minutes away. You go meet up. Let's see, how was that again? So you can get the oil, or you get it
like a salve or something.
No, it was, I think that it was like the candy. It was either like a gummy version or an oil. is the two ways that they give it to you. And I was kind of like, okay. And apparently people, who knows how good that's going to be, because you can already apparently go down to Houston for a few $100, pay this little shyster doctor to get you this little specific script, of course, which is shit just waiting to happen and go wrong when you don't have that particular disease.
Right.
And it's kind of like, wow, this is like a flashback to like the 80s or some shit, didn't it? Whenever you used to just go around to every pill farm doctor going, hey, I think my damn eye is twitching. Really? Well, you need 3 scripts of Valium then. Hey, I stubbed my toe. Well, what the hell? Here, take this damn 6-month prescription of Oxycontin and come see me next week. And it's like, wait, what?
Well, you might find that you fall into a category somewhere with whatever's going on. I'm not going to ask your medical records, but you go and look at the laws and ask the doctors who are willing to give you the recommendation, is what they'll call it, because in that case you can grow your own. And that's what I recommend to anyone. Yeah, you can get to where you'll be able to go to a place and pick some up. Okay, well, that's dandy. But I'm all about controlling the quality as much as you can. So you would be allowed 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, in Texas yourself. And that would give you not only a hobby that you might find interesting, but a possible relief that later on you could make butter or tinctures or salves or whatever, you know.
Oh man, I would so love that too, because I would just get rid of the whole smoking concept altogether if I could open up the options, you know. But it's the stuff you get. It's like you go down and get gummies, and then I were to find some gummies. Okay, well, you wouldn't want to eat the gummies I'm going to find, because this is all the backwoods kind of shit way of doing it. And it's everybody, I don't know, I've griped about it, but they see these damn products and they're looking for one name because they go, oh, wait, that guy on YouTube said I need this. You know, it's like butane. I needed butane. Okay. And then they go look through the damn automotive department or some shit, and they find this can that has this word butane on it. And they say, okay, here, this is it. We'll just take this. And it's like, did you look at the other 30 things that are in that too?
Mm-hmm.
But these, that's why we got a bunch of dumbasses around here. They put all kinds of crap in their bodies. All kinds of crazy shit to cut. Let's see, what was it? I heard some shit, and I think it has to do with it was like for the butter, the extract, and what was it that they used? The first thing I thought of when I heard this was, because, I mean, is anybody familiar with how they kind of like process the cocoa leaves and shit, like with weed eater gas and the whole 9 yards, and you kind of go, yeah, you know, somehow that doesn't seem so good anymore.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of that way down here. Yeah, they do that kind of backwoods in the woods shit, making the extract, I guess, for the butter, and I'm going, yeah, see, that's just not the same. You guys are watching people that do that shit legitimately.
Well, the reason that you're allowed to have so many plants when you have a medical recommendation is that it takes a lot of material to make a good medicine. And you could say smoking it is one option, but really some of the best you can do are the things that you'll consume eating, whether in oil form, tincture form, or putting on your body in salve form. Those are really effective modes of delivering the medication and some fewer side effects with the smoking aspect, you know.
Yeah, that.
You broke up, Milkmaid.
My shitter.
No, shitternet is not working.
The shitternet's still shitting.
Shoot.
Dude, it's not my fault.
I heard dude.
I thought I heard who.
Oh.
I was going to say, her feet don't fit no limb.
Do you shit through feathers?
Let me try back out.
Ow. I think she's talking like police talk, over and out. I don't know. That's all I heard was out. Oh,
She'll get
BRB.
it. Oh no.
Yeah, she said she's gonna. Probably said she's gonna go out and come back in. But yeah, Kentucky is going to be one of the last states that ever passes anything to do with marijuana.
Yeah, well, they have a strong underground market, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, probably the biggest in the nation.
Yup.
It always has been.
That's our problem. Is see, being such a large border state, and I mean, you're just not going to ever. They'll never say it out loud because it's just some of that shit. Just
yeah.
But
yeah,
it comes down to it, dude. There is like hundreds of millions of dollars that get poured into agencies and departments all across the state because of the war on drugs. And
absolutely.
So you go, yeah, we'll get rid of that. It's like, well, all of a sudden, what do you do with all this money that you've been sending to all these departments? Because they won't divert it, even though we could still use it. It's not like these places are overpaid and shit. But
yeah.
What's up, Grumpy?
Yeah, they need to just put for Texas to do that, they ought to just put a tax on it and let them import it. I mean, in all honesty, it's coming across the border regardless.
Yeah.
So if the state could make money on it rather than, half of them getting away with it, why not?
Ultimately, that's what gets it pushed through states is the tax benefit. Medical is a stepping stone to recreational, and they'll get to the people by arguing that money will go to schools and infrastructure and, helping the state. But I can tell you in my state, if I'm correct, none of the money so far they've collected, and I'm talking hundreds of millions in taxes, the taxation on it is insane.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere productive.
Well, who was it? There was some state that did that a few years back when this kind of first started to kind of make the trend. I say a few, more than a few, and a state was actually, because they got kind of bragged about that, they actually went and they upgraded like their schools. They actually put the money.
Well, I don't know, but I think Washington State was the first one to legalize. I'm not.
I can't remember which
that.
state this was. Somebody did it, and then they started kind of using that as an example because it became like, well, no, look, they're upgrading their schools, and they've kind of
Washington was one of the ones, but I can tell you from being here, they are not distributing that money with integrity.
Oh, well, see,
it's
now
not
for
gone
Texas,
anywhere.
that was the lottery. Was the same thing down here for us. Hell, that damn lottery that was supposed to all go into the schools and really promote this better education, and it's like. Oh, you did was screw people up even more now, because now that's everybody just wants to be the next lottery winner.
Yeah.
Cindy knows, not a squeaking cent on infrastructure. Yeah, it's true, and they sold it to voters based on the premise that the taxation on it would benefit the state in various ways, especially infrastructure and education.
Yeah. And what gets me is up in like Detroit, Michigan, they have like a water issue, and they've had a water issue for how many years now? And that whole entire state is totally legal to do it recreational. So why are they still having issues with getting clean water? It's like, put that money towards something that's useful. But it just doesn't happen because it goes into all these politicians' pockets.
I might can qualify for something in Texas that shows. I'm kind of digging into the thing while we're talking. And
that's my opinions all. So just to be clear to some folks.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I was reading. My bad.
No, you're fine. With There should be a lot of different medicals that require that would allow you to though.
Yeah.
I mean, I know for a fact that it helps with blood pressure. I know for a fact it helps with arthritis.
Oh yeah, it totally helps. I mean, I wish this is a prime example if they would just do a little bit of research and well, actually, they probably have. Hell, you talk like they haven't. They probably have, and they know exactly what it does. They just refuse to do it because they can't get the money out the deal.
Right. And it helps with fibromyalgia.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing has helped me. It's the only way I've been able to move around or walk. It's helped with everything: sleep, blood pressure, my spine. Hell, in Minecraft, you can even take some of the what's called Mexican dirt flour for the changing of the last word. And it tastes nasty. Nobody ever likes it, but it still works on the nerve endings. So now you might not have all this cool little hydro, like, oh, dude, and kind of all that. No, which I haven't experienced that in decades, but the nerve endings, man, you can shit taste nasty like it's a number 2 pencil is what I describe it as. But yet, all of a sudden, it's kind of weird because you just start feeling the nerve endings and they lighten up, and it's like, oh, thank goodness, okay, this is manageable. I can deal with this at the moment.
Yeah,
that's how it works. So I mean, and I'm just looking at Texas. It's so weird because they call it an incurable neurodegenerative disease as a condition or injury, and then they start listing out and do this list, and I don't know. I don't recognize any of this, but it's motor neuron disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, spinal lumbar muscular atrophy. See, they did itemize this shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, none of this kind of rings a bell as anything I've heard connected to me. So I don't know.
It's kind of like me.
It's called low THC because it says that a qualifying physician may prescribe low THC cannabis to a patient with, and then it starts off all this crap.
So that's more or less CBD.
Right.
Yeah.
Which isn't, I mean, I'm not, dude, because I think it all works for people in various ways, but I know for the spinal side, no, on my nerve endings, the CBD doesn't have the same impact that the other does. So there's something in the, whether it's right at the border, I don't know, or if it's way over, I don't know, but I've done what's the latest thing they've got that they went with some Delta Zero, but then it became a THC 9 or something, or what the hell was that called? Hold on, THC 0 or something.
It kind of sucks for me because I've been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and I do have high blood pressure, and yet I'm still not allowed to because I'm a truck driver.
It's called THC 0. Is supposedly like the highest legal CBD, and that's 1,600 milligram, and that meant jack shit.
Wow.
But see, this is it. Once again, this is where I'm kind of anal that way. I hear numbers and I hear words and I go, oh yeah. But then I look at the commercialization of the product and go, okay, so that's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Going to curl up with my blankie and my cat. Love y'all. Thanks for rescue. I decided to go to bed hungry. Hey, well, Chrissy Cat, you know what? Maybe your metabolism gonna burn some calorie stuff.
Good night, Chrissy Cat.
What the heck is THC 0? Well, here, Brian, I'm gonna go full screen again, and this is apparently supposedly the new foo-ha-ha. And hold on, let me get rid of that image, and then it won't be so damn reflective. I'm sorry. God dang, I can't get shit together. There we go. Okay, so now, yahoo! Come on, focus in. Yeah, get in there. There we go. So it's THC 0, 1,600 milligrams. There we go. And this supposedly, this is a place in Florida, matter of fact. Diamond CBD. I think is the name, and they're out of Florida. But now my wife was kind of like she did it one night and she slept good, but the next night not so good. So I don't know how that happened.
Good for some and not so much for others, but that's the same way that medical marijuana is. Some people it helps and some people it doesn't have any effect or enough to make a difference.
My first wife way back, of course this is late 80s, and she tried it, dude, and she cracked up. She goes, "Oh, I can't do that. All I do is laugh and get the munchies." Which I did it back then for a different, I was kind of still partying, just kind of going with the normal flow of life. It wasn't until I kind of started jacking my body up that all of a sudden it had served a purpose. Hey, what's up, Larry? Morning, everybody in chat. And I'm sorry if I haven't addressed you as you came in. Morning, Amy. Good day, good morning, good evening.
Yes, Larry.
Good night, Chrissy.
I have inflammation and pain in my left foot. I stopped eating sugar like in sweet tea and the pain has been reduced. Sugar is an inflammatory. Oh yeah, it is, dude. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's one of my major epiphanies over decades was when I finally got the sugar totally gone. Like gone. Not on, well, you know, I only drink that. No, it's gone. And man, it was like flushing bullshit out of my system. And buddy, I started internally and just brain wise, body wise, blood pressure wise and shit. My shit started firing on all cylinders. My spinal cord might be jacked, but everything else is hitting on all cylinders. And it was sugar, dude. That's such a nasty ass thing.
Hey, Amy.
All righty, I'm going to go with this. I'm going to assume we're trying another round. Why not? We'll take a shot at the dark. What's up, Milkmaid?
Hey.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed half of what you said.
That's
You
okay.
sound good.
Much
Did
better.
I? Okay. It's strange. I got my headphones off the charger and put them on, and for some reason it seems to be working better. I don't understand it.
Well, it might be the power of the speaker. It's weird how some of the programming on these phones go because they detect a little power draw and they start shutting stuff off, which I find ironic because it's like, but a phone needs to be wireless. So,
Yeah.
Right.
but they design it so, oh, you want to take pictures? Well, then here we'll reduce this. You want to get on an airplane? Well, here we'll turn this off and lower the power to this. Oh, it's like that. Just leave it on.
You know, it could be your Bluetooth. If I use Bluetooth headphones or anything when I'm on these, it completely clogs up the whole experience.
Okay, so that's the weird thing. I didn't have my headphones earlier.
Okay.
Now I do.
For her, it's just the opposite.
Okay.
Her
Yeah.
I live in
Yeah.
the opposite world.
Yeah. Upside down world.
That's
Not necessarily. That's the way it is for mine too. If I'm sitting here at the kitchen table with my computer on like it is now, I have to have a headset and microphone on that's wireless because if not, everything you guys say and everything I say is going to feed right back through the microphone on the laptop,
Huh.
Mhm.
and it's
Yeah, I
going to
went
create
the
an
other way.
echo.
Oh.
Okay, there
I
you go.
knew that was
yes.
coming.
I couldn't resist.
Of course.
Of course. Hey,
Larry, that's what I use whenever, every now and then when I have my bowl of Cheerios, the plain Cheerios, I just don't really care for the plain one. It's just too blah. So I'll sprinkle some of the Truvia,
Trivia. Yeah.
or whatever it is. And it's okay. I mean, it took a little bit, you know, which the medical shit kind of helped me, I think, kind of just push over because you just got to do what you got to do and it is what it is. So,
Are we talking sweeteners?
Well, yeah, and he stopped doing sugar, and he realized that sugar wasn't inflammatory, and it's like, oh, it's more than that. It's bad shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I was kind of saying how I had cut it all out of mine and the big impact it had on me.
It's literally a poison to our body, really.
What was it? Somebody said something about the addiction thing is even more than, I don't know, was it like heroin or some off the wall shit?
It
Something?
hits
Yeah.
the same receptors as crack cocaine.
There you
Yeah.
go. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the reason they're not ever going to allow marijuana across the Mexican border is because of all the stuff that they're going to put in it, like the fentanyl and all that.
They're
So
just,
you just
bringing
never-
it over by the tubs now.
Yeah, all right.
You know what I find is a really good alternative sweetener is it monk fruit? Yeah, monk fruit.
Hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Monk fruit.
Monk?
Yes.
Like MONK.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Exact. And so what is this?
They crystallize it just like regular sugar, but it doesn't have like the same inflammatory type things going on.
Yeah, it's natural.
It's like I mean, sugar's natural too, but
Yeah,
like
but
cane
then
sugar.
it's bleached and everything else.
Hey, what's up,
that's
Willie?
true.
Morning.
But yeah,
So,
my daughter
monk
makes
fruit.
desserts for my husband with that. Mm-hmm.
Now, do they have, is it like, so if I was looking for this, then it would be like where the sugar is and that type of stuff, and it'd be in its own like container, or is this kind of something you order?
I think my daughter ordered it off of Amazon.
Yeah,
Pretty
I was gonna say you probably have to order that.
I mean,
But
it
if
might
not-
be in.
It might be where the artificial sweeteners are at.
I would think maybe in like one of those health food stores.
Well, I'm
But
definitely gonna look
I was
into
impressed by it. Let me see if I can find a bag and I'll show you.
that. Yeah, it's so funny. I don't know I know my system is changing, and I don't know the official count number. So I'm not a doctor. I don't play at one on TV, and I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn Express. But I do know what happens when I do shit. And dude, I can eat 2 ice cream sandwiches nowadays, and I'll eat. There's 2 little ice cream sandwiches, you know. By the time I get done with that second one, I'm sitting here and I can be reading something, and all of a sudden I just find myself doing a nod. I do the crash, the sugar crash, really quick nowadays.
I do too, actually. I know what you mean.
And it's kind of weird. It used to take a little bit before when I first discovered I kind of had that whole issue. I'm not about poking my, man, I hated that shit, dude. That poking my finger, test this, test that. Man, bullshit. I was built better than this. So I just got to get my shit together. So then that's what I did. And I started realizing the sugar thing. Well, the kids used to make fun of me because if I would have been like working and sometimes catch a second wind, so then all of a sudden I get home 14, 16 hours later, but you can't go to sleep because it's like, well, no, I caught my freaking second wind 2 hours ago. So shit.
Oh, I hate that.
I would sit and eat a bowl of ice cream. And sure enough, buddy, eat that bowl of ice cream. I was out. All right, going full screen with you.
Yeah, this is the monk fruit. But you can see like in the window
Oh,
there.
that's like the Truvia. Yeah, that's what my Truvia
Mhm.
bag. Matter of fact, does yours? Okay, no, it's just a squeeze top at the thing. Dude, this
Yeah.
Truvia bag is the first bag I've ever seen. It looks just like that Milkmaid, only at the top. The top is sealed off all the way across, except for in the corner, there's a little plastic spout that has a cap on it, so you can actually pour out of that bag.
Huh.
Okay.
It's a trip.
That's actually really convenient because I hate the other tops. This is the back, so you can see the nutrition information.
Is it
Oh, let's see.
the
going full
texture
screen.
like sugar?
Let me see if I can hold it still. Mm-hmm.
So granule like that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sugar,
right. Zero
alcohol. 8 grams of sugar, alcohol. What's that?
I'm guessing sugar alcohol.
I don't
Is
know,
that
it
all
might
right?
be
Did you get it?
Yep.
Oh, but it also has erythritol in it.
What?
So So it's erythritol and monk fruit. Hold on, let me come back.
Riscatol. Is that kind of like an additive, like a substitute?
Kind of. It's basically, okay, can you see that?
Going full screen. Bam.
Does the light mess it up?
Okay.
Aerosol.
Not a significant source of
Subtract fiber, sugar, alcoholics from total carbs.
So a fruit extract.
So it has 0 carbs then.
We got. She's going at the bottom part where it says ingredients.
Yeah, erythritol and monk fruit extract. So actually, well, because you have xylitol as well, which I don't think that stuff is good to have in large amounts, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Right.
Good for coffee.
Excuse me.
Oh, you don't need nothing in coffee. Straight up.
Black.
Well, natural sweeteners at the end of the day, like even beets. Who said it a minute ago? Larry we used to use beet sugar. The sugar monopoly destroyed the beet sugar industry when the government began to subsidize it. Absolutely damn right.
Yeah, because all your granulated
sugar beet industry.
And that's genetically modified food, by the way.
Now or then?
Sugar beets. It's on the list of things that they genetically modify.
What isn't on that list, you know?
Grumpy's jacking with you, Milkmaid.
Oh,
He said, "Oh heck, don't let Milky churn her Cameron. She'll crush the internet and send us all back to the analog age." He said, "Thank God we survived that. OMG, she churned it on again. We're tempting fate by allowing her to do this."
I like Grumpy.
Oh, Grumpy's awesome.
And let's see. Wait a minute. So it's 5 Central. Okay, so wait, 5. Yeah. So that should be Grumpy. So Yoda should be asleep by now.
Oh, gotcha.
Poking the bear, Amy. Poking, yep.
So is it Grumpy?
Now my
I
head.
think it's Grumpy. Isn't it? Go ahead. I'm sorry. My bad. I was focused on the chat thing.
Oh, no, you're fine. I just need to adjust my stuff again because my freaking headphones died. Just charge them.
Was it real Grumpy? Please stand up. Please stand up. Yep, it's Grumpy. Since we're talking about food so much, I just got to ask something. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Well, I guess I would get up and walk into the kitchen to get it out of the freezer. I'm willing to go that far.
I wouldn't climb Mount Everest.
I can't even eat a whole one of those anymore. It's been a while.
Hey, Guardian Preppin'. What's up, sir?
Hi, Guardian.
Guardian.
I hear you. Like, I can't eat stuff like back in the day. I could eat a whole Snickers bar, right? Now, if I eat a candy size, one of the fun size, I'm already like, okay, woo, that was so much sugar.
Yeah.
But that, nothing like when we were younger.
Hey, will you guys hold the port down for 2 minutes for me?
Sure.
Thank you much.
Like 2 spoonfuls of ice cream at a time. No shit. There's no such thing as a 4-scoop sundae. It's like, all right, I'm gonna have 3 or 4.
Oh god, it kills me. It kills me going to my mother-in-law's because she is big on desserts, and she'll have like 5 different pies with ice cream, with whipped cream, and everything. And I can't eat, and I think she takes offense at it. But it's like I go into a sugar crash if I eat even an entire slice of pie.
100%. Yeah, but
it's not
so
enjoyable.
Good, though. Just take a sliver of each one, be polite.
Like a bite.
Yeah, I do. I'll take a sliver because, man, I love some pie or some shit. But I hear you. You can't have, it's a total crash. The snooze.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't do
And my
it.
heart races.
My sister's boyfriend, he can eat a dozen of donuts every day, and he is like 6 foot tall and skinny as a rail. And I have
Oh.
no clue how he can do it.
I could never.
Probably a stupid high metabolism.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, well, he is always on the go constantly. So, but I blame that on the sugar.
Yeah.
It's
my
funny how some
sound
people
like
can eat.
Sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. My bad. The metabolism thing trips me out because some people eat a dozen donuts and you will see it on every inch of their body, and some people can do that and nothing.
If I look at a dozen of donuts, I gain weight. Good morning, Tony B.
I kind of didn't. I had a really high metabolism. I think it's starting to slow down now, but like in the past, I could eat a crap ton of food.
Right, Guardian?
Morning, Tony. Morning, Guardian. I think I said morning, Guardian, before I left. I don't know.
Hey,
Morning, everybody.
Hey, Billy.
Look, say donuts and Billy shows up.
Good morning, Monty.
See, that's one of those moments I wish I could go back and ask my mom about again because I never paid attention back when she did it. But see, like my mom could make homemade donuts. Did she? She would take one of the granddaddies, which is like the bigger version of the fried daddy, and she would do this dough. And you know, I mean, I never paid attention. You just walk by and you kind of like go by her, or she's making all this stuff. But oh man, she'd do it. She'd be dipping them down. You'd go in, next thing you know, there's a little platter full of donuts, and be like, oh sweet, you just munch down. And now it's kind of like, damn, can I rewind all that? I'd like to remember that. But
well, there is a cheating way.
Oh.
Just get you a pot of oil and get it hot to where it'll sizzle whatever you put in it. Open a can of Bisquick biscuits, and there's your donuts.
Makes cans of biscuits.
Yeah, just a can of biscuits.
You mean Pillsbury?
Yeah, there you go, Pillsbury.
Word.
Just a can of donuts.
Never use those.
Yep,
donut
and then
question, Bavarian glazed. Actually, all three are good. I like Bavarian. I like glazed. Glazed, my preference. My grandpa used to do that. Was when they're fresh out the oven. You know, that man used to get up on Sunday morning. I used to love going over to their house when I was a little kid. Because every Sunday morning he got up before everybody. He was literally down there at the donut shop drinking coffee with them while they were making their first batches of donuts. And he would get the second tray out of the oven, and they would make his dozen up. He'd finish his coffee and he'd come home, and you'd get up and run in there, and he'd be sitting at the table with his cup of coffee, and that box would be open. Man, you could just reach in there, and they were still so soft, and just they were the best ever. Fresh.
The Best Life says you can do it in the air fryer too, Virginia.
Oh.
Hasn't tried it yet. I've got one of them.
So then can you do it?
Right?
You say that, but then you say you haven't done it.
Video it and prove it.
I'll do it with you.
No video, no proof.
Try it.
So they say
didn't realize-
no video, it didn't happen.
Dude,
Yep.
I think
What's up? Nope. Are you talking about me?
I was trying. Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah,
yes,
you're
ma'am.
good.
Wow, this is weird.
Ta-da.
I might end up having to leave and come back again. I think I have a delay.
Doesn't sound like you're going to have much of a choice here in a moment. Try again. Oh, I hear a knock on the door.
You keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
Okay.
Right.
What's
Hey,
up,
Monty.
Not much. What are y'all doing?
It's Monty. I'll see you later, Rescue.
I'm only going to be up here for a few minutes.
Hey, it's good to see you. How you been?
We'll be right back, Rescue.
The first panel I've been on in days. I
Have
don't
you
care.
become a panel clearer now, Monty, or
I
what?
guess. I don't care.
We love you, Monty.
Some people do, some people don't. I don't care, man. I really don't.
I'm indifferent.
I
But
found my little
how-
corner right here. I figured this is it.
I haven't seen you for a while though. How you been?
Still breathing.
Yeah. I hear that.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on panel with Monty.
So I've tried monk fruit in my coffee. Didn't really like it. I think I added. Okay, I added a little bit. You know, I was like, it's not knocking the. It was still strong. So then I added just a little, the same amount. Too sweet. I was like, nope.
Oh, it was too sweet?
Yeah. I should have just stayed with the first little teaspoon.
Right.
Yeah.
So Larry said, you ever eat biscuits with sugar and butter? I would get that on Sunday morning growing up. You know, no, I never did that. But now when I was with my dad, because my stepmom was from Louisiana, which so is my mom, but it was weird because my stepmom was more of a, man, see, I don't even know how to talk anymore without pissing people off because it's just, I don't know, there was words you just describe people, but you can't say that no more, heaven forbid. But
that's your channel.
Yeah, but hell, I don't know. There's 56 people out there. I don't want to like offend somebody unconditionally because it's the internet. It's not like you can pause for a moment and heaven forbid you should rethink something. But
yeah, I just look at it like it's your living room rescue.
Yeah, I didn't realize sometimes your living room could be broadcasted across everybody else's living room too, and then they highlight your shit, and then they kind of go, "Oh, look at this, watch this, ha ha ha," and it's like, whatever, dude. Flip that off, take that there.
Right.
Here, film that shit. You like that? There you
Here's your Zach move.
Anyway, I never had that, but my stepmom, she would, because we ate like a lot of jambalaya and gumbo and stuff like that. So growing up in Beaumont, we had Duget's rice, and so rice was kind of always thing. So in the mornings, a lot of times snacks was to you'd take your rice and sprinkle a little sugar on it and put some milk in there. And it's funny because I think if you keep on doing that, doesn't that like turn into tapioca or some shit later on? I think is what I found out as
more or less like a rice pudding.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, oh, well, I don't know.
Like
you
a
just
rice
did that to
pudding.
help stir your rice, your sugar up over your rice. Put a little milk in there. Sometimes I think that boy has bumped his head and he forgets things.
What'd I do now?
No, not you. Bug out.
Who knows?
He forgot he was talking to me when he took the picture of the snake, but then that's what he just reminded me going, did you see that snake? I took that while I was talking to you. It's like, yeah. Which one of us is older? I thought I'm the one that's supposed to have Alzheimer's.
Right? Tell him.
So, one of the reasons I jumped up here is because earlier you guys was talking about, well, Rescue mentioned how they've done medical studies on the flower.
Who did we lose?
And yet they don't want to really release it. And that's true. So it's been quite a few years ago, back when I still was watching Dr. Oz. Dr. Sanjay Gupta came up there and he goes, we've done studies and there's no medical studies on how marijuana cures cancer or eases the pain of cancer or anything. You know, he was like this. Exactly 3 years later, he come back, he retracted that. He goes, I am sorry I even made that comment, that statement. He goes, there is lots of studies out there now where I totally have to eat crow pie. And I'm like, you already knew this before you made the initial statement. Mr.
Why do you think he fibbed?
Yeah. Right?
Hey, Box, how are you?
Hey, Bioxo.
Morning, Bioxo. Morning, Ron. Virginia.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Got you, brother. What's up,
Hey.
Gordon?
What's
How
up,
are you,
Guardian?
sir?
How's everybody doing? Are you well?
What's up,
Yeah.
Guardian?
Getting better every visitor.
Hey, Guardian. You're in Africa, right?
South Africa.
South
Yeah.
Africa.
How
How's
that
everything there?
always challenges that are pretty interesting at times, but yeah, we do the best with what we've got. And I always say it's a bit of a goldfish theory. When you're living in a goldfish bowl and stuff like that, you can see the silver linings to the goldfish bowl, and I'm happy here. Make the best with what we've got, and we've got a potentially bright future. So I'm just doing the best with that information as well. Yeah. It's and yourself, how things are on your side? How was the weekend? Did you have a good weekend that we just went through?
I've done all right. I'll have a better one next weekend, though. I'm going on vacation,
Lovely.
but
Getting out?
I'm just going to the woods for a camping trip, just a couple 100 miles away.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's always the best thing. There's nothing quite like just being able to get out there and be out in the woods, and just that feeling of being away from all of the concrete. You know what I mean? Like it's
Oh yeah,
something.
freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Yeah, it's the best. It's something where it really has the ability to recharge your batteries, and I just feel that if I don't get out there often enough, that I feel like very, I think it's the type of work that a person does as well. And because I work in corporate, I deal with a lot of like stressful type scenarios and stuff. So just getting out there is magic.
Yeah.
You're rolling.
Tobacco.
Yep. That's so cool.
I've
That
got
is
one of
amazing.
them machines.
Yeah.
I need
That's
to
a
get one
very
of those machines.
That is a very, very interesting machine as well. Like the whole way that setup looks, it's great.
I think I have the old style that it's not powered, and you do almost the same concept with putting the tube, but then where she's pushing the button and then it is electronically doing that, you would have to grab this swing lever up here and you'd go whoosh, and it would do that shoving the tobacco in part. I think I got that around here still. I don't know. I think I gave that away to somebody else when I stopped smoking, I think is what I did.
Yeah, I think I got the same exact machine, except for mine has like a big hopper on top of it.
Yeah. Homeboy loads his hopper up and just goes.
Oh yeah, I can load it up and I can roll like 5 or 6 packs of cigarettes in just one load.
I do have a question for Virginia on that machine. Now, when it shoots it into the tube, is it packed in there nice and tight, or is it real loose?
It depends on, you see when she just tapped that down with her fingers, that depends on how hard you tap it down with your fingers and how much tobacco you put in it.
In this here, you want to distribute this really evenly. And and this is what I'm doing here, is making sure it's uniform all the way through, or else it's not going. This is the empty tube.
Right.
Going here. Now what's happening there, one second.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yep.
Can you, if you don't put like anything in your tray right now down there in that little loading trough, can you hit that button and will it just shoot the little injector out?
Yeah. So if you guys watch here.
I'm gonna put you full screen. Okay.
See it?
See, there it goes, money. So it's
that's like
a little piece.
A little trough.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a half pipe.
I have nothing in the trough. It's basically, it's getting more empty the more I do this. But that's what you feed this tube into.
And if you fill that little tray and push it down she pushes it down with her fingers, if she pushes it down too tight, then it won't push that ejector all the way out. It'll actually load half the cigarette and then it'll come back out. And if it did load the whole cigarette, you wouldn't be able to suck on it and get anything out of it.
There's a finesse to the way you pack this part of it, for sure.
That's the old style there, money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
that's a crank.
I paid $80 for this, believe it or not.
How long ago?
And
like a long time ago?
Over 3-4 years ago.
Oh,
so
wow.
I bought it to share with a buddy of mine, and I let him use it. There was a younger fellow that used it on top of that, and
put your full screen
down in here.
Yep.
See these right here?
Yeah.
It wants to pop off right there.
Looks like that little tab's been out.
Yeah. Well, when I went to go and use it, I was kind of perturbed. I was like,
well, maybe that's God's way of telling you to quit smoking. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying, let me go back and get my coffee. Yep. All right, man. This coffee's some good shit.
But anytime, okay, so sometimes it would pack them loose and sometimes it would pack them too tight. So there was no right in between.
Yeah, there's a finesse to learning that automatic machine. And I seen the exact machine that Virginia has is the same machine I have. And I seen one on Marketplace, brand new in the box, never used, for $60. And I probably should have bought it, but I didn't.
Yeah, I know that is just later on you kind of have that, where that's almost instant regret, where you're like, damn it, if I just made.
I've got one and I'm trying to quit, so I'm hoping maybe I'll quit before mine breaks.
Yeah, it's something that's really awesome. To each their own, of course. I tried to quit for about 20 years, and then I gave up on the 2nd of January of this year. But some of you already know that, but no conviction, obviously. I'm just saying that, I still
So you're saying you quit?
Yeah, quit cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I do, if on occasion or something, a little bit of tobacco as almost something to make other things burn smoother is what I'm going to say. To make the more natural substance burn smoother. A lot of people will find, not myself particularly, but I have this friend that uses some of that to mix with some of the natural stuff. And then, but that would be amazing. That machine that VA's got there as well would be incredible at that as well. Just sorting out and pre-rolling for yourself in a very stylish. But I do think there's a certain art, of course, to rolling it as well, to hand rolling. But at the same time, if you can hand roll, great. And it's awesome to have that. You never lose that craft. But having a machine like that just makes it so much more convenient, It's good to be able to do both ways. But I think it's very awesome being able to make a whole couple of them like that. And, specifically when going on a hike or camping or something, I can't ever advocate for anybody using any natural substances. And I only do ever use, if I am to use any substances, it would always be natural, for many reasons, of course. But quitting cigarettes was something that really helped me quite a lot in what I'm doing at the moment. I've been a lot more fit and stuff like that too. But as I say, it took me 20 years. So if somebody still smokes, I get it completely. It's such a horrible thing to quit. And I always say to myself that I'm just about to quit, and I'll quit next month, and then I never did it. And for a year, I said that to myself, and then finally.
Yeah. Grumpy, to answer your question, it is cigarettes or Marlboro around here are $7 a pack, and I use pipe tobacco and roll my own like Virginia's doing, and I can roll them for 60 cents a pack.
That's my hand roll.
That's pretty good. I used to be able to do that when I was way younger, when I used to smoke the natural stuff.
Does it have a
Well,
does it have a
actually,
filter in it?
no. That's actually I ran out of my. I usually like rice paper, and these are actually tops. So this is actually just a regular straight up tops bugler type paper. So,
Yeah.
but that's dude. I mean I've rolled. Well, I mean I've been locked up twice. So there's that. Not to mention the whole being just kind of on the downs of money wise, and so taking the cheaper way of getting a can of bugler, or nowadays you buy bags of tobacco. I remember back when you used to go buy a can of bugler or a can of top, you get Bull Durham.
Yeah, the good thing, Grumpy, too, with rolling the tobacco like Virginia's doing is she's also using pipe tobacco, so there's not as many chemicals as in what's in a Marlboro.
Well, a carton of Marlboros in Missouri just went up $3 more.
You can see right here it says premium pipe tobacco. And
yeah, they can't do menthol in cigarettes anymore, can they?
No. And if I got a can of this, it would be about $60 for a can this size. In my state, a pack is $10 a pack at least.
Wow.
I encourage all people to quit. I am not encouraging this habit. If you cannot quit or you're not ready to, find a way to save 90% and put, at $10 a pack, that's 50 cents a cigarette. So I have rolled 8,400 in the amount of time I've had this. There's a little counter right here. That's $3,700 in about 7 months.
I absolutely love that it's got a counter. That's great that it actually counts it for you. That's just pretty interesting, just for observation. Sorry, go ahead, Bia. Sorry.
Biox wants to know, is that a robe or a smoking jacket?
Oh, this is my Hello Kitty. Bioxo knows what this is.
I'm just saying what he typed. He said, is that a robe or a smoking jacket?
Virginia is not encouraging everyone to not quit or anything. She's just showing the hand model,
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
I may have to turn the MRS onto that. Even buying cartons on the res, it's a wallet buster. Oh yeah,
$12.50 a pack. Whew.
Golly, Bioxo, where are you at?
Florida, right?
Oh.
Is that Florida?
Where are you at, Box?
When I
61, 62, somewhere there in Missouri right now for Marlboros for the kind I get, and that'd be about the last carton I get. I'm gonna go back to rolling known.
So back in January when I did go to Florida, that's something I didn't do in Florida was buy cigarettes.
New York.
Oh, New York? Yeah.
Ooh, New York. On the way there, I stopped in Georgia, and I had a coupon for $25 off of a carton of Marlboros. So I did buy a carton of Marlboros, and it cost me like $36 or $37 with that coupon. And when I bought it, the lady behind the counter, she said, "Oh, I got one of them coupons back here if you want it." I'm like, "Sure, okay." And she gave me the same coupon back, basically. And I give it to a friend that's in Florida, and they're like, "Oh my God, thank you so much." I mean, it's like a lifesaver to them. It's like, that's $25, you know? I'm not going to use it, you know?
Man, I couldn't finish that. That damn top paper is just so...
Ooh, rough.
Yeah.
A little more harsh than the 1.5s or the 1.0s.
I gotta say, nowadays I see like that, and I sit there and go, how the hell did I smoke for like 40 freaking years? I have no idea. But...
Wow, $100 a carton. Whew. $7 tax on a pack.
Yeah.
And there's 20 cigarettes in a pack, and there's 10 of them, so that's 200 cigarettes.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we got?
That's 50 cents a cigarette.
Yep.
Local natural tobacco is quite something. Yeah.
I get a bag of tobacco for $15, and I can roll between 5 and 6 cartons out of a bag because I get the supersized bags. And then the tubes they come in a pack of 250, and they're like $2.60 for 250 of them.
There you go. Well, I tell you, when I went through phases actually in my process of the quitting, because I kind of had gotten, because of the money thing, and went from name brand into rolling my own. Did the whole machine, kept doing that, did that for the longest time, and then I actually stopped doing that because I kind of thought, damn, I've already done this before in my life. I'm not gonna keep rolling. Well, then the Indians around here, the Seneca tribe, puts out us cigarettes, and so they were real cheap. I mean, couple bucks kind of thing. And so, matter of fact, what was it? It was like $12.50 for a carton of like little cigar type things. And so then I started smoking those. They had vanilla flavor, and I thought, there we go, I'll just do that. Well, that shit I think is actually kicked in a little worse. But that's what I was smoking when I decided to quit and just started vaping. The vaping, it kind of gave me something to do as far as my mental memory that I've got used to doing. And after eating the whole 9 yards, waking up, watching a movie, thinking, I do that now holding this mod in my hand instead of a cigarette.
Yeah, Bioxo said them's $25 a carton now.
Grumpy, okay, I think that's the Hawkmatic.
Alrighty, Biox. Be safe, brother. Smile.
I don't know the other number or anything. Virginia could tell you.
Yeah, mine is a little different than Virginia's because mine does not have a counter.
Okay, Grumpy Acres, this is the Hawkmatic Plus.
I'll take you full screen, Virginia. There you go.
So, that's what it looks like.
Hawkmatic.
And on right here it says Plus. Nowadays I think it's the Plus 2. But whatever the case, there are other brands very similar, and they have this counter right here.
One quick sec, Virginia. Hey, Box, I'll try to get with you, brother. And since you've got a flavor issue up there, maybe I can help you out, and we'll just kind of do something on the back end, because I'm all about the vaping too, brother. All right, go ahead, Virginia. He was going to work. I just wanted to get that out real quick.
Oh, no, all good. Love me some Bioxo. I'll see you soon, Bioxo. So yeah, anyway, there's a counter here. If I push this button, it'll reset the whole thing. I've never pushed it yet, but Hawkmatic is what this is. Like I said, there are other comparable models. It's made in China, so there are a million different names for this, but this is what it looks like, and has a tray.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's called the Powermatic 2.
Yeah, you have the same thing. It's just Powermatic instead of Hawkmatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Virginia being on Ron's stream with you, and you was debating on whether to have a rolling contest with me and you and Ron, and I said, no, y'all might not want to do that.
Yeah, we did. We all got them around the same time, kind of.
Hey, what's up, Mikey? Morning. Welcome to the virtual living room.
Good morning, Mikey. Good morning, Kim. I think I seen her in there a while ago.
Well, I smoke Senecas and they smell like ass. If I can get her onto something else for cheaper, it's a win for everybody. Yeah, let's see. What did they call? I forgot the one. What they called the ones I did. It wasn't the actual. It was the Seneca Tribe, and I know what the regular Seneca cigarettes you're talking about. But these were. Damn, I can't remember what them little cigar things were that they made. Man, it just kind of went blank. I can't do PTO or PTA.
You'll think of it in a minute.
Oh, okay, brother. Got you, man.
You know, Rescue, we had a company here locally called Kentucky's Best Cigarettes, and I personally have been to that warehouse. I know the guy that ran it, that owned it, that started it. He was a local farmer, and of course he was a millionaire as it was, but he ended up sending a whole truckload of cigarettes to Louisiana illegally and got busted for it. And he ended up with like 5 years in prison. And he tried every way to get out of it, and nope. He was trying to avoid the taxes and stuff on it.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know how many loads he'd done that with and got away with. I have no idea, but...
Oh, shoot, dude. I remember growing up. I want to say it was... I can't remember how far back it was, but, man, you'd hear stories where people would get popped doing the PX runs and shit like that. They would go off in a PX and fill up their trunks and stuff, you know, using that, but then they would take them and sell them on the back end of stores. Well, then you'd catch the guys, and it was kind of funny because, you know, now you see it, it's like in some kind of movie or something, but back then you'd see them actually pull up out front, go in and start looking around and pick up the cigarettes, looking at the end, and then next thing you know, they'd cuff a guy. They actually went to jail, and it was like, what happened? Oh, man, he was selling the cigarettes without the stamp on the bottom, and it'd be like, oh, shit, no shit. You know, okay, well, don't get caught with any of those. I mean, it was crazy. I was going to say, who was I going to say something to? Oh, Brian said I roll my own smokes too, but I hate it when cherry falls out and onto my clothes. Got to make sure to pack them well. Well, this is true. You got to pack them. And Kim said, thank you. To get off topic, I wish somebody would help me figure out how to feed these cats. I got them off of the cans. They don't really like people food, and I can't hardly get decent dry food. Okay, I'm just, let's see, what time is it? Is it really, it might be too early for me, I think, because somehow, I'm not sure, but I'm not sure what else is left on the table, because I got them off of the cans, so then there's no more canned food.
So they're not eating canned food no more.
Yeah, no more canned food. They don't like people food, so that eliminates any people food. And you can't hardly get decent dry food. So there's no canned food. So that's the wet food. There's no people food. And now there's no dry food. And I'm really not sure what's left unless you want to throw them out in the lake and see if they can get a fish on their own.
Who to holler?
Like I said, take them catfishing. Sorry.
What are we catfishing?
Well, so Kim said, thank you. To get off topic, I wish somebody would help me figure out how to feed these cats. I got them off the cans. They don't really like people food, and I can't hardly get decent dry food. So I did a little pokey fun at the whole, but there's no canned food, so no moist food, no dry food, and no people food. And so I'm not quite sure what's left on the edible table.
Right? Field rats?
Right. I mean, it's
the local Chinese restaurant.
Yes.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't crucify me.
Listen here, meow.
Hear me out.
Yeah, I will say the way you said
what
it
was you
again,
saying?
Kim, if you've got feral cats, then they're used to hunting and stuff, so they're going to want meat. They're not just, I mean, which I could tell you now, they might not eat the dry food right now, but they can't go hunt nothing. They get hungry. Oh, they'll eat it. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a local group of cats. I don't know what you'd call a tribe or pack of cats. What would that direct term be for a group of them? A group of cats is called I don't know.
I guess a pack.
Feral cats. Yeah, a pack of.
A feral of cats.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
what do they call it?
Cats.
Isn't it like a what's lions and isn't that
Pride.
Well, that's a pride. Yeah, that's a
Well,
pride. But I
guess
think
it'd be
that's
like a-
specific to lions. You think it's a pride of cats? That'd be pretty cool.
No, I gotta say, probably around here, because I know there's a tomcat out here who straight up whoops any of them, or they all act around different around him. So there's definitely apparently one that acts like he runs the shit.
That is pretty awesome. Yeah, there's a pride of kittens, a pride of cats around here locally. That I was going to explain that there's a specific group of them that's moved off into the bushveld, right? And because of the bush and because of the dangers that are out there, they actually become very aggressive, and they almost look mangy to a degree. We try to, the conservation tries to assist with the problem where they do breed too much, and there's we've got to try and relocate them as well, and there's a whole bunch of things that go into it. But there are some ridiculously fearsome looking cats that are around here, and that is all I was saying, is that there's like a version of bush cat. It's very strange.
I just looked it up. A group of cats is called a clouder.
Spell it.
CLOWDER.
Next time the topic comes up, I'm going to sound a lot smarter next time.
No, actually, what you're going to have is then you're going to have a lot of people going, "What?
What's a clouder?"
What's a clouder?" I'd probably go with a pack. A herd.
Is that specifically domestic cats?
Yeah, Monty, was that specifically for domestic cats?
Or was it a type of wild cat? Or
And was that the Urban Dictionary?
right?
And
We
was
know all
that-
about that, don't we, Virginia?
Excellent
Was that
resource.
pre-2000? Was that post-2000?
No, it's right up here. It's got a picture of some domestic cats, and it says clouder.
Oh,
The
Wow.
Coinda Cat Resort. I don't know.
What do you call a pride of clouders?
I
So
will, Kim, I would say a recipe as far as cats, and if it's like you said, they will eat a little chicken and turkey and a teeny bit of ham. Well, that's there you go. I mean, just throw them chicken and turkey. I mean, I don't.
I'd say for a recipe, ask the local Chinese place.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then there's no. I don't know, what recipe would you do? I mean,
They won't touch ground beef.
well, if they don't do people food, then you're not going to want to mix it, so you're not going to probably do like any kind of vegetable or like a turkey
Right.
stew type thing, because
A
they don't like
bunch of-
that. They don't
a
like
bunch of-
moist food. Go ahead, Money.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just, if they don't like moist food, then you're not going to want to just like chicken or turkey and gravy mix.
How about milk?
No. Well, what about raw meat?
Well, apparently they don't like ground beef. They will not touch ground beef.
Raw fish, fresh.
Well, and actually, she said something about that. What was it? It was something. I'm going to start fishing. They don't like tuna no more. It's too salty and really not good for them. And then that's when she said that they eat the chicken. So apparently they did do the tuna, but they don't like it anymore. I think maybe they're spoiled too a little bit, Kim. So
Oh, damn.
I'm kind of going with,
Yeah, right?
they've kind of had the whole
Good
Luby's
call.
buffet, and you're trying to isolate that one spice that they like really well.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh, no, Tony. Spam? No way. Have you seen the price of spam?
Yeah.
Oh, my
It's
gosh.
almost
I can't-
easier to make your own spam.
Yeah, that's crazy.
a bunch of kittens is called a Kindle.
A Kindle of kittens.
Oh, I thought that's what Amazon had.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too.
Fire.
Tony Lee, they're not that stupid.
I just call a bunch of cats. I just call them a bunch of pussies.
A bunch of cats. It's a herd, a pack. Plus, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Domestically, I call it a pain in the ass.
Right.
That's what I call it. I know that in town, when we lived in town, there was like 27 cats or some shit is what it ended up being. And it was like, this is out of control.
Wow.
Yeah. They can become a really big issue if you actually, because of the way that they breed. If you don't take care of your cats when you have them, and that's what it's about. It's about being responsible pet owners, making sure that you, like, as your cats get a bit older, making sure that if you do want a litter from them, then sure, whatever, but making sure that it stays under control. Because if you don't have cats under control, anybody that's had this situation as well would know easily that 2 cats turn into like 2, specifically if it's a female cat or 2, like when they've got kittens as well, then you get more kittens, and then the other cats like breed obviously, and then it just gets out of control extremely quickly. So just being like responsible, specifically when it comes to being like cat owners, is something that's important. And of course, they do come with an enormous amount of health benefits that are usually not spoken about. And you can look this up extensively, and there's been a lot of research that's been done on it when it comes to the health benefits of having cats around. And somebody can obviously not. Yes, absolutely. And that's one of the big things, the immune system as well. And then just in general, your heart rate. Having a cat near you is actually good for your heart rate.
Actually,
there's been a lot of studies. Sorry, go ahead.
It makes mine go up, but then that's.
Well,
I mean, I don't have a dislike for cats. I mean, whoever has their pet, and that's their choice. I don't give a shit if it's a goldfish, as long as they treat it as a good pet, But around here, because the feral cats and people that have domestic cats just running loose, believe it or not, cats are actually pretty lethal for some dogs, because the spray that a cat will do, male feral cats do, will actually cause dogs to break out on their paws. They have a reaction to the cat urine and the spray, that scent that they put out.
Right.
And it affects, from what I've picked up so far with having this one here, latest, it's boxers, more related to like a boxer breed. And I don't know if that like goes into some deeper branch or nothing. I just know that he's half pit and half boxer, and it's the boxer side is what's picking up. And it's, at first we thought it was just allergies, and then with the vet, we tried some stuff, and some of the steroid shot will help keep it down, but I don't like giving him those, because then that's just like, okay, well, here, let me go stick this in your ass all the time, and that's not a solution. But then we kind of got to looking in. Well, I've been watching with the cameras, and it's all these damn feral cats, because they literally will go to every spot that he's used to going to the bathroom in the corners and stuff. They go and they intentionally go on his spots, and it's become a thing now. And but yeah, it kind of, that and ringworm and shit like that they can carry things that they don't suffer from, but they can pass on. So that's why I don't know. I got a thing about feral cats. I don't care about shit that belongs there, but just because people are lazy and want to take things and then they don't want to take care of it. If you pick a living human, if you just pick a living thing to take care of, then by God, step up or step out. I mean, just don't do it.
That's what it's about. It's exactly that. It's being responsible.
If it's a lizard. Yeah, if it's a lizard, take care of the damn lizard. I don't care what it is.
Good morning, Chef Kicker.
Hey, T-Girl. There you are. How are you, man?
Morning, Chef. Morning, T.
Yeah, T-Girl has a good point, too.
Well, whether it's a dog or a cat, going along with what Guardian was saying to a degree, that there are health benefits to companions. There are feral cats and there are wild dogs, and that's all over the place. But
right.
As far as having a companion, it's good for your health. It's good, if you hate cats, don't get one of those. But it's good for your blood pressure. It'll reduce it. And having that companionship, like another living thing. In Japan, they actually have little dogs and cats, whatever you like, that are essentially little AI robot furries that are just companions. They'll just sit there, they might purr or they might kind of bark and look at you or whatever, but they're not actual animals. And these people live longer, they're happier, they have stronger physical health. It's just this connection that we feel the need to have. And it's funny because sometimes it can be with an inanimate object and still be valid for your well-being.
That's true.
Kim said, I thought this was kind of funny too, but it started out funny, but then it ended up very interesting. I was like, oh, wow. So it says, I just thought maybe some of you survival people had a better way to feed spoiled indoor cats. You're exactly right. Did you all see that felon and his wife got arrested right up the road from me? So apparently the guard with the felon, that happened right up the road from her. Hey, wait, I got you. I'm sorry. I was multitasking and I was sucking at it. I'll just fess up and say it up front. I was trying to look at the panel to see who was saying what and who's backstage, and it just wasn't going well.
So in Japan, they got robot cats.
Yeah.
Is that because they have no more cats?
No, it's because Japan has an elderly population that is greater than their youth culture and population. Women did not enter the workforce till the last 1 or 2 generations. So now they have a birth rate shortage because all of a sudden women are going into the workforce and don't want to just, it's partially that elderly are going to outnumber new generations coming in shortly. So they have cornered the market on how to keep these folks entertained, how to care for them, how to, do this or that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, did I come back to robot cats?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Because I was hearing about feral cats.
Yeah.
And how they've managed to, find a secret weapon against dogs, and then I came back to robot cats, and I was confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were talking about having a good recipe for them. Do you have a good recipe for them, Milkmaid?
Reminds me
For what? Cats?
Well, that's actually
Cats.
where it was kind of going off of Kim, because it's wanted a kind of like a recipe to feed spoiled indoor cats that don't like canned cat food, that don't like people food, and that hard to find dry food. But then she also was talking about the felon, and the lady that got arrested was right down the road from her. So then that became kind of a just take a shot. Hell, it don't matter. Just throw a dart somewhere. We'll go.
Throw a dart.
Game, yard dart.
Right?
Just throw a yard dart. We'll see where
We should have a word dartboard.
So that kind of reminds me of the '90s song "Kitty on the Floor" and I want to touch it.
Monty, you're alone on that one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I got question marks, that's all.
Yeah, me too.
Right.
Well, Tony, if cats eat dog food, then they'll start barking, and I think it causes some kind of medical issues. But
Guardian.
It would be like the Cadbury egg commercial where the lion roars, but it's like a bark. I'm like,
Thank you,
yeah,
Mr.
they
Mr.
can
Bean.
and they will.
Grumpy.
Dave Wolf.
For real. Yeah, I when it comes to feeding cats, like I just give them cat food, and if they don't eat it, then they go hunt, and life moves on for the most part.
that's it. That's survival 101 for cats.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to tighten the belt strap, homie. Either
They'll
get up
find
and go to
something.
work or go hungry. That's the way it
Yeah,
works.
there was also a comment that came up earlier about the fact that, between cats if you happen to pass away, and there are cats around, of course, this is a bit of a morbid topic, so I won't go too extensively into it. But I will say that it isn't only cats. As loyal as dogs are, and as amazing of an animal as a dog is, and I'll always be like a huge advocate for for dogs in general. But I will say that in a severe situation, a dog will also do the same thing. A dog, if there is no other way and there's no food. I'm not saying every single time, maybe there will be exceptions. There's exceptions to every single rule. But I'm saying that in a situation like that, the animal instinct takes over and you are no longer with them, and they will either, they'll even cannibalize other species of their own type, but they will, most of the time, if your pets will come for you when you're no longer alive anymore, over a certain duration, if it's a long enough period of time. But most of the time that isn't the case, because people are found, loved ones find them and that type of thing. But there is a dark side to that, which I won't go down too much.
Yeah. I mean, we used to have people would just dump dogs that they didn't want anymore along our road. And we'd find them. And they actually, hunted and did all of that. Our dogs used to do that, go out into the fields and hunt. They weren't very good at it, so they mostly got the baby bunnies and stuff like that.
Monty's like, I'm a hunting dog.
Morning, Huda.
No, I'm going to raise my hand, though.
Morning, everybody, by the way. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever that falls. Want to just make sure in case I missed somebody that's come in.
You ever notice that when Milkmaid come back up, it's sounding like Cinderella right now, because I hear the birds in the background.
They're working hard keeping the internet going. That's
right?
why she's able to talk.
Right?
The deer and the bunnies, they're like...
Nightingale.
Oh, I love that song.
Right?
But I didn't notice the bird sound until after she came up there. So it's like, yeah, they're hard.
Yeah, and the squirrels are sitting over there on the fence post too.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I can just get them to come in the house and clean it with me, I'm going to have this made.
Well, I thought you were supposed to be dancing around, spinning in circles while you're doing that shit.
It's not dancing with woods, it's dancing with the wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't meaning that bad.
Oh, no.
Hey, I've been up here for an hour. So I've had my YouTube experience. Much love to y'all. God bless.
Oh, did I scare him off?
No.
So Grumpy said, I empathize with
YouTube.
Kim. Finicky eaters can be a real problem if they can't be turned out to fend for themselves. Yeah,
right.
Yes, but
it does suck.
Keep well, Monty.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't churn them out. Are you actually really
There you
leaving
go.
money?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, because you said that, but then she goes, "Oh, are you leaving?" And you're like, "No," and it's like, "Okay, well then you're not." Okay, well later, brother.
No, I really am. I've had my
Have a
hour
good
of
day.
YouTube for 2 or 3 days now. So
Bye, Monty.
Good to see you again, Monty.
Yep. Good seeing everybody. Chat. Much love. God bless. Later.
Later, brother.
Oh, wait.
Look after yourself out there, Monty.
Oh,
Sorry.
crap. See you, Monty.
But I will say, following up, so that it's not that you're churning them out to fend for themselves, okay? Because if they're indoor cats, then they don't know how to do all that, so you don't stress them out on that. But I will say, when it comes to the dry food or the moist food, well, whatever's available, and that's survival tip 101 is called, this is what's available. It's healthy. It's not a matter of what you like, it's what you need. So there you go. And when you reach that level, it'll be there waiting for you.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was with my kids.
Yeah, it kind of works that way. I was told that as a kid. This is what was made for supper. This is what it is.
Right.
And it's amazing when you're not really like offered up all these other options and other ways to address it. You just kind of sit down and go, okay, so yeah, today I did this. Okay, I eat it. And you just kind of eat whatever was made.
Oh,
You
shit.
know-
That's why I learned how to cook. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you get to choose your own food when you cook for the most
Right.
part.
No.
And that's what kids did when they got older. I mean, they still liked my cooking, but they started doing stuff in the kitchen. Like my youngest loves to bake. My oldest loved to make Asian food because she was obsessed
absolutely obsessed with Japanese culture. So she wanted to make Japanese food. And she'd even go buy her own ingredients and stuff. Like miso paste and all kinds of stuff.
Right.
That last comment Kim had, I agree that's going to be a problem here sooner than later. Is it took her 4 different stores to get 12 heads of lettuce, and she cooks for a living. And that's what I'm saying is going to end up happening is the local restaurants and stuff are going to be running out of this stuff.
Where are you at, Kim?
Good question.
Close to Evansville, Indiana, obviously, if that's where.
No, well, where's
They
Kim
was-
from? Or
No, that's
general
what I'm
area.
saying. Close to that because that's where that they was arrested or whatever.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Or Central Indiana.
Yeah, Grumpy, that's
rather, I
not a
should
half
say.
bad idea.
Well, see, that's different around here. So far, the stores, I guess they've had it, but see, we also got a lot of farmer markets of people doing stuff, and they'll start picking back up. I don't use a lot of lettuce, so I don't know. I just kind of, yeah. Wonder how many Cisco trucks are making run-ins nowadays. But
Right.
their rotation is slowed down a little bit.
They're still
Well-
running, but I'd say they just don't have as much on their truck.
Like the little mom and pop gas station, they have a deli, and she's had issues for, the last 2 years, honestly, getting everything that she normally would get before. And like we went out to eat for Mexican, and what my husband ordered, they had to come out and say, well, we don't have that. Can we substitute this? It's definitely going to be a thing.
Right.
Well, our local Kroger has a problem keeping bologna in stock. You can get the beef bologna,
Right.
but when it comes to the regular bologna, they have a hard time keeping it in stock.
That's baloney.
That's a bunch of baloney.
Second of all, who buys baloney to the degree that you know baloney?
Somebody or is full of baloney.
A Kentucky hillbilly, I can tell you.
All right.
Actually, cream cheese and sour cream have been in short supply.
Mhm.
Yes. I agree. The cream cheese especially.
Yeah.
Speaking of supply,
Mm-hmm. Look at that cluster of red.
Look at all them little round circles, because those are all the anchored ones. These are big.
now where's it? Is that Texas?
No, this is Shanghai right here. So this
Oh,
is
it's over in Wingwong.
yeah, this is where everything isn't coming from. See, look at all them
See?
anchored ships all up in here. Those are, when they're round, they're anchored. They're not moving. It's now when they're like these right here. I'll put this in this center, like this little boat right here. See, that position was received 12 hours ago. Well, he's headed this way, like the way I'm moving my mouse over this way.
Yeah.
And you can tell by the direction. Like this one that's up in here, he's headed out. But these that are sitting next to him, those are round, they're anchored.
Now what's the red ones?
The reds are tankers. So the green ones are cargo ships. So that's your cargo containers, and the red ones are your tankers.
Wow, there's a lot of cargo ships there.
Yeah, because this is Shanghai. So see, this is
Wow.
and all these, like up in this canal, these are all anchored, all these damn ships. And as I zoom in, you'll see that that's not no little bit of ships. That's a lot of boats.
Well, they say the channel is locked down.
And so you come on out, and now we're going to just keep zooming. So just stay with me, and we'll go out, and here comes the global picture. See, this is all just right outside Shanghai and shit. Then you come on down, here it comes. It's going to get worse. Yeah, here's Taiwan right here. So you have this whole east coast, but these boats just ain't coming over here because this is where it branches off coming over here. And one more time. Here we are over here on the right side. And normally this is a nice thick band. As you can see, this big pool of ships over here around Shanghai and all that. And then you look at how thin it is going across the middle. And then over here by us, not too many green. We got some red coming because that's what's coming from over here in Venezuela and shit. And so then right here is Texas. This is the port. So here's our tankers coming in with all that Venezuelan shit. Actually, still probably remnants of the Russian shit still that he bought right before he said we're not going to do that anymore. It's like, whatever, you scamming. So, but the green ships are these cargo ships. And as you can see, we go over here to California. Yeehaw. Here's San Francisco. So these ships are just anchored. And as you can see, there's not shit waiting to come in and unload for nothing. You come on down here to Long Beach. Yeah, there's not a lot of ships out here waiting to come in and unload, but there's some anchored that are not moving. San Diego and Cedar, these are anchored cargo ships. These are anchored tanker ships. It just, and that's why I say, and I've said it before, I'll say it again just because, well, I don't know, repeat, but it don't make a shit if this little dude comes out today and goes, I totally screwed up and I'm changing everything back like it was. There's still a tsunami of shit coming because there's nothing coming right now, and that's fixing to, the impact of that's fixing to start hitting.
Yeah.
It's hitting in so many areas. It's ridiculous.
Well, for everybody to know, it also takes about 2 months to get product from China to here via cargo vessel or container ship, I should say. I used to haul containers when I had my own truck and my own authority and stuff.
I've been noticing, like my husband's stressed because everything keeps getting bumped back more and more because he's scheduling, he's scheduling contractors or subcontractors to come and work on these houses. But the supply is running out and getting kicked back further and further, which means they're going to be losing lots of money.
Yeah.
Now, what's the blue?
Passenger vessels.
Oh, gotcha.
They still on tree.
Yeah.
Look at this. Now you want to, okay, so since we're talking about food and shit, so just put this in perspective for you.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a good one for you. So this right here, you see this, you see the map right now? Okay, ready for this? That's just fishing vessels. Yeah, buddy. So when you've seen them shows like the, what is it called, Sea Wolf and stuff, where they're out there trolling and they're trying to stop the Japanese and Chinese trolling ships. Well, there you go.
Huh. Oh, wow. Kim said $5 for gas.
Take that, go to Pleasure Craft. Hey, there's a little stream right across New Zealand. Across here, some pleasure crafts. Look, they're up. Them damn Aussies got all their little pleasure craft along the coastline over there. I see what's that.
Yeah, you notice how there's hardly anything on my side regarding any of this. Like, if you look at it, like,
right?
It's always very empty and light, and it's not too much. Around Cape Town, you'll find some activity, but yeah, You see the difference between where you guys are there, and we're able to speak like instantly. Still amuses me. The fact that we can like speak instantly to each other, and I'm like, go to South Africa there, quickly rescue, like the bottom. You see, now I'm located right. You see where the middle is at the bottom, roughly around there somewhere. Like in the middle at the bottom. Go down further. Yeah, somewhere around there. I'm going to tell you exactly where, but that's pretty close to where I'm at. And then, so it's like very far from you guys.
Port Elizabeth to the right.
Yeah, that's very close. That's very close to where I'm at. And so is Cape Town.
Morning, little possum.
So that's the natural reserve. So what is that called? Swartberg?
Yes, Swartberg. If you go and look at most of the places where there's human life, you can actually see that half of our country is almost barren. Half of our country has very little human life to it. If you scroll out quickly, I'll tell you something. So like all across on the eastern side, we've got a lot of people, and then in the middle there as well, in the middle to the right at the top, like go up a bit with the mouse.
Less.
Yeah, if you like Joburg, Gauteng area and that type of thing. But go back to the ships. That's really interesting what you're doing. I'm just saying like it's really far from us to each other.
Sure. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna put the cargo container things back on yours and see what's happening. So there's the traffic happening for you. There's Port Elizabeth, and you got your Cape Town. A stream.
Yeah, I live extremely. I live very close.
Have a lot right up here, Guardian. Where
that's the side where I was saying that's actually some of the wild coast. That is beautiful territory that you're looking at there. That is untouched. A lot of it is untouched is not very much human activity there at all, and it's just absolute there's a lot of desert there too though. There's so much desert, and then there's bushy terrain as well. So in a survival situation, most people are always going to be trying to evade people. You're trying to get away from congestion as much as possible, and that's where you'd be going. Right where you're looking now. If you were in South Africa along the coast, you'd be heading this way, where there's the less people possible. And same thing applies where you guys are in the US. Always just look at your map, look at the human activity map, and understand where a lot of people are, and go the opposite direction in case of and I'm sorry to say that you might not agree with that always, but I'm saying that have a community ready, your own community, help as many people as you possibly can. But realistically, people over time are going to become the biggest threat. We all know this. So try and evade people like a plague.
Hey, Guardian, Guardian, you know where we're going to go then?
I got you, brother.
We're going to all go to Mexico.
It's not a bad idea. I've seen a zombie movie. There was a zombie series. What were we watching where they went down to Mexico? It started off in the US. What was that?
Fear the Walking Dead?
No, not Fear the Walking Dead. It was a different one. I think so. Combination or something. Yeah.
So most of y'all's
Z Nation. I think it was Z Nation.
Yes, Bushido. Z Nation, correct. 100%, bro.
Looks like most of your trade comes from Spain up and around there. Looks like it's coming down that coastline is where most of your shit comes that way, or from over here from where is it? Malaysia. Looks like a lot of your cargo comes from Malaysia. It looks like down towards you guys, right into your main ports, and then it gets out of what is that second one?
Well, and that's probably just to get around that the peninsula of the South Africa rescue. Truthfully, a lot of that's coming to us and South America.
Yeah, we've got good trade alliances with you guys. We have obviously the whole world is interconnected to some degree, but as you guys can see through, if you look right at the top of the African continent and you see all that activity, do you know how sensitive that area is and how easy it is to kind of completely? There are countries, I won't speak of the countries specifically, but from a tactical perspective, there are countries in that region around Europe in general, around Spain. In the Middle East, there's a lot of countries that because of those waterways, you can shut them off and essentially completely eliminate the countries. I don't know if you are familiar with how familiar you are with Iran. Iran is actually in in a situation, unfortunately, where, well, fortunately, unfortunately, whatever way you want to see it, just as a country, geographically, they are very, very sensitive to the fact that people could cut them off quite easily.
Actually,
just using waterways.
Well, that's what's
Guardian,
got the
it's
Black Sea
funny you would
kind of
mention that.
followed it.
But I've actually done that deployment, the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. And
yes, bro.
UAE right there. I lived that actually for a while, so I know the feeling. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's interesting to know that they are, they're just like almost so susceptible to any sort of blockades, and it's a shit show. Sorry for the language.
They're pretty much already shut down. They're given so much space, and it's extremely narrow where UAE and Iran. It takes a little turn right there in the Strait of Hormuz, then it opens up again. If you look at it on a map, you'll see exactly what we're talking about here. But yeah, that's the VBSS teams, which I was on. We search every ship that goes outside of that little friendly cush space that we give them, and they're pretty much already on lockdown. I mean, they were 15 years ago, 20 years ago, much less today.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Something else about the region that I wanted to share is if you know what's happening with the equator at the moment, there's a warm, almost a green belt that goes around the equator, right? And it provides a lot of agricultural advantages. It allows for a large amount of, prospective agriculture. So what's happening right now is it's moving to the north. The entire green belt. So what's going to be happening, that's the same reason why Siberia at the moment is opening up. And Russia as a superpower within the future, I know we don't discuss Russia, Ukraine at the moment. I'm not speaking about that fiasco. I'm just saying that in the future, with Russia's arable land, they will be gaining an extraordinary large amount of arable land in the near future. Not in the near future, but it's coming.
Yeah. Which was how it was 1,000 years ago. So
yeah,
it's back to normal. This is it's so funny that we keep talking about global warming when actually we're experiencing global cooling, because the global warming happened at about 1000 AD. We're now going back to the regular trend instead of the other way around. And we just came off of an ice age, I mean, it's pretty wild, like how much we think we understand this climate thing, but you need to look at geologists to understand how all that works, because they got it on lockdown. I mean, they know exactly when all the warming and cooling periods happen, because the stones tell all,
Well, the biggest problem as well is some of the plagues that could be released as the cooling continues, as some of the ice melts. There is a lot of things underneath that ice that could potentially cause a lot of damage to humanity very quickly, in fact.
I read an article about that where they were excited that there was life that was frozen in the ice, and they said, this is so exciting, it's extinct cellular, on the protozoa level kind of. And I was like, that's freaking terrifying. That the next MRSA bacteria could just be sitting in the ice waiting to just take over the world.
They've already found smallpox out there, brother. They already found mass amounts of smallpox within some of the animals as well, because it's all frozen, of course. So it's all kept perfectly, right? And then when it starts, there are so many SHTF scenarios that are plausible, and that's why I absolutely don't understand why there aren't much more preppers throughout the world. I think that the last 2 years scenario kind of assisted people in understanding why. It kind of took that fringe aspect away from it to a degree, which is great for people that are that minded. But the fact that even after that, there are still people who deny the fact that things could ever get out of hand again, Look how quickly that all fell apart. And whether it was politically driven or not, whatever the case is, there was a serious situation that occurred quite recently. And, the chances and likelihood, specifically with some of the people at the top, I've always had the belief that one of the biggest threats is always the capability for like us to be screwed over just by online means. Like if you take down the grid, then it's I don't even need to go down this road. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, what I say is, imagine if we don't have to imagine something new. Let's imagine if the Spanish flu happened today, and 100 years ago we got hit with the Spanish flu. But if it happened today with our population density and our methods of travel and how much more fluid we can travel in global society today, the Spanish flu would have killed everyone if it happened today.
So I'm going to tell you something. There's certain people in the world that, as terrible as they may be, are worth giving a watch and worth listening to and worth watching. Sharp being one of them at the moment. I'm not going to go down that road, but I'm saying that there are people specifically that you need to watch what they're doing and what they've said. About half a decade ago, so about 6 years ago, there was a TED talk that was done, and Mr. Gates, he gave his opinion on what could potentially threaten humanity, right? And he said to everybody before the CD situation occurred.
You can say it.
Yeah.
Morning, Bridget.
Oh, when he slipped and said, "Oh, we've been practicing depopulation for years now," or whatever. Is that the one you're talking about?
All of that. That's all of that, exactly. And like that's the thing that's coming along down the road,
Yeah.
And he's warned now again. What happened is he just said, like the other day, is that we're definitely going to be experiencing another situation, but much more severe, like the one we just had. And he's been saying it for the longest time. Like, before I get too into conspiracies and all that type of thing, I am going to be able to have a bit of lunch here soon because I'm stopping my intermittent fasting. I've been doing that diet and it's going pretty interestingly. And just trying to lose a bit of that.
He sounds like he has to fuel up to go into the conspiracy mess. Like, before I go into conspiracy mode, I got to go eat and fuel up. And it's like, all right, you're up.
All right, catch you guys later though.
Later, bro.
Yeah, I'll see you later, man.
All right, bye.
Oh, he's so cool. What's up, Bug Out?
Nothing much, man. It sounds like I just missed some cool shit.
See you, Guardian, if you can still hear me.
It's been we've just thrown lawn darts. Where the hell did Virginia go?
She snuck out on us.
She tends to run away whenever I show up.
Can't imagine why. I do it sometimes.
But yeah, that
No, my internet hit.
Yeah, the shitternet's been giving her the fits.
This global kind of pandemic stuff that he was hinting on, and what he was just right before he basically hung up the phone. I do believe that with that same guy giving the speech at that TED talk that he was talking about, I think this was their pre-game scrimmage. They just wanted to see if they had enough tools in place to globally manage the population, and they did it. They tried it, and they're either in the back room right now saying, "Hey, that was a disaster," or they're saying, "Yep, we pulled it off. We controlled them just like how we wanted to. All right, now we're ready for the real one," And
it could be that. Hey, morning, Christina. And I will say there was something about Bridget up here. Bridget said, "Are there any large differences in port regs, globally, insurance, etc.?" I have no idea, Bridget, when it comes to all that. Monkey Works is usually who I kind of follow when it comes to what's going on with the whole logistics and the movement of things and air and marine traffic. And Monkey Works.
Well, he gets some stuff wrong too, though, man. You know?
Oh, well, he just does a better job at it than me, so.
And he does know, he knows what he's talking about, but there are so many routine flights, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I just want to, and I don't take his with it like all thing. It's just kind of want to get an idea of what's going on. That's who I'll kind of go through. That's all.
And one thing I noticed that he tends to drop the ball on sometimes, and I'm not talking smack about Monkey Works because I could not do what he does, because you got to be all about it to do a show like that, But
right.
the one thing I've noticed just from when I do listen to him that I'm like, dude, look at the day. The fiscal year, you're gonna see more money being spent than, you know, that, which is October, I think, right? Fiscal year. So October, November, December, January, you're gonna see more activity than the rest of the year. And whenever it's that time, he's freaking out like, man, we got flights, we got one plane going here, and this hasn't happened in years. But that some unit in, you know, Missouri just got the budget finally to send their reservists to a school that they needed to go to for 3 years now, and they finally got their guys there, and they used chartered a, you know, C-117 to get all their people there or whatever, you know. And it's like totally normal, but it's out of the ordinary.
Well, yeah, but we're in kind of weird times right now. And plus, it's like I say, people are going to find what they look for. So if your kind of narrative and your goggles that you have on are kind of painting this picture for you, well, then things are going to look like they're fitting along those lines. That's how
there are anomalies, though. He has found stuff that doesn't make sense. And that's and some of the stuff, it's kind of funny, man, because there's some stuff that he was talking about an unmarked flight that was going on in Florida, and I was like, really? Well, I live right next to the airport, and I kind of did that on purpose because I'm in the no-fly zone. I was thinking about, like, you know, Big Brother trying to spy on me with drones and stuff, and I was like, man, if I was right next to the airport where the planes take off and land, they won't be able to get the authorized clearance to send the big drones to, like, I don't know. It's like at one point you just get so paranoid that, like, you're like, am I going too far? You know? But anyway, so
there used to be some kind of boundaries to this, but they've shown us now that, oh no, if it's batshit crazy, then it's probably right there on the table.
But yeah, I drove by the airport, and sure enough, man, there was a gray transport plane. And it was the advance for the Secret Service for when Trump came down here. So Monkeyworks didn't know what the plane was, but he called it because when I was driving into town and I took that shortcut and I drove by the backside of the airport, and sure enough, man, there it was. I was like, oh, okay. So he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about.
Well, I just jumped in to say good morning on this wonderfully blessed morning.
Well, what's up there, incognito?
It's not too much. Unfortunately, I missed Guardian. Damn it.
Yep, he went to go get some grub.
I heard he had to fuel up before he starts talking about the conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning there, Ron.
How are
Morning,
you?
Ray.
Well, I'm doing good. It's not Ray. I'm incognito.
Oh, good morning. I can't see your name.
Incognito.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm doing chores. And
You think I just made that shit up? Damn.
She don't trust you, Rescue.
Well, it's not about the trust. It's about that shitternet.
Oh man,
yeah,
you know what, brother? I'm probably the wrong person. Go ahead, Milmaid.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I'm not trying to be a panel loafer. It's just I mute myself when my internet goes out.
Ma'am, you're more than welcome. I can fit 10 people up here. So as long as 10 people ain't trying to talk at one time, I don't care if somebody's sitting up here because you participate in the conversation.
I mute myself because I was doing dishes.
That's it. So it happened.
And Guardian and you guys were having a great conversation. So I was just listening.
Well, and please tell me that if we ever meet up, you know, in real life, and you're in my living room, that you're just not going to sit there and babble for like 24 hours just because you feel a need to talk because you're in the living room all the time, right?
Right.
It's okay.
I might babble.
Well, you can walk outside onto the porch. You can, you know, feel free to take a break. You know, it's okay. I'm just picking.
No. I'm gonna mute while I feed the pigs because they're really freaking loud.
Be no louder than me doing dishes.
Do you hear this, Ruckus? This is
I
why I'm
do.
going to mute.
Sure.
Wow, we enjoy that.
Right? I hear.
We don't get to hear that.
Well, I'm having a hard time walking because I'm tripping over piglets.
Good morning, Benjamin.
So-
I can hear Sir Hamilton, Lord Pork Chop,
Bacon,
Sir Bacon. And I hear them all. It's actually making me hungry.
A good thing. Okay. I'm glad you kind of asked that in that way, Hoop. Thanks, because I was kind of curious. I don't know. There was a brief little part there at the end, and I'm kind of like, okay, I don't know where that fit in, but I'm kind of glad you asked him. Then
Asked what?
nothing. If the sun was shining, and I said, "Yep, it's coming up. It's looking good."
Rescue knows nothing. Nothing. Just like
Yep.
Sergeant Schultz.
Well, I'm not as fat as he is, but
Give it
That's
time.
okay.
Give it time.
no,
That's okay. I got the fatness covered for Sergeant Schultz.
Sir Backstrap. There we go. No, it was just about that. I guess and another issue. I don't know. There's so many issues, and I don't know. All I can recommend anybody is, just be you. Don't try to be anything other than you. And this is why I just, just brace that shit face on.
Right?
So what you're saying is I can't be Catwoman?
Well, no, you can. I guess you can.
You can be
That's
Catwoman
you.
anytime you
Hey,
want.
man, you can
If
be a
that's
legend in
you.
your own mind.
If that's you, if that's how you feel, then that's you.
If that's how I identify?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Cool.
I might call you confused, but if you want to go with the Catwoman, then that's okay.
Hey, like I said the other night, I identify myself as a lesbian stuck in a man's body. So,
No, I'm just saying Mr. Milkmaid might enjoy you being Catwoman. I mean, if you dress up like
Potentially.
that.
well, at the moment, she's Hog Lady.
Right. Go figure. My boars are more polite than the ladies are.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Life works that way funny sometimes, don't it?
Even in the animal world, it's that way. Isn't that kind of ironic?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
No, actually, this is why I generally get along better with guys than girls.
that crow
for
was
that
making
reason.
a sound in the background. So
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Sorry, out of breath.
well, what the hell happened to all those exercises you was doing, carrying feed sacks and shit?
I need to up my game
Uh-huh.
and quit smoking. Mhm.
Oh, there we go.
She done burned that energy.
Look, are you prepping or not prepping?
Well, I'm prepping.
She's got the
mute
hogs
myself
to
again.
prove it.
What are you gonna do if it all goes to shit tomorrow? How are you gonna be able to breathe to make it to the end of the driveway? It sounds like you're gonna be out of breath.
She's going to have to wait till she runs out of cigarettes.
Shut up.
That's generally when I leave, is when I run out of cigarettes.
I can't say nothing. I'm a smoker as well.
Today is trash day. Time for me to bring out the day. Oh, is it voting? It's not voting day.
Oh, wow. You had to go there, didn't you, Rescue?
Shit, every day until we get our country back.
Right?
Well, I don't think it's ever going to be the same again, man.
I didn't say the same. I said back.
If
I wonder if we're ever going to be satisfied with back, even when back happens.
Right. I'm with you on that.
I guess it depends on how big of a boot drops whenever all this drops. Is the shockwave going to go ahead and clean up some of the... Damn, I'm going to say this kind of But is he going to clean up some of the riffraff along the way? Yeah,
Probably not.
God, I can only hope so.
Probably not enough of it.
well, that's it. All you can hope is to send, you know, man, I don't know. Just need people to wake the hell up. Wake up.
I can agree with that.
Get the damn country back. Get all this bullshit out of your head and come back to the basic roots of Constitution, Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights.
God.
Who cares what shoes the person was wearing when they signed any of these documents? Who cares who knew who or who had coffee with who? Who gives a shit? The documents
They were Nikes, wasn't they?
And yep. And they were pimping a cup of Folgers coffee. They had a Starbucks in the back room, but you gotta, just focus. It's those documents are worthless unless people have the fortitude to back them up. What's up, Jeff? Hey.
I think it's going to have to crash. And
By the
then
way, morning,
be
Christina.
rebuilt better.
Yeah. Well, it's
going to crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's inevitable. One way or another.
I mean, at this rate, if nothing else goes wrong at this rate, we're still going to crash because the way they're printing money and as an acceptable practice, we actually started sinking at the bailout in 2007 and 8. So everything we did after that, like when we printed money 3-4 times and all that other stuff, we went underwater. So we're drowning right now. So if we do nothing at all and just ride the train as it is, we're still going to drown.
I can breathe.
Going to Mexico, like you guys were talking about right when I got on here. Let's go back to that same guy. Those Fast and Furious deals, the Mexican cartels are now the most armed group in South America to include the military. They are better equipped than the military. So because of our just reckless side jobs that we give people in office, Mexico is the last place on earth you want to go to bug out because
yeah.
I mean, they'll make a baseball mitt out of your face and they'll take everything you have, and you cannot compete with those guys, I mean, they control Meso and South America.
But God, I gotta kind of disagree with you.
They only have small arms though, right?
Oh, no, sir.
No, they have bazookas and cannons and all kinds of shit.
Dude, they're loaded. Yeah, they are the M word.
In fact, there's a really good, I forget who made the video. I have the link of it somewhere, and I can share it with you guys if you want me to. I'll have to dig it up. But it's the evolution of the armored cartel vehicles, and they actually got away from having the big giant armored vehicles because everybody has RPGs there. So they send an armored vehicle into town, they just blow it up with an RPG. So they started doing the State Department trick and doing the up armored Land Cruiser thing where it looks like a regular vehicle from a distance and you got to be right on top of it to realize that it's a armored vehicle. That's the route the cartel's going these days because they were getting blown up so much. So, at a certain point, when you're talking civilian armament, making the armored vehicle is the way to go. But the second that you have man-pack shoulder-fired weapons for anti-armor, then the armored vehicle is the last place on Earth you want to be because it's a target, and that's where they're at now. So they're basically at World War II technology in Mexico right now, to put it on par with where they're at on a technology level. They're basically World War II technology as far as anti-armor capability.
Well, like Brian Griffin just said, we can breathe underwater.
Well, but when you said that we started drowning back in 2007, we started drowning the moment they took us off the gold standard. Instead of taking the financial hit like we should have and rebuild from that, no, we kind of artificially avoided that problem by taking the U.S. off the gold standard and going down even further and deeper.
All we did was kick the can down the road.
I think we could have pulled out of it on the silver standard. It still was a based currency. It wasn't as as glittery and fancy and bougie as the gold standard, but I think we could have gotten where we needed to go on the silver standard if we had to. Because with all these people, we're going to have to open it up to the silver standard anyway. There's not enough gold for all of us to have the money that we have right now, which is something we got to really think about. When this collapses and it does reset and we rebuild, all this wealth that we've worked our whole life, anybody that's got a 401k or money in the stock market, that shit's all going to be gone. It's going to be vaporized like it never happened. And that's something to think about, man. That is and I don't want to bring up people's names that aren't here, but Backwoods, he dipped into his retirement fund and spent it. He used it because he was like, when I'm retired, I'm probably not going to have this money. So I'm going to build this outbuilding and get it finished. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. He's like, I'm going to put it into stuff I can touch today. And I don't know which one is the right answer. I don't know if scrimping and saving for a currency that may not exist in 10 years, or if you want to spend all your stuff, because if you look at the Great Depression, how the government got out of the Great Depression was they started taxing everybody on stuff. Everyone was talking about starving in the Great Depression. Did you know that the price of beans and rice and wheat went down so much that the government paid farmers not to farm to raise the price of food so that they could tax it? And the other thing they did was they started taxing people's properties and their buildings and stuff. A common occurrence at that time was a guy that had a house with a separate outbuilding garage and a barn and stuff. They were torching all the other buildings because they were taxing them so much for every building that was on the property that they were actually there were landowners setting hotels on fire because they couldn't pay the taxes on it,
Yeah.
And
Morning,
it's
John.
crazy
Morning,
to think about.
Jeff. Morning, Sojo.
That was a money-making racket back then too. This is nothing new, man. It's way more evolved and it's on steroids, but all this avarice and evil existed back then too. This is just more of the same.
Is that when they made having X number amount of gold illegal as well?
Well, that's when they started confiscating gold and the anti-hoarding laws. My grandmother told me, because they just got here from Germany when the Great Depression hit, so they got here just in time, and they took all their tires, they took their gold that wasn't minted in the coins. For some reason, they could keep their coins, but I think they had a bunch of silver, because when they came over, they basically liquefied their currency and put it into metals, which would make sense, because if you were moving to India, having a suitcase of dollars, it's like, you might as well have them. But anyway, they took all their silver, I think it was, and then anything that wasn't considered art or a collectible, they took all their tires. But that's what she was pissed off about, because they were doing a little bit of the bootlegging too, and Cincinnati was a big bootlegging town. I don't know if I need to tell you about that, Ron, but everyone else probably doesn't know that.
Right.
One of the big famous gangsters got killed in Newport. They went over there and are acting like a big shot from Chicago, and one of those Cincinnati gangsters just put a bullet in his face and said, enough of that,
Hey, morning, Mayor.
But they would drive over the frozen what was it, river or whatever. But when it would freeze, they would drive over and pick up a bunch of booze and drive back. But then the government took all their tires, so they couldn't do it. And it cost them a lot of money. And then they started feeling the depression even more because their side gig was shut down,
Yeah, did you see that out in Lake Mead where he found them bodies in a barrel? They're thinking that was all part of the mob.
Oh, it was.
There's a lot of stuff.
Because it was they dated it back to they said the 70s or 80s, and that's when the mob was crazy.
There was
Vegas.
A lot of people disappeared back then.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to see.
There was
how
a
many
house
more
I used to
barrels
live in. There was a house I used to live in off of Springdale Road in Cincinnati, and it was built originally. It was like 1890. the main part of the house was built, and then it was they put a huge addition on it in 1950, and it was a gangster that owned the property at the time, and they were switching the roads over too. So the whole back patio and the knee knocker walls and stuff for the patio, it was all done with the brownstone cobblestones from the roads, because I guess he had some kind of connection with the people doing the roads at the time. Really cool, a big old English Tudor house. It was really neat, man. But it was haunted as hell. It was like really creepy to live there, because it was like you always felt like people were watching you and stuff. But did you ever do you remember the Cluner Meat Company?
The Cluner Meat Company.
Like,
I can't.
They kind of got pushed out by the newer ones. Well, it was around the Cincinnati area, but anyway, that family owned that house before my folks bought it, and it was pretty run down, because I guess they had one of those families where the father was basically the heir or owner or whatever of this Cluner Meat Company, and he had a stay-at-home wife, but they had a ton of kids. I think they had like 10 kids or something, and the house, like it looked like a house that just got done having the war of raising children. All the floors were tore up and the walls all had holes in them and stuff, like kid stuff, like so yeah, we renovated the whole house and got it looking new again, and it just needed a little bit of love, but man, it was really cool. Like, to think of the money that these guys had back then, and when they were building this stuff, the abject wealth was like not a common occurrence at the time, and loans didn't work how they work now either. You got to figure, in 1980, let's say, you had to put like 20% down on a house or something to build a home.
The interest rates were ridiculous too. They was like 12, 14, 15%.
But you build $100,000 house, you gotta pull 20 grand out and hand it to them before you sign the paper. Yeah, see you later. I thought when the bubble busted, we were going back to that, and I hoped that we were, to be honest, because anything that could secure our financial situation, giving a free loan out does not help our dollar situation at all. It does temporarily, because our currency is fiat. It's based on debt, So you want to loan all this money out because when people owe, that's what puts value in. It's a guarantee that someone's going to pay back. But at the same time, when you loan money out to someone that isn't going to pay it back, you're being detrimental to the currency. But that's not how bonuses work at the bank,
Yeah.
And our dollar is so screwed that it's going to have no other option but to just, disappear altogether in order for us to, it's a bad situation with money, with the US dollar, the way it's set right now. It's so artificial that bubble is going to burst. And when it bursts, it's going to be huge.
Hey, if you will,
do you think it can survive?
We got you, Rescue.
Can it survive 2 more years of this guy?
I don't think so. I honestly don't think so.
Because that's really my question. I think we might still be standing at the end of another 2 years, but the damage will have already been done. Because look at just the Ukraine incident alone. Look at how far he put us in the hole. And then before that, it was Pakistan. What the hell are we giving them all this money for? Pakistan is not our friend. I'm here to tell you, they run a war college there, and all the Taliban would go across the mountains, go to the war college. They'd wait until the passes froze in the mountains again, and we could watch them coming back out. It was like boot camp for terrorists. And Pakistan made big money on that.
That's why I've decided, to purchase as much food as I can at this point. The dollar is just it might last 2 years, but there's no way it's going to last 10. There's absolutely no way we can be self-sustaining with the dollar in 10 years. or even 5 years?
I think 5 might not be unrealistic, to be honest. And not a lot of people are talking about this. This isn't a fun topic. It's not sexy, you know. It doesn't have explosions. There's not boobs in your face, and and it's depressing. So when you talk about it, they turn off, you know. But
yeah,
and it comes off as kind of doom and gloom. And really, like, the spin that I would love to put on this, if I ever could shape a conversation about this, which we're not doing right now, by the way, but you know, and I'm not criticizing what we're saying right now, but to try to find that silver lining and try to find a positive way to deal with that. And I just haven't come up, and I'm probably not smart enough to do it. You know, I'm just going to throw that out there. But if how I normally address problems is, and whenever I'm in charge, whenever I'm a supervisor or a manager, I hate the person that bitches about stuff. I hate somebody that whines. And I'm very hostile towards those people. But the people that come to me with solutions for problems, it's the other way around. I'll go out of my way to hook those people up because they're helping me, you know. And don't come to somebody with a problem, come to somebody with a solution. And what I'm racking my brain trying to figure out is, how do we dodge this? You know, how do we get around this shit that we know is coming? And it's a tough one, man. It is a tough one. If there was something else. Say what?
Do you mean on an individual level, or do you mean as a country?
Take your pick, you know?
Because I've been racking my brain. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ray.
Oh, I was just going to say, Bashir, I know how you feel. When I was managing the restaurants, when I came to my bosses, I said, okay, well, here's the problem. Tell me what you think of these solutions. And I would name off several different solutions available. But then I took it a step further. I said, these are the downsides of each solution. Do you see anything different? I always look at it. I always look at the pro and con level of everything I do.
Now, see, if you look at what Milkmaid is doing right now, on the individual level, that's a way out. But if everybody is homesteading, who's in the factory making frames for cars? Who's out there? You know, who's welding all this stuff? Yeah. It's almost like, you know, if everybody goes the secure food route because they're worried about having a break in currency, but we're still going to need those trades. We're going to need it more than ever. And the real person that's going to be at risk is the person who isn't securing food. But you can't stack 10 years worth of food to the Raptors either. You know, I think Bear Independent was the one that estimated that, but he said 750 pounds of food per person per year. Do you know how many buckets that is?
And
that's a lot.
You said 750 pounds, and that's just to keep you from starving to death. That's not eating high on the hog. You're still going to go to bed probably wanting more, but you're not going to go to bed starving.
Now, I do kind of challenge that number. I can only assume that he's done a lot more research on this than I have. But, you know, if you have 30 pounds of rice and a pound of rice uncooked, you know, that's 1,650 calories. So you almost have a day's worth of calories in a full pound of rice. So if you went straight Viet Cong and you had 12 buckets, what's 12 times 30?
Well, you can't really go by
360.
You really can't go by calories, Bushido, because as you more active, you already know, as you're more active, your body's burning more. You're going to need more calories to replenish.
Yeah. No, I get you. So I'm talking super bare minimum here.
Yeah, 750 pounds would be the super bare minimum just to prevent yourself from starving to death.
But yeah, that is 360.
All right.
So you'd need
times
24 buckets.
So times 2 would be 4,000 a day, give or take, you know, and that when we're looking almost at that 750 pounds right there. So he's really not wrong, because if you're swinging axes and hammers for that year, I know that if when I'm training, like lifting heavy and running, I go well into the 3,000s of calories that I consume. I have to, or I lose weight. You know.
Yeah.
But
I
I
hate
also
eating
look
that
at
much.
what I think our country needs to do is get back to the way it used to be, where it was small mom and pop things, not big corporations. When things were built in, like, you know, from the beginning up until about the 40, well, I'll say 60s, early 60s is when shit really, I think, products were just made for planned obsolescence. Before that, before the 60s, things were made to last. I mean, hell, you can pull out a refrigerator, one of the very first plug-in freezers, and that thing worked better than what we have today.
Yeah, I mean, but when you plug it in, the whole eastern seaboard goes in a brownout when it starts powering up, you know?
Well, that
But,
actually,
I mean,
I see what.
every time they developed something back in the day, they used to have to carry parts for 7 years to maintain that. So that refrigerator, that stove, that appliance had to have backup parts for 7 years. We don't do that anymore. Now it's every 6 months is a new model.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Well, I
getting
think-
ridiculous.
I think part of our problem was that we industrialized, we internationally screwed ourselves by relying so much on outside labor. And the reasoning behind it makes sense because, like, it's cheaper. The problem is that we've put ourselves into a corner we can't back out of.
Well,
And
it's
even
only,
if we went back to smaller, localized mom and pop operations, I mean, if you look at anything that's manufactured here in the U.S., it's far more expensive. We've artificially lowered the prices of all of our commodities as well. So, I mean, anybody who.
But we have to look
got
at
something
the restrictions that we place on companies now. The companies, small
true.
mom and pop, have so many regulations. And Milkman, you know this probably better than anybody, because for you to sell things that you produce on that little farm of yours, how many hoops do you have to actually jump through? When I was selling quail eggs, I could only sell so much before I had to go through different processes, get licensed, get inspections, get permits, and all that. I'm like, this is just outrageously crazy.
Wingnut gets
Well,
it. It's greed.
Well, yeah. I also dodge a lot of that. There's a lot of loopholes that you can use. There was a forum of farmers that did a summit, and I can't remember the name of what it was, but basically they shared ideas of ways to get around regulations so that they could direct to consumer in some way, lower the price, and not have to deal with all those regulatory issues, because the fact of the matter is they know that people need good food, like real food, and to localize. And so if you have somebody come and they butcher their own animal, you don't have to worry about any of that. And there were a couple of other things, and I wish I could remember what it was, but it was fascinating and I loved it. Joel Salatin was part of that.
I like watching some videos that he was part of
Morning,
on the
Saul.
internet.
Yeah.
I do have one little thing talking about the price fluctuation and all that other stuff. If we totally cut out cheap Asian manufacturing in our country and we started making ordinances or mandates to the point where buying the American product would be preferential, we would have a standard. Because, back in the 30s and 40s and 50s, a shovel cost how much a shovel cost. There was no such thing as American shovels are expensive. That's all you had was American shovels. It was the price of a shovel, We need to get back to that, to where we make everything here and things just cost what they cost, and the market will figure it out. And the cheapest that you can sell that shovel here we'll find that number, you know. If we don't have the cheap Chinese tool to compete with it, you're not going to be looking over your shoulder saying, man, I only need it once, you know. And because that's what put Kmart, Walmart in business, was people that only need it once. You know, Harbor Freight, look at that place. If you want a tool that only works once, but it works pretty good once, but if you can use it 3 times, you're a lucky man, you know?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and
one of the first
that goes
things
back. We have artificial. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I probably have a delay, guys. I think also we're artificially wealthy.
Yes, absolutely.
Whether you come at it from the debt standpoint to the way that we can purchase things so cheaply, if that were to go away, people would be really pissed off because they would realize that they were not as wealthy as they thought. If the price of a gallon of milk matched the cost of producing milk, people wouldn't be buying it anymore. And that's just one commodity. Like it's insane how little dairy farmers make.
Subsidy is what you're talking about too.
Well, the subsidies.
Yeah, we'll throw money into keeping something cheap because we want people to consume it. And it's kind of dumb if you think about it. And I'm like, well, if you want people to have solar power and solar cars so much, why don't you pay for that? Instead of paying for everybody to drink milk, pay for everybody to get a free electric car if you want people to drive electric cars so bad. Because I'd take a free one, right?
Hey,
I'd never buy one. But shit, if you're going to give it to me, I'll take it.
I'm just going to throw this out there because I'm dying for a real grilled cheese sandwich. Bring back the government cheese, damn it. I'm just saying that government cheese made the best grilled cheese sandwiches.
Dude, it's pretty much Velveeta, man. If you buy the brick of Velveeta, which is anything but cheese, you know, it's definitely not cheese, but God, I love it so much.
But I didn't have to go to the store to get it. It came in my mailbox once a month. So, you know, bring that back.
That was the first thing I bought back living in the hood, man. I'd be buying that brick of welfare cheese. Oh God, man, my brother and I, we love that shit.
Well, another issue is we're living on credit.
Well, yeah, it's kicking the can down the road. Like with the commodities, with the subsidies that they're doing for the commodities, you're paying for it at the back end, or maybe your grandkids are.
Right.
Well, we could be managing a credit system with the individual and still be square with the house as far as being fiscally financially responsible. I don't know why I just said fiscal. Sorry about that.
How dare you?
But when our country goes in on credit, that's what kills us.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to credit. I've watched, people use that to their advantage. Normally, that whole saying, it takes money to make money. The people who I know that have succeeded pretty well, they've actually used it to their advantage, but they've managed it in such a way. The only problem is if anything goes wrong, they're screwed, which is why I don't like that.
That's what
happens. That's why they incorporate, so that they can file bankruptcy and not lose what they have.
Oh, and on the individual level, you almost have to not need the credit to properly manage credit. So if you need the credit, you probably don't want to go into debt. And that happened to me before. And actually that's what crushed me, because when I had a really bad divorce, then I got a really bad deal on child support. I got broke off. I could not get on my feet, and I went in debt. I went in debt pretty hardcore. The first couple years that I was contracting, all these guys were buying sports cars and shit. I was just getting out of debt. I was just getting to normal, But once that happened, because I was in debt, but I had good credit. But the reason why was because they knew that I was a prisoner, like they had me, And I haven't had a very average life, so if I was an average guy, I would still be dealing with that, But I just happened to get a couple lucky breaks, I guess. Some people call it a curse, some people call it luck, but I just call it, I found something really lucrative that I could do to where I could fix the problems that I had from my path of life up till that point, you know. And then I was like, now I need to do it right. And now when I use credit, I could pretty much buy what I'm putting on credit, but I'm using the credit to bump up my credit score, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like we had to dig out twice. Like we were, and the whole reason that we went into debt was because we had no choice at that point. Like we were broke. And we're not super comfortable now, but we're okay.
I can relate to that. Only there.
And if you want to look at the, if you want to look at the Great Depression approach, all the people that were in that position were the ones that got taken advantage of by the government. So if you're one of those people, and I'm not giving advice, I'm not a money financial guy, I'm not anything. This is just me talking about Minecraft right now. But if you see that collapse coming down the bend, you're going to want to burn your liquid financial backing. You're going to want to get caught with nothing, because then they can't take anything from you, you know?
Yeah, like for me, well, everything's kind of up in the air right now because we may be moving, but if you can get a fixed loan on something, that's a good thing because that's not going to go up again. But when it comes to like your liquid asset,
she'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah.
We're
hey, liquid assets was where you cut off.
Oh shit. Yeah, if you have liquid assets, then start throwing that at things that are going to hold value or things that you're going to have to purchase anyhow. Don't go into debt for that stuff with a stupid credit card, but like, or pay ahead on your bills, mortgage, etc., so that you have a buffer zone for when that crash comes. Basically. Did I make it?
Yeah,
you did.
You did.
Yay!
Score.
Did I just kill the room?
No, I was actually just reading the chat, and there was actually some good little chunks, so it wasn't so quick to go through. Brian Griffin said, "You don't have to go into debt. You always have a choice. I print my own money with cartoon characters on it. I'm just looking for dumb people dumb enough to work for it." No. Wingnut said, "Technically, if you take a loan out, you're in debt to yourself because the bank didn't put any money up. You did."
Take your pick.
Take your pick. All right.
Well, you can be in debt to yourself, but they'll still take your house when you don't pay it, you know?
And they are going to still charge you the interest.
Yeah.
And that's,
well, my thought
I really
is
think
with
the
that,
way to go. Go ahead.
that's
Yeah, she cut off.
That's not. Go ahead, BB.
Damn, now that was the first. That was a
can't.
trip. That actually had the lag of the first one as she overlaps it with "Go ahead."
With
BB. It was like, and now the others still following.
That's all that came out.
Well, this is what I would say. If you had somebody you could trust and you saw the crunch happening, you know, if you couldn't do it today because they would figure you out, but right at the end, if you used and maxed out all your credit and used it on material, physical stuff, right? And then you had an accomplice, let's say a family member, a very close friend. It's got to be somebody that you can truly trust. You stash your stuff over there. So when they go to repo everything, the stuff that you picked up just simply isn't there. So you're like, yeah, take the house, you know, take my rusty pickup truck because my brand new car is somewhere else. Yeah, what do you know? You know, That's like, I think that would be the way around beating the crashing dollar if it happened rapidly. But the problem is, I don't think it's going to happen fast. I think this is going to be a slow, agonizing shipwreck, starvation situation as far as the dollar's value goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to go down a penny a month from now till doomsday.
And there was one time I was in Africa, in East Africa, and I was just talking to people there, and they spent about 3/4 of what they made on food at the time. And I was like, man, that's kind of dumb, just thinking about it, because, food wasn't particularly expensive there, but for the cost of living, it was rather expensive. And they were spending all their money just trying to stay alive and not starve, so they weren't, they could go to school, they could go to work, they could do all this other stuff, but they were basically in a food crisis because all of their free capital and resource was going towards food today. They weren't putting anything away for tomorrow. So it's like you had to have a good day, a good week, a good month, a good year for the rest of time until something changed. And the second you didn't, then you began dying instead of living. You were on the other end.
Yep.
And I was like, man,
that here.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. We're not that far away from catching up to them and eclipsing them, maybe, because we have a lot of people that were given a lot, like the quote unquote poor here. They eat better than the rest of the country does because they are showered with financial aid to acquire said food. I couldn't believe the people that we were in contact with that were on the EBT stuff and everything. I couldn't believe how much resource they had at their disposal. I was like, my God, if I had this kind of money, like, just think of the meal plans I could be doing,
Thousands a month.
Yeah. Especially if you have a couple kids, they just pile it on, man.
And that's
Those
what's sad, because then you go look at the kids, and the kids aren't even getting that. They're not getting good food.
No.
They're not getting quality shit out of the deal.
Well, they spend all of it on labels, They spend it all on shiny plastic packaging and labels. And you try to tell them, like, that's no different than this, but that's what the kids want. That's what they're gonna get,
Well, you got the back end too that'll actually swap that shit out. That even goes way back to the paper version. Whenever they used to do just the books, the money books, you would have stores that would trade that out, 50 cents on the dollar type shit.
Yep, 2 for 1.
Yep.
That's everybody knows that the game. That's why I love knowing somebody that's on EBT, because I'll take a 2 for 1 all day long.
I mean, from a financial standpoint, not wrong, but it just pisses me off that people do that so badly. Not the people who do the 2 for 1, but the people who are using the government and not the government. They're using our tax dollars. It wasn't supposed to be that way.
Well, Matt has it. He said people put themselves into oppression by trying to keep up like the Joneses. It's their own fault for not living within their means.
Yes. 100% yes. And in fact, our society now, the biggest pitfall that we have, and when I bought the last house that I had, I told the finance guy, I said, here's how much I need a loan for. This is the house I want. And the guy said, well, shit, I can get you a loan for twice that. And I looked at him and I said, don't, no thanks. And he was like, I could get you a lower interest. And I had a really good interest rate because I went through the state of Ohio for it. And I already had an interest rate that was better than a VA loan. So I wasn't worried about the interest rate at all. But he said, if you take, it was like $100,000 extra dollars on this loan, I can even lower that interest rate. And I was like, dude, if you added 100,000 on this, I won't be able to pay it. I was like, I'm maxed out. Like, this is the most I can pay. And this is the house I want. I can just barely pull this off and be like where I'm not staying awake all night thinking about how I'm going to pay the bills, And the guy really, you ever see the movie Fargo where the guy's trying to push the true coat when he's working at the car place? That's what the finance guy was like. And finally, I kind of yelled at him and I was like, dude, stop pushing this on me. But how many people took it? That's the thing I'm wondering, you know? How many people took that extra money and defaulted later and the bank ended up owning their shit, you know?
All of them.
Well, that was 2008.
Yeah.
I mean, we stayed within our means because we had just dug ourselves out of debt when we bought our first house in 2007, and it took us, unfortunately, that whole thing screwed us over so badly. I ended up having to pay, I want to say, almost $30,000 to get rid of it later.
Oh, the house you picked up?
Yeah.
Well, we sold at the wrong time. When we sold that house that we got in, I think it was 2008 or 2. It was exactly the same time. We're talking about the same exact period of time. But we broke even, and God, my wife was so butthurt about it because she was like, well, we just like redid the floor, and then you went up and redid. There was an old school chimney from back in the coal furnace days, you know, and when it would rain real hard in a certain direction, the rain would get in it, and then it was making a leak in the attic, but it just needed a bigger cap to keep the rain out. And I finally had to get a custom-made cap because they didn't make them that size, because they were like, well, nobody has a house that old anymore, you know? Back to your 7 years of parts, I guess. But
right.
Yeah, so we threw money to get the house like basically kind of new-ish, if you know what I mean. And then we broke even on it. So all the money we did fixing up the house was for nothing. And my wife got so hung up on the money that we spent. And I was like, look, we got out of the city. We got the hell out of there. We live on acreage now. Like, I'm finally living with this stupid dog that I spent thousands of dollars to get into the country, you know? Like, look at the bright side, right? And
the glass is half full.
But I mean, she gets it now. She gets it now, but like at the time, she really was like not happy with how we were doing stuff. And like now, right now, at this period of time, and it's really weird because she's been bringing up to me, she's like, hey, should we buy more ammo? And I look at her like she's crazy because I'm like, did you just say that? You know? But then when I tell her, like,
woman, she's more worried about buying ammo than Gucci and Louis Vuitton. So,
well, but then when I tell her, like, well, yeah, we could use more ammo always, of course, but you know what we really could use is more food. And then she looks at me and goes, "No, we don't need that." And I'm like,
"Wait, what?"
Wait, what? That's exactly what I say. Like, man, it's. I'm really worried about the food thing because, I am like what Grumpy Acres calls I'm maybe a 2.5 level prepper, you know, because I do have a pond that's pretty heavily stocked with fish. So I am producing food to some extent, you know, but we're not farming. I don't have chickens right now. I don't have, I'm not running bees.
I'm seeing the beginnings of another real estate boom bubble happening. I mean, when you look at current rent prices, and most Americans are renting and not owning, and they're starting to push people out because people can't even afford to rent anything anymore.
Well, there is a real estate boom right now. The problem is it's not for us. It's for those other people. With the oligarch rich people right now are having a shopping spree because they're buying everybody's property right now.
Oh, yeah.
See, here in Phoenix, the average one bedroom is around $1,500-1,700. A 2-bedroom is around about $2,200, and that doesn't even match with what's considered low middle class.
Yeah, and what's happening where I'm at right now, New York and New Jersey, the wealthy people there that could afford to bail out have left the state. They came here And now people that were born here, the locals, I call them, they don't have the education level to compete with the imports. So they're now getting choked out of the area. And pretty soon, all these locals are going to have to go somewhere else to live because they can't afford to live in the place that they were born anymore. They're being gentrified, I guess you would call it, And I will happily accept that gentrification when it comes, because I'll move on to the next place, because I don't want to be surrounded by a big giant clot of those people anyway. I mean, I left up there to get away from people like that, and now they're invading where I live, So like, yeah, whatever, buy my shit for 10 times what it's worth, and I'll take that money and go somewhere where it's cheaper. And the one advantage I have right now is the real estate here is so ridiculously expensive right now.
Yes, it is.
That if I got pushed out of here, I could pretty much write my own ticket somewhere else, like Tennessee or, wherever. The only problem is nobody here on this property is on board with that line of thinking right now. They're like saying they're going to do the ride or die thing on this property. And I'm like, you got to stop anchoring yourself to this thing. It might be smarter for us to cut ties and leave here in a few years if things get different, And,
the challenge. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The challenge, because we've talked about this, but like Tennessee, for example, it is so much more expensive than it was before, especially rural areas where you're trying to get away from things. The rural market is going up. The urban market is going down to a certain extent. Maybe it's still going up, but not at the same pace, because people are realizing this and they're getting the hell out of cities. And the people who are doing it are making more money than average people like us. Like, we're going to go look at a property tomorrow in Tennessee that it would take 3 families to pay for, but then I've got my mag. So there's that. But I was blown away, like $15,000 an acre.
That's
in that area, it shouldn't be that high.
I'm kind of waiting until it gets like that up in Alaska. Then I'll unload my 10 acres at that.
Dude, Alaska wasn't cheap 10 years ago, man.
The property I got is, like I said, I paid 18 for 10 acres, just shy of 10 acres. It's like 0.005 acres shy of 10 acres.
18 grand?
Yep.
And where is it?
That's just
It's 18 grand.
It's right outside the Fairbanks borough.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Fairbanks is a different Alaska than what I know. It's absolutely totally different. It's like a different world up there. The Anchorage area I was pretty familiar with because I would go there every 6 weeks, and real estate prices down there were like, I was like, how do people afford this shit? They live here. They look like people that like fish all day and don't have jobs and shit, but their property is like, it's like beachfront property prices, I'm like, I don't understand how that works. And maybe there's some kind of thing where if you're a local, you get some kind of subsidy going on or some shit, but
well, you do get the Alaska stipend each year.
That's been sucking the last 10 years, man. It's not what it used to be.
But a lot of them will go out and they'll out on the boats, like doing the crab. You see the TV show, fishing for crab, and they make damn good money for that short amount of period.
Yeah, my cousins in California did that back in the 90s and late 80s, and that's how they got all their houses in California, the ones that still live there.
Good gal said there's posts all over about Kentucky, how high they are. My grandmother's house sold 8 years ago for $50K. Last month it sold for $156K.
I don't doubt that 1 second.
One of the reasons why I decided on the property I did purchase is because it's in a kind of a remote area. It's very hard to get to. And I did that on purpose. I don't want people over. I made sure it's hard to get to.
My rent was $725. Well, it still is until the end of June. For a 1-bedroom apartment, it's $725, and it is raising to $875. And not only is it raising $150, but now they're also going to charge us for sewage, the water, and the garbage, which is another $45 a month. So, in all essence, my rent just went up $200, which is, compared to, that's 25%.
Well, see, that's why
just rent alone.
That's why my current landlord's trying to force me and this other tenant out. Is they bought it to remodel, basically, and that's their whole premise with why they haven't done any of the repairs. They say they have to do extensive reconstruction, which is remodel.
Well, the sucky part of all this is that I have been looking for the last couple months, since I knew this was coming down the pike, to relocate elsewhere. And with Amazon building them factories here, you can forget it. There's nothing here. And as far as a home purchase, I've applied for a home loan. I'm qualified. I come up with $12,000. I can buy something. But it's also a very tight market there because there is nothing.
Yeah.
Eric said, rescue, I'm in Eastern Tennessee. My neighbors moved out in 2011, handed it back to the credit union. I got it on a foreclosure, 2.5 acres, and a home on the property. Got it for $25,000.
I like what Brian says.
And then let's see, Matt said, hey, rescue, we're moving into a technocracy. And technocracy, there you go. And Elon Musk is one of the masters of it. Did you know his grandpa was arrested trying to bring it into Canada when he was alive? Nope, did not have a clue.
Talk about technocracy. There's a Corrosion of Conformity song called Technocracy that is really good. And the lyrics apply more now than ever. But anyway, you guys probably wouldn't like that song because it's like, it's a blood pressure rising song. But Ron,
hold on one second, because one more, because then I can acquire. I try to address chat. So Eric has rescued. My mortgage payment fluctuates between as low as $249, but hasn't been over $289 per month. Cool. All right, go ahead.
The unit that I'm in right now, once they remodel, I'm paying $650 a month. However, once they put $5,000 into redoing everything, they're going to be charging $2,600 per month just for my unit.
Yeah, that's why if people are renting, it's probably a good idea to buy if you can.
Yeah,
because at least it can be fixed.
And yours.
But Ron, one of the daydream fantasy places that I always wanted to live, and it's not a good prepper location maybe, but that Fort Thomas area up the hill in Kentucky. Whenever I'd stop at a store or a gas station or one of the Krogers up there or whatever, you cannot find an ugly girl in that whole town, man. They do not exist. And I would walk around and I'm like, well, where's the fat people? Where's the ugly people? I'm looking around and I'm like, do you have like a city ordinance where you just like incinerate them at the gates when they try to move in or something?
Is that how you measure where to move to? Is the ratio ugly to beautiful?
Bug out, they all live right here in Erlanger.
Erlanger is not a bad spot for that. Erlanger has like a good working class stock of people, but man, that Fort Thomas is like, it's almost like a beach town almost, it seems like, with the people that live there. And I don't know how it happened. It's so weird. And that's not how I select where I want to live by any means, but when you're walking around in a store and you look and there's just beautiful people everywhere, you're like, what do I gotta do to live in this place? You know?
Believe it or
at
not,
least
Mainstrasse in Covington's pretty nice now. There's like a lot of little bitty bars up and down through there that are actually pretty nice.
Well, you know, the
it's
place
actually going up.
The two places that I really liked to go, and one kind of goes in and out of style. The Southgate House I used to go to see like bands and stuff all the time. But man, the German beer garden. What's the name of the place?
The beer garden.
It's oh my god, I can't think of it. But there's the beer garden. It's right across from the Newport Aquarium. It's in Newport, not Covington, but it's the same thing for people that are listening. There's two cities.
Said they're up in the Panhandle Bug-out.
What is?
The ugly people you're talking about. He said they're up here in the Panhandle Bug-out.
The Panhandle's like a whole different part of Florida. That's like Florida, but everybody has teeth and stuff. It's weird, man.
That's the part I lived in for a short period of time.
The denture-free zone.
Man, down here, if there's a like a local Florida, they call them crackers here. They don't like being called rednecks. It's really weird. They get offended by that. But
really?
Yeah. But these Florida like crackers here, and cracker, the derogatory term for cracker, the Florida term cracker has nothing to do with the slanderous term of cracker. So that's like two completely different words that just happen to be the same word. But if they have all their teeth, I almost don't trust them, because I'm like, are you a cop or something, dude? What's going on here, man?
Yeah, I didn't actually know what that term meant until I was an adult. It wasn't even on my radar. I was like, cracker? You mean like a white saltine? Like, what are you talking about?
Little salty, ain't you?
Here in Florida, the term cracker came from a poor person in central to southern Florida, pretty much that area, you know. You could always tell when there was a poor white person living there, because you could hear him cracking the whip to get the mule to run when they were trying to plant and farm and all that stuff. So there were no connotations of anything else except the fact that it was a guy that was trying to like farm in a place that's 90% sand. So it's hopeless, you know, and that was sort of the connotation there, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's why like we never considered Florida, because of the growing conditions. Like the first thing that I look at when I look at a place is how long can I grow? What can I grow? What's the soil? What are the conditions? Because
Ohio's like you could take a leftover piece of watermelon and throw it out your window, and you can come by next year and you'll see a watermelon plant growing there. I mean, it's like, that's Ohio. And you go from Ohio to here, and then I thought I was this master farmer, this gardening expert, and I'm not. It turns out I just lived in the perfect place to grow stuff where you couldn't screw it up because it just worked every time, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. Humbling.
Yeah, and it's also the area that you're at, because you just got to think about it. If you're down there, sure, you can grow stuff, but it's going to be lemon tree, orange trees, pineapple, or, you know, just
yams,
different stuff, rather than depending on the soil.
See, Ron has hit on an amazing point in the fact that, like, people want to grow tomatoes in Canada and people want to grow cabbage in Florida. Those things aren't really going to work out very well. You need to look at crops that will do well in your specific area, and that's hard for people to wrap their minds around, because it's not a regional thing anymore. It's like they want to grow stuff that just doesn't do well there.
Right.
And
if you
in
want
a
to grow
survival type
tomatoes,
situation,
they want the grocery store.
right? Just grow a Kroger.
Tomatoes in Canada, you're gonna have to have a hothouse.
Yeah. Well, I follow some Canadian farmers, and then like David the Good down in Florida, he made it work. But the crops were different.
Yeah.
BB.
Well, in a land of air conditioning, you can, if you don't have cats, that's one caveat I got to throw out there because I'm forbidden to do this practice myself. So now I'm a hypocrite the second I say this, but whatever, I don't care. I'll take the hit, you know. But if you have air conditioning, you can grow anything herb-wise that you want if you have a good south-facing window, you know. As long as you don't have cats, you can do that. But yeah, that's how I would get around that in a perfect world. Because man, lettuce, arugula, I love arugula, and arugula that you grow yourself and arugula that you get like at a restaurant or a store, those are two completely different animals, you know. And I've grown arugula successfully once or twice here, and it doesn't last long. And it's like feast or famine, you know. It puts out for a while, and then it either dies or it starts trying to bolt, you know. But I almost gave up on it. Like, and you almost can't even get lettuce to germinate, period, you know. So it won't even start, much less survive once it starts growing. And it's
about that.
Give me 1 sec. Let me interject real quick. Hey, Tony and Song, if y'all got your emails on your about page, then y'all can go to each other's little about page to grab each other's email that way. If you don't, then let me know, and we can do it backstage here, or hell, you can do it between me. Send it to mine, and I'll send it to each one of you. Anyway, okay, go ahead, guys.
Hey, I'm just waiting on my beer tree and my money tree to start sprouting. That's all I want.
Well, a nut tree or a fruit tree could be considered a money tree.
Yeah.
No, I want to.
Especially
I
if it's an
want to be able to
avocado
take, fresh $100 bills. You know.
Well, Ray, first you got to plant them. Just let me know where you plant them at.
Yeah, I'm liking this idea. I'll come help you plant.
Right.
Well,
Now,
another silver lining.
Are you growing the $100 bills that are going to actually be worth anything, or are you just growing the ones that you wipe your ass with?
The same ones that you get in the bank. So yeah, the ones that you wipe your ass with.
Oh, okay.
Monopoly money.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, not to flail a dead horse on that, but going back to that silver lining thing, having some producing trees, man, in a collapse of currency, we're going to find value in consumables more than anything, you know. It's, you look at what's that guy's name, the guy from Bosnia that wrote the How I Survived a Year, Selko. Yeah. That was one of the better productions that was written, where he was talking about what had value and what didn't, you know. And man, an apple tree and a box of Bic lighters, you're the richest guy in the neighborhood. And you know, you could have 500 generators sitting in your garage, but you don't have fuel to run any of them, you know. So it like, it was the things that had value totally change and almost juxtapose each other. And
Gosh, I wish I could access, and we could put the link in the description, because if people would just go, I wonder if Virginia or Getta is still in chat.
You just got it. Can you want to put it in private chat? I put it out in the open.
Yeah, let me go back inside. I have my phone on the charger inside. I'm just
Is there something I need to look up? Is it on YouTube, or what?
Tell you what,
no, you type it. It's like a little Word document.
What am I looking at?
I'm not typing all that shit.
I'll speak it out loud.
Selco, Selco, I think was the guy's name. If you type that up, it might pop up. Possibly.
Well, there's so basically the story behind Selco was a survival forum or a prepper forum. This was back a while ago, and he typed in an entry detailing his experience, and everybody latched onto that because it was a real life shift in an urban situation. I think it was Sarajevo, where for a year nothing came in, or very little came in.
and he details how people devolved and also
Gotcha.
what had value and how they survived. And
Do
I'll
you want me to
grab it.
Do you want me to just link like to where like Amazon to get the book, or do you have a link that goes to the PDF?
You don't even. It's not even a book. It's like a little Word document. It was a post on a forum that it was a long post, but it's there is a link to the post though. You know what I mean? And somebody found it not too long ago.
He has a website called Shift.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Yeah, he runs a website called Shift School.
No shit.
SHTF.
Yep, I'm posting it in chat now.
I'd almost want to meet that guy. One of the advisors that I protected, who was
Homeboy has a Shift Survival School boot camp. Sorry, I cut you off, buddy.
Posting.
No.
There you go.
One of the
I just
assets,
sent you a link in private chat. Sorry.
One of the assets I protected in Afghanistan, she was an advisor to the Afghan government. And she was a child soldier in the Bosnian conflict. And it's really funny because you would have never guessed that from her. She was this fragile, dainty kind of looking woman, you know? And she never gave the security dudes a hard time. And a lot of those people do because they're entitled, you know, and we're goons and we're you know, we don't have PhDs and we're not like this, we're not that. We're just muscled at, you know, if there's a problem, we're supposed to shoot the bad guy and then we shut the hell up if there's nothing going wrong. And she was always really nice to us. And one time I got her talking and she told me when she was 17 years old, she got drafted and she had to fight in the Bosnian conflict and she was a trigger puller. And I was looking at her and I was just looking at this woman. She was probably in her 50s, you know, I forget when that Bosnian stuff happened. Probably 1990 maybe. But I was looking at her and I was like, so you stacked bodies before? And she was like kind of quiet looking at me, but I was just like, no way. And then I was looking at her and I was like, man, you never know. You think you know somebody, you know, but that conflict was rough, man. And then it couldn't be any worse than the Kosovo stuff where Clinton put us on the wrong team, you know. That's yay Democrats, but whatever.
Right.
It's like, so what you're saying is these people are basically a bunch of Antifa guys that are blowing up this other country, and now we're going over there to help them because they've just got counter invaded. Because like, hey Bill, what are you smoking, bro? You know, like help me out here.
Hey, morning, Nikki.
Like imagine if your neighbor broke into your house and sexually assaulted your wife and was stealing all your food, and you showed up and beat the guy up, and then the cops came to pull the guy out of your house and arrest you for hitting him, you know. That's sort of like kind of my opinion of how our Kosovo involvement went. Maybe that's too much, but yeah.
No,
you get it.
I get it. I was looking at Homeboy's site.
Dude, if he's got a school, I'd love to go just to meet the guy, man.
Oh, dude, he's got online courses. He's got physical courses.
Does he have one where we drink beer?
Well, I'm sure that's what you can do while you're taking the online one.
That's not the same thing. I want to hear this guy talk, man, you know?
Well, no, he's got physical courses. Let's see, he's got one called their survival course in Croatia, shiftschool.com, and then he's got another custom course and consultations. He's got another one called A Mile in My Stones, a Mile in My Shoes Stones. A Mile in My Shoes. It says visit Selco City within.
Oh, you got to go there. I get it.
And then Got another one called Bugging Out, and it's about equipment, strategy, and practice. Urban preparedness bug out course, and that's in Sweden.
Sorry,
Well, that would
everybody.
be
I
the
was
one.
reading up on that. That is some serious stuff.
Yeah. He's got a recent post that's the coronavirus panic and what matters now. And then it's go ahead.
I was saying, what that Selco guy wrote in that post kind of resonated with me because, where I kind of go and make a couple left turns from like the bushcrafters and stuff. It is nice to know all that bushcrafting stuff, but at the same time, it's even better to know that you can start a fire with a 9-volt battery and steel wool, because this is stuff you can find. A book that's good if you're into this kind of shit is the SAS Urban Survival Manual. It's all about if you are being entrenched in an urban area where everyone evacuated, like bleeding off water heaters to get fresh water and stuff like that. That's stuff that a lot of people know, but some people don't think about that stuff. And it's all these things of how to repurpose stuff that's in an urban area to suit other purposes, and how to even fortify homes to where, like, you can survive mortar attacks and stuff like that. It's SAS Urban Survival Manual is a really good book to have. I had it, I loaned it out. I don't know if I got it back or not. I'd have to look through my books to see if I have it in my possession now. I kind of stopped loaning books out, but it cost me a lot before I figured it out,
Morning, Dean.
But yeah, Bic lighters, man. It's like, you can learn how to start a fire with a bow drill, and that's always going to be useful. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking crap about starting a fire with a bow drill, but you can also have 100 Bic lighters in a couple of boxes stashed in different areas in your property so that you always have a spark when you need one, And it's, a guy will buy 17 guns, but he won't buy food. He won't buy toilet paper, and he won't buy extra Bic lighters. It's weird. It's that book, Lucifer's Hammer. The guy, there was a scene in the book.
Remember, some people think because they have the guns that they'll just go get what they want, and
they're going to get something, all right,
Yeah. It's not going to work.
And it might work once or twice, but here's the problem with the guy who has the guns that's going to go take something. You got to be an apex predator forever. You have to go into that mode, and you have to stay in that mode and ride it through the whole conflict.
Yep.
Because you're going to be preying on other people that don't have anything. They don't have anything either. So you're a have-not robbing have-nots for the stuff that the have-nots don't have. You're not going to find it, first of all. But second of all, you can't get sick. You can't decide, you know what, I'm going to sit at home and drink beer today. I don't feel like doing I'm not feeling the apocalypse today. I'm going to sit on my porch and drink beer. Well, you're not doing that because you got to go out and get more food. You have to prey on people every single day and not get sick, not get tired, not get lonely. You got to cut your dead weight. Do you have kids? Do you got a grandma? Do you have that aunt that was really nice to you that raised you, but now she's getting kind of old? She's starting to forget stuff. You got to take a hatchet to her face too, because she's a useless eater. You're going to have to become something that you think is the easy answer right now sitting in your living room, but you're going to have to become the biggest piece of shit that you've ever known, and the biggest piece of shit you've ever experienced is going to be you. And every time you look in the mirror, you're going to see yourself. That's kind of hard to live with. That's a thing where maybe you're a bigger bad, maybe I'm just a pussy, right? But I couldn't do that. That's all I'm saying. I know that I couldn't do that.
Right.
So,
by the way, Summer, I'm jealous, ma'am. She said she goes, yeah, I'm in my bed with biscuits and gravy. Yay, I survived another night. And I just, biscuits and gravy, laying in bed. Well, hopefully sitting in bed. Laying in bed and eating biscuits and gravy might be kind of hard and messy. And then Eric wanted me to say, Rescue, please tell Bug Out. The book I mentioned yesterday is called Skills for Taming the Wilds, not Braving the Wilds. Sorry for the mix-up.
Oh.
So it's Taming the Wilds.
Yeah. I've heard of that book. I've never owned it, but yeah, I have heard of that book. It's up there with like, you know, anything that Dave Canterbury puts out is instantly like, oh, you gotta have this, but it's up there in status with that.
Weren't we just talking about that, the Lost Ways book or whatever?
Yep.
Yeah, was that yesterday? Maybe.
Yeah, yesterday. I think I downloaded that PDF.
Yep.
Yeah, that pemmican thing is
too.
good. The hardtack salt pork is in there, but it's not just food, you know. I mean, there's a little bit of a lot of stuff in there. It's a good book, man.
There we go. I found it. Yeah, that's one I actually downloaded.
Lost Ways 3. Well, that's kind of a damn jump, Ron. What happened to 1 and 2?
Well, it's the 3rd edition.
Are they lost?
Yep, they're lost.
Where's the Lost Ways? I don't know. I can't find them. They're lost. What?
But yeah, hardtack, man. Milkmaid brought that up the other day, and I can't believe I haven't harped on that recently, because I mean, hardtack is pretty much just flour slurry that's baked, you know. But it'll get you where you need to go. It sure isn't fun or anything, but it's easy as hell to make. And talking about doing buckets, man, you could toss some of those things in a bunch of buckets of rice, beans, or whatever. So every time you crack a bucket open, all that extra space on the top where you're like, can I still close the bag? You know, throw a couple more in there, you know, just fill the top of it with hardtack and you got yourself something else, you know.
Later, song. Good luck with your alternator, brother. Smile, buddy. And let's see, Eric says, rescue the guy's drawings of plants, etc. are so accurate. They were used in college textbooks. And that is congratulations again, Summer. I'm glad that you're on the uphill side now and on the fight back on all that.
Amen.
It's the way to rise above and push back. Going for the solution. I hope you get to curl up around those biscuits and get good rest. Yeah, there you go. Milkmaid said she had a call. She'll be back. Lost Ways. It's great. It has lots of recipes. There you go. Some are gonna chow down on the biscuits and gravy and snuggle up and get to cuddling till she gets to go in again and do it again. Living the dream.
Yeah, I took the end of the week off, so I'm gonna go down to the Red River Gorge.
Oh, I love that place.
Oh yeah, I'm going Wednesday.
I heard they give you a hard time if you take rifles there these days. You used to be able to pack them, but
you can pack whatever you want in Kentucky. It's open carry or concealed carry state now, without a license.
But I heard that that they kind of frown upon people actually having stuff at the Red River Gorge.
I pack every time I go there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we used to do.
Yeah, I put one on my hip and one on my ankle and one in my back pocket.
That'd be some rough hiking, dude.
It is.
With one on your ankle? That's crazy.
Yep. You would never know it's there once you get used to it. And I actually drive a truck to Chicago back every night, and I pack with me every single night. And I won't go without it.
Man, Illinois, that'd be a not an opportune place to have a firearm and get pulled over or something, though.
Yeah, but just follow the laws.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Illinois is like
don't get pulled over.
The law is the problem over there, man.
I agree, but you know, my boss, the owner of the company, he actually he knows I do it, and he does it himself. So he encourages it.
Hey, I got a question for you, by the way, Bug Out. Have you heard of the new SIG, this NGSW, the XM250? It's supposed to be like a new machine. Okay. Dude, that thing looks pretty badass. It looks pretty slick.
Where's Hick Girl at? She's down by the gorge.
Who?
It's that they keep coming up with these guns, man, and they keep trying to replace stuff, and they say this is what we're gonna do, and then they look at the price tag, and then they go, oh yeah, we're not gonna do that. I mean, how many times have they replaced the battle rifle and then changed their mind in the last dozen years or so? I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna end up being a wall hanger in team rooms. To be honest, it would cost so much to field those in the entire military that unless they're ready to spend a lot of money that I don't think we have right now, And here's the other thing: why are we getting ready for another war? I thought we were done with wars. Didn't we just get out of? Didn't we just?
No, they kicked him out. They put the warmonger back in.
But I mean, didn't that guy end the Afghanistan conflict in record time with no hitches? And
have you seen the latest little thing from the Taliban where they're using all that equipment and now doing training? They've got them rappelling out of the helicopters. They've got them doing the little troop carrier, like the injured, over into the helicopter, showing them doing the night vision, running along, doing little thing. Oh yeah, it's something else.
No, that was what I told you, man. They couldn't get the U.S. to go against Iran, so they got the Taliban to do it. And now there were some people that I still know a couple of people that are over there. The ISIS and Taliban are going at it hardcore right now. They're blowing each other up and all kinds of stuff, man. So it's still the Wild West over there. Which there's just we're kind of out of the picture, but it's still going down. That place is no safer than it was the day before we left. If that, you'd think if all of the infidels left that they'd all start getting along and everything would be cool. No, not at all. It just went to, in fact, they reinstated Sharia law in Afghanistan just recently. I didn't know it was gone. I honestly didn't, but I just kind of got put on pause while we were there. But it's officially in place now. So if you have a dog in your house, they'll basically hang you off the side of the building. Women can't go to school or drive. If you're a woman and you know how to read, you're breaking the law. Right. Sharia law is Sharia law is interesting, but like if I ever married somebody like Milkmaid or whatever, I wish they had Sharia Christianity where she couldn't read or tell me her opinion, and if she did, I could beat her with a stick. That'd be great. But
good morning, Donkey.
And who are you talking about? Because Hoodal says, I can't believe you guys didn't know about this, ma'am. I read his story several years ago, just assumed everyone knew. I don't.
Oh, the Selco guy he's probably talking about. I've heard of a couple of these dudes in the past, so they all kind of run together to me. But recently the Selco thing popped up again, so we were kind of, it's like a retro interest that kind of got what they call necroed, if you guys know what that term is. Brought back from the dead.
Yeah.
Morning, Benjamin.
Morning, Donkey. And Mr. Benjamin with the donuts and coffee. So where were you going with the bringing back the dead part? Was there a follow-up after this?
No. It was just,
okay.
Those posts like that Selco guy. There was a dude in the 90s, the really early 90s, who was doing videos and publications, and I forget the guy's name. He was an American guy, but man, I'd have to ask Security Guy 42. He's got a bunch of the old VHS tapes remastered on his channel, and he plays a lot of the stuff. But that guy, he made a bunch of stuff about if you had to go against a first world power government, how would civilians do it? And if you couldn't really, I don't know how SG42 gets away with it, because YouTube, I just can't see them allowing these kind of videos to be on their platform, just the subject matter of them, but it's basically like resistance against MRAPs and tanks when you have bolt action rifles and stuff, Wolverines, think about Red Dawn,
Yeah.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good
morning.
Hey haw.
That's for me. Bug out. You done lost your damn mind again, boy.
What do you mean?
I heard what you said about poor little sweet milkmaid.
But she don't never found his mind to begin with, so it's always been lost.
I already forgot I'd already forgot that I said that. How's that for bad?
About as bad as Donkey's coughing.
That was about funny as hell, though. I can't even lie. That was funnier than shit.
Awkward Texan says hi, Donkey.
Howdy, awkward.
Thank you, Benjamin. There's the donuts and coffees.
So where are we at today, Donkey?
I am still in freaking Texas. It's a big ass state.
Where at?
Up just past Abilene.
Oh.
Yeah, let me tell you something about your state there, Rescue. I have issues with it.
Okay, well,
Me and Donkey were trying to have a conversation over the phone, and he kept hitting damn dead spots everywhere.
Yeah, we know.
See, Ray, you're supposed to
mind our own business.
You're supposed to say you're going to hate me for saying this before you say stuff like that.
No, 'cause I don't care if you hate me. I honestly don't.
Only problem I got with Texas is they don't have a tall enough or long enough fence.
Not yet. Not yet. One fire at a time.
In place.
Right?
They're just sitting there.
I saw the fence yesterday.
No, you seen part of one.
Donkey was thinking about climbing over the fence to the other side.
Your ass will get kidnapped so quick. That is not where you want to be these days, man.
No.
Oh, come on.
Hey,
They drop. They throw my ass back over the fence. Oh, hell no. No. We ain't gonna get shit for this son bitch.
Oh no.
He don't never shut up.
Hold on, Brian said, so Selko is a Serb. That's interesting to me because when I went to Ottawa for the Freedom Convoy, I ended up spending a night partnering with the Serbians. They had a great heated tent set up.
Yeah, and they gave Serbians the shit because of Milosevic and stuff, but you got to remember, man, those Albanians and shit, they attacked Serbia and started blowing their shit up and committing crimes and stuff. And I don't have anything against Albanians and Kosovars and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, but I also don't blame Serbians for having an iron hand reaction to that, because if it was my country, I probably would have did the same thing, and I would have been sitting in the Hague right next to the dude, man.
Right.
So whatever. But don't buy my book because it'll be illegal once I write it.
Oh, you mean you were going to?
Well, I'd have to learn how to read first.
Damn.
No, you don't have to read.
Purple.
Just learn how to spell.
Illinois Governor Fred Flintstone sucks. Right on.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, so's the Chicago mayor.
No, she does not. She does not suck.
Well,
I heard she licks. I heard she licks, but she doesn't suck.
You don't know. You ain't there. Or are you?
Yeah, just how do you know, Donkey?
I I mean, as bad as
Let's see. And it
CNN.
says rescue. Does Texas still have the huge Johnsonville Brat mobile grill used to pull in parking lots? You know, ma'am, I don't know. I haven't seen that in years. And holy crap, dude, that was some weird shit just then. I was reading that Milkmaid come up backstage, so I looked to the left, saw that. She waves. I finished reading, look back, and nope, she's gone. It was like, damn. Pulling all that wizardry stuff.
She's just saying hi to you.
Yeah, it's almost like she did. She was coming backstage just to go, hey, and then that was it.
Good morning, Anna Marie.
And I don't know about the Johnsonville Brat one. I hadn't seen that one actually in quite a long time. The last one I remember seeing that I don't know some people remember seeing is the 6-shooter, the revolver that rides on the trailer. There's that one, and then there's the train. It's alrighty, there she is.
All right.
Hey, y'all.
Good morning, Milkmaid.
Morning, Donkey.
Good morning again, Milkmaid.
Hey, Milkmaid, do you want to listen to me pee?
Nope.
Too late. No, I'm kidding. I'm watering the plants. I'm not peeing.
I got accused of peeing on mute when I was getting water one day. Was that you?
Me?
Probably.
Yeah, was that you, Bug Out?
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
I would
You know
remember
how
that,
he is.
I think.
You can't remember shit.
She's got a point there, Bug Out. You don't even remember yesterday.
Well,
I'm
if
sorry, I
my
got a
days
call.
would be different, I'd remember them.
I can't remember my days mostly. Because the same thing happens day after day after day.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, right now, this is that sitting there in the foxhole, in the cold, in the rain, whatever, but you're just waiting for that.
Waiting
click
for
of-
whistle.
Yeah, you're just, you know it's coming. You're just not sure exactly when, but it's just that, oh no, this is what we're here for. It's going to happen. Just not quite sure when.
A flare and a whistle changes everything.
And
Are we
it's
talking
like,
about what's coming down the pipes?
yeah, just overall. Yeah.
Well, if it means anything, Rescue, I got your 6.
Well, here's the problem. We got a bunch of people that have everybody 6, but they're in all different parts of the country. And we're not going to do anybody any good by how we are right now. And if this stuff starts getting more serious, we got to figure out a way to get more centrally located. I mean, I've said it a couple times already, but it's...
Yeah, it would be nice to have a compound somewhere to everybody run to.
Kentucky's not a bad pick for that, by the way.
Yeah, it's not. Amazon has a lot of big warehouses here.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
If I had
It's-
more
it's
land or
hard.
something, I would be. Go ahead, Milby.
I was going to say it's hard for us because we've been trying to find the right location for a while now. The only reason that we bought this place was because of family issues and probably some not well thought through things that I probably shouldn't have gone along with. I should have spoken my mind, but you know, hindsight's 2020.
That's it. Live and learn.
No pun
Well, if shit
intended.
hits a if shit hits a fan, I'm going to Milkmaid's house. She got milk.
No, you're not.
She might not be there.
In all honesty, the reason I said Amazon has a lot of warehouses, they have food, they have batteries, they have all kinds of lights.
They also might be the hub for
FEMA.
Antifa.
yeah,
Yeah.
for other people
Yeah.
FEMA.
because they're going to be
Jeff
the
Bezos.
server farm for all the data side of them.
I can tell you a secret. They have the biggest warehouse east of the Mississippi is located here.
Finite resources that everybody's going to flock to. That's your
That's
problem
fine.
right there.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a mag and you had a solid group, that'd be a game worth playing because you only got to do
Yeah.
it once.
Yeah, then you're
Just
done.
once?
You're taken care of. Yeah.
Well, then you got the word that gets out.
Yeah, but then you're only gonna have to take care of 5 at a time.
Well, and then those 5 talk to the other and go, yeah, the last ones that tried didn't go so good. So yeah, we need to go in bigger. We need to go in quieter. We need to go in with bigger this. There's always the counter.
The problem is all of our family members are going to be infiltrating in with us along the way.
No.
So we're going to be growing as well.
Be me and my dog.
This particular subject just blows my mind sometimes because I try to think through things. I'm often accused of being a hole puncher, where I look at solutions. Like, I think we were talking earlier, like, don't bring me just the problem, bring me the solution, which is something that my husband and I actually have arguments about, because I will see something and I immediately start to find holes so that I don't have to clean up the mess later, because that's what I've always done, is be the mess cleaner upper. And so then I'll find.
So you kind of like shitting on everybody's parade. You find the loopholes and the failure points and everything.
The flaws, the weaknesses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
and
so you're saying basically what I'm hearing is you did not let your husband start a band with his high school buddies. So you're pretty much a bitch, is what I'm hearing.
Damn.
She said no. I already know. He's like, wait, we could get famous and we could go on tour. And she's like, you're old and nobody cares about the music you play. Yeah, you're ruining my dream.
So,
no,
okay. So you're a planner. So you kind of start looking at this and start finding all the little flaws in the plan so that you don't waste the time. So what does he do? Just jump from there all the way?
Oh man, he gets an idea and he grabs onto it like a freaking pit bull, right?
and it's whatever, hell be damned.
Right, it'll buff out. So then we have this discussion, and he was like, bring me a solution. You're going to bring me these problems, bring me a solution. And I tried to explain to him that in my mind, what I do is I find solutions and then I start flipping the ones that don't work. Like, I find the holes in my own solutions. So I flip them to the side and say, that's not good enough. And I go to the next solution and that one doesn't work. So I flip that to the side. The problem is that ends up being analysis paralysis. And I don't actually find a solution good enough to present. And then I'm like, well, we're just fucked. So.
Well, that's where you need to start to select like 2 or 3 options.
Yeah. And then
kind of sounds
figure out.
It kind of sounds to me like her husband tries to go, y'all hold my beer, watch this shit. And she says, oh, no. Let me explain what's wrong with this. They hold your beer, he's going to drink your beer. Then you're going to be out of beer and have a broken arm from doing the dumb shit you about to do. Then I got to clean up the mess, and I'm just not liking this.
Well,
so he
his
doesn't get to do
frustration,
this.
and if I can be his lawyer for a second, what his frustration probably is he says, I got an idea. We could put a building right there, and we could live there and look over the valley. And then you go, yeah, but people from the valley could see the house. And then you're like, and in the wintertime, it'll get colder there because the wind will hit it more. And you're like, and this and this. And then he's going, well, what's your idea? And you're like, well, I don't have an idea. And he's like, oh, but my idea sucks, but you don't have an idea.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. So we'll just continue doing what we're doing.
Yeah, and that's the problem too, is that I realize that he actually has a valid point in a lot of what he's saying. I just am trying to find the least painful solution.
Well, you got OCD that kicks in, it sounds like, too, and you're looking for that one that hits. You're looking for that meter to go 100, ding, 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 ding. Yes, this one. There's no possibility of a flaw, so I have finally scored the right one. Yes, and you just got to take chances, woman.
Yeah, I do realize I'm risk averse. I think it's because he is so totally not risk averse. And I've had to deal with the ramifications of this multiple times. And I'm not knocking him because, quite frankly, he's brilliant and he thinks ahead and all of that stuff. So it's a good team effort, but sometimes it gets frustrating.
See, it's funny because with me and my wife, I'm basically do both. She just kind of throws a thought out there and it's like, well, and then just kind of whatever. And it's kind of like, I would really wish there was more participation. But yeah, I do both. Actually, I kind of go, what do we got to do? Okay, let me think the best way. But I view it a little different than you. I don't view it as in finding the flaws, as in I see different variables, because you never know unless you're talking about something hardware or mechanical where you know exactly what the reaction is, what the, everything involved. Once you add a human in, it's veritable, and people can talk and say one thing, but you kind of got to learn how to read the whole picture when it comes to people, because the reactions change everything. So I view it as looking at options.
Live and learn.
That's it.
See, me and my wife
and then teamwork. You get teamwork, and if you understand the situation, things can work out in your favor. Like for example, if Milkmaid's husband slapped her, that's domestic violence, and he would go to jail. But if he called me and I went over there and slapped her, it's just a ticket. I could slap her 4 times if I wanted to. It's just a ticket,
That's a good point. And then they eventually find your bodies.
Well, until they look at the
100
cell
years
phone and
down
see
the
that
road.
phone call that happened before you showed up, and then that 5-minute conversation you had with him before you showed up, and then they looked at that text message where he said, hey, come over here and slap her, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, you both are in conspiracy.
Now it's conspiracy. You both
Oh,
going to
yeah.
jail. Premeditated even.
But no, see, like, okay, your house on the hill thing,
I'd be
and all
in
that,
court.
you would be looking at that and then going, yeah, but when heavy rains, you look up, heavy rains, the flow comes this way. I see all that, so I don't see a problem with that. But yeah, you need to
be in
sounds
court,
like
and
OCD action.
they're like, did you slap this woman? And you just go to the judge. Yes, I did.
Where's she at? Let me show you again.
Like, where's her husband? Oh, he's at the window getting ready to post my bail right now once he finds out how much it is,
Oh yeah. Oh man, we're gonna be pissing some people off with this. Whatever. Fuck it.
Oh shit. To me and my
Oh,
wife
yeah.
are completely.
So why did you do it? I don't know. Something about a house on a hill that gets cold in the wintertime or some shit. I don't know. Whatever.
The window fucked everything up. The window did.
Well, what we got to learn. What we got to learn though also is, they like they say, 2 heads are better than 1. So with multiple people in a group, you would have less say so.
Right.
Just being a single individual, because then it's coming down to actual elections that actually count and mean something.
Well, what I think, you're talking about like a compound concept, what I was thinking about is...
Yeah, exactly.
There really only has to be one big buy, Your farmland, your grazing area and stuff could be one property. Other people could just buy the tiniest plots of satellite property around that place, and boom. Not only do you have people living there, but they're also security positions, just inherently, just by their location,
Yeah.
I was thinking about that stuff all the time. People with RVs, get an RV, drive there.
Yeah.
If, make sure you have enough fuel put away that you can make it there. And you bring in your house with you,
And your food. Don't you dare come empty-handed.
No.
There's a lot of stuff that I think through with a lot of that stuff, and I'm not sure I've ever found a solution that's good. Because I've learned people can change under high stress situations. So that is a major concern of mine, because it's not like it's hard enough to get a group of people. I mean, we've seen it. On freaking YouTube, a group of people together that can actually work through things without it causing a big to-do. Imagine that times a million when it's stress, people are hungry, all of that other stuff.
Easy fix for that, though, is that minimum ante of preps is kept on site. The preps live there, So really, it should be done to the point where the person who has a bug out emplacement there could show up in flip-flops and board shorts, and they have everything they need to start operating the second they get there, you know?
Yeah.
And that could be your number one or your number two gear. You know how you have like your stuff that you really like, and then you got your backup. So you could either put your backup there, or you could put your number one there, depending on how far you got to go and all that other stuff, you know? Because I'd much rather, really, to be honest, if I had faith in the location, I'd put my primary stuff there, and I would train and use my secondary stuff and beat that shit up and keep my other stuff pristine, you know?
Right.
But, you know, that's just me.
And that involves trust, which is really hard with a lot of people. Some people trust way too easily.
Well, you know, there could easily be like a locker, like a cage system that we could put in there where people could actually lock their stuff up in a cage that they are the only ones that have access to it.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, you got to figure like 90 days of preps, that's not that much space, you know?
No.
If you had an environmentally controlled area, like a shop garage or something like that, shit, man, you could have 6 or 8 people that could have their preps in there and still have room to park a truck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they could all just be sitting there in cages, you know, and like, all you got to do every once in a while, make sure that it's not getting infested with rodents and shit, you know, make sure the stuff is all there and it's not getting leaked on and rained on and all that other crap, and everything's good, you know?
Right. Yep. I think way too much. I have a tendency to overthink things. I just poked a couple of holes mentally in your plan, but, you know, I'm not going to do that online. I don't do that to you.
No, it's
try not to
flimsy as
think.
hell.
It hurts.
It's flimsy as hell, but like let's look at like, or even, you know, if somebody had 40 acres, let's say, you know, and there was just outbuildings that you could put somewhere, you know, where like here's a position of interest, this overlooks the road, I want people to be here. Well, you don't have enough people to be there, but when people show up, guess what? You can go, that's where you live right there. So you always have somebody there that can be woken up at least if a vehicle approaches or something, you know?
Yeah.
Or just to be there to watch.
Yeah. LPOP, man.
Oh,
See, now,
tell me what that stands for again. Oh, sorry.
Listening post, observation post.
Okay.
So now what would, just throwing this in, so under what conditions would this be? Would this be under just like local and I guess you'd say like a tribal type thing, or is this with a governmental overreach, or
governmental overreach by whom?
Well, by the shit
Government
running the shit now.
Because, you know, I mean,
I'm seeing it as when like power grids fail, police stop policing, trucks stop delivering to grocery stores.
So on the shortage supply side, and then the slow rise of the
and it could be a different time for different people. The person that lives downtown, that Wall Street guy, he's going to be the first one there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The person that lives on 2 acres, you know, 200 miles away, that person might be the last person there because they might be the last one to feel it. They might be the last one to have that sense of urgency that the other people had. But the guy in the city, man, I already felt it. I already left the city. So somebody who's really sensitive to that shit, they'd be like, fuck, I'll be there tomorrow, you know?
But then the people that live down in the mountains of Appalachian or whatever, then they're going to feel it last because.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
that's why I want to be there. Or Montana, or because
they're
it doesn't matter.
They're going to feel it last, but they're also not going to be as readiness prepared as most of the others, because most of the others are already going to be into it and already know what they need to do by the time these people are ready to do that.
But do you really think that they're going to feel it last, or do you think that because on a supply side, if once you start going shorter and you know that there's no incoming, so the supply that you are putting out is shorter, you would send that to the more major size areas, and the smaller areas would be the ones starting to get cut off.
Well, a supply declination for sure, but a stability declination, it would happen last. So they're already living that way today. They're already living on a supply hit because it's poor, under what's that called? Not underpopulated. I don't know. It's an impoverished area, and
look at it like
they're
this,
already
Rescue.
poor. Like they're already sucking ass over there.
We're feeling it now in grocery store shelves right now. You know, you go to the grocery store, there might only be one brand of kidney beans there, where 6 months ago there used to be 5.
Right.
What do you think it's going to be like down the Appalachians right now, if that's the case? There might only be 5 cans instead of 5 different brands. So they're going to feel it. They're going to feel it too, but
they're used to getting by with less already. So they're already living it. Like it kind of already started there first, but it's going to end there last, you know?
Well, but there'll be some of the supplies for the products. You know, it's like the containers and the cereal bag. Just that's the way I try to describe it. It's the stuff for the products themselves. That shit's even fixing to be running short. So they're running out of that shit.
That's what I'm saying is when this
there is
happens,
nothing to put the cornflakes into to then send them out to the store. So
if anything happens, then that's just it. It's not going to stop just on a slow progression. It's going to stop immediately, because that truck driver that's delivering all them foods and stuff to Kroger, he's going to say, "Hey, I got family I got to worry about. I'm taking this to my house."
That's it.
That's if it's
and that's the last time anybody saw him alive.
Yeah.
Man, ain't there gonna be something we end into a spot to where back in the day, you used to get jacked over the electronics that were coming out of California and shit like that.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna get jacked coming out of a food distribution center because it's like, that one's got food on it.
Well, they're all burning down as it is, so.
Well, only select ones, you know. I noticed I hadn't seen an Amazon name on any of those lists. I've seen some Walmart ones, but then it's the location of those Walmart ones, and then you go, "Oh, okay, I get you."
Yeah, Indianapolis. Imagine
Oh
that.
yeah, my sister, when that happened, I contacted her because I was like, "Did you see this? Do you know anything about this?" Because her husband works with the distribution centers, and she was like, "Oh crap! You know, we know people that are there."
I've seen the smoke from it.
Yeah.
38, I think, is the latest count that I heard was 38.
Wow.
38. Yeah. It's just a coincidence. It's a peaceful protest.
Yeah.
This is not the problem you're looking for.
Well, I find
another one, or are we talking about a previous one?
I keep saying it, man. It is masterminded by some brilliant people. It is staffed by the biggest morons that are available to the market of political activists. And they don't know when to stop. You know, they don't know when to stop is the problem. If they would have did half of that, we'd be going, well, maybe it is a coincidence. But it's just way too many. Just like the votes, just like the koofity koof, like, like you're gonna put the infected in the old folks home. Oh yeah, because we didn't see any of that coming. You know, that who could have foresaw that? You know, I don't know, anybody.
Dude, then they're looking over it, just sweeping that under the rug. It's like, I'm sorry, you'd have thought you'd have had a better reaction out of, I don't know. That was crazy. What is that? The ship that was sitting out of New York that he sent up there but never got used, instead funneled them in New York in nursing homes.
Yeah, and that was because politically, if he would have used that stuff, it would have made Trump look good. So he said, no, we don't want that.
They killed people instead.
Yeah, they killed people to make a political point. And man, I can't even talk about this stuff without getting kind of fired up.
Right.
like political 5-year-olds. No, I'm not going to use his ball. I like my ball's better.
It's just that it costs real people their lives, and
yeah,
that's
They understand.
Go ahead, Milton.
The people behind this understand people way better than we do. I'm going to throw that out there. They're smarter. They're more organized. They have been at it for years, and they understand how people work. They know people are going to freaking panic when they can't get baby formula for their kid. And they know what demographics they're aiming at. They know what areas they're aiming at. They know just when to leak certain papers from a Supreme Court. It's extremely well crafted. And I've got to tip my hat to them, quite frankly. They know how to use useful idiots.
Not really, though. You're giving them way too much credit, in all honesty, in my opinion. I mean, I kind of see what you're saying, but if they didn't have the noose over the media the way they do, this would not fly near like it is. That's just
But they do.
barely flies as
Yes,
it is.
Yeah, but they do. Like, they knew that was going to be a key component.
Yeah, they could. I mean, they couldn't have known that it was going to go this stable with the media. That they were just like going to have that many. You just kind of got to plan for some fallback, and it's this.
And that's where people watching the movie are going to go, there's no way Rescue could have got Donkey in the bedroom without that 14-inch purple jiggly dildo. And people are like, but he had it, though. And he damn sure went in there, you know?
What and then they're going to realize that they watched Bug Out's hacked up version of bullshit.
But did it have sparkles? That's what I want to know.
No, it didn't even exist. Except for Bug Out's time.
Not me.
What the hell are y'all talking about? I walk away, and the next thing I hear is
we're not talking about anything, and you don't have
Bushido
to
saying Rescue taking Donkey into the bedroom.
See, now what do I got to do? I got to scroll down here. I mean, what is this? I gotta look at
We're gonna get X.
That red X.
These damn hotkeys fired up. Damn.
Always happens with Milkmaid in the room.
Wait, what did you say? I missed it.
I said it always happens with you in the room. You and Virginia.
I don't understand. Like, y'all.
I have to pull the 1980s show disclaimer and say that story was based on a true event. You can't say it's a true story. You have to say it's based on true events. And then you can do whatever you want, and it doesn't matter.
And I'll have to say, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, you say based on true events, they're like, we never did that. And it's like, we didn't say the true events were you two. It was two completely different people that were in Europe.
Well, if there was a film of it, somebody was there because somebody held the camera.
But back to something like actually real is that they understand people. People are.
But see, do you think it's understanding people or just the power play and then going, this is.
Yes, because the people are the sheep. They're the lemmings that jump off the cliff. They know that if they.
Yeah, but didn't they show just how easy they are to lead whenever they just got led through 4 years of chaos while shit was actually even getting better right under their feet? I mean, that kind of like.
Better?
Huh?
Oh, you mean like under T-Man?
Yeah, I mean, gas prices going down, things were changing. Just
that was surface level.
Well, but
I mean, I hate to say
it, but I
liked it, but it was all surface level. Like we were still doing the stuff that we were doing in Afghanistan. We were still doing a hell of a lot of trade with China. Like there's a whole bunch of policies that I really liked, and there's a whole bunch that I was like, this is more of the same. It's just
I don't think you can
less.
flip it all at once, can you? I mean, I think you can just walk in on like the 21st, go, okay, it's all different now. I don't know that you can do that. I think.
Oh yeah, but I think it would probably take decades to get it back to what you're wanting, and it would have to be something entirely different. Like, you know, it would have to be the end of the Fed. It would have to be cutting. Yeah. It would have to be cutting all the fat, which they're never going to do because they all profit from it in some way, and people are people. So they're going to be greedy people. I mean, it's really hard to get into office unless you have money or connections or both.
always and forever.
Oh,
Greed will
And
always
the
exist.
However,
They're not
Milkman,
gonna.
however, let me put a caveat in there. Because in a collapse where that dollar becomes worthless and there's chaos in the streets, the government's going to be doing the FEMA camp routine, and it's not going to work. There's going to be people, and I don't know who they're going to be, but there's going to be people out there that had the means, the location, they were at the right place at the right time, and they're going to become the people that take people in and help people organize and restructure on their own. Those are going to end up being the leaders when this thing starts again,
I certainly hope there are. I want that. You mean they step up to the roles that they were born for, and they do the right thing instead of being greedy.
Old man George Barnes, who owns the sawmill in Paducah, Kentucky, right? What a nice guy. But he took all his acreage and he let people go there, and he tried to help them, and he had more means, and he was a little more ready, and he had a farm, and that guy's going to be running shit over there when it comes back, and they say, okay, stop listening to that stupid old man and listen to this guy in a suit again, and they're going to go, nah, not feeling it, bruv.
That's the silver lining that I love hearing about, because I do actually think that there are going to be people like that. There have been across history,
Yeah.
They're the rare gems.
That's what got us. I mean, that's what established most of this. As far as
There will be.
They won't be perfect either.
No, but I hope I'm lucky enough to know them.
Mm-hmm.
And also, here's the other enigma that happens, which, we all took history. There's great generals that are terrible presidents, and there's good presidents that were terrible generals, So somewhere in the middle is the dynamic of who we're looking for. We're not looking for a politician, and we're also not looking for a general. People tend to elect generals to run a country, and in the long run, it doesn't work out. We know this at this point, so we could use that. I think the person that we're going to be looking for is going to be somebody that is more of an agrarian base, like a big time farmer, a big time rancher. So it'll be a person like that. Maybe the Bundys, those crazy psychopaths over there that took on the government. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Now, those guys are Fruit Loops, but say what now?
What?
Oh, I think he said he said he was leaving or something, because now he's gone.
Oh, he just left?
Later, Ray.
But
have a good day, buddy.
Always rude.
Now the Bundys are kind of Fruit Loops, but they were big time advocates for freedom, and individual rights and liberty advocates. Let's call them that. But those guys easily could end up running that region if they had enough support. And when the government starts reforming, it's going to be feudalized. There's going to be little city states that pop up. There's going to be areas that mutually depend on each other for support, which is going to happen whether you try to be an isolationist or not. You're going to go somewhere to trade with people. That place that you go to trade is going to become a trading post, because everyone's going to go, man, you go there if you want to trade stuff. Well, if you got 80,000 tomatoes and you want apples, that's where you bring them, and it'll just become this thing. And it's how America started in the first place, or any civilization for that matter,
Yeah, but there wasn't like large other superpowers just salivating at the chance to kind of get payback and shit.
And take over. Right.
So there is that, but I honestly, there's a really big part of me that feels like it will, just like I think balkanization is inevitable, and even smaller balkanization within areas. I think there's a reason that countries are countries. England and a lot of European countries and all of us have done this, where we go and we try to take the resources of another place, or there's a trade thing that's going on basically for resources, and that is a thing, but it generally failed because eventually you just have this localized area that wants to be their own place, Am I making sense here?
Yes.
I feel like I'm not
Oh yeah.
putting my point
I don't
across.
understand shit.
So I honestly, like, unless it's for resources, I don't see, say China or Russia necessarily coming and setting up camp here. They have their country. Do they want resources? Maybe they just want to be left alone. Maybe they just want the countries that used to be part of their country.
Well, there's one caveat with China, though. China may invade us, but the whole trick there is they don't want to win. China wants to dump their population on us and have them get massacred on our shores so they can look at their people and go, well, we tried and we lost. And then they're not the ones that did it. Those Americans did it, you know, because they can lose the war and be a winner at this point because they're so overpopulated. You know, if they lost 1 billion people over there, we'd be doing them a favor, you know?
Right.
Like the self-destruct helmets.
Morning, Sister Marie, and morning, Mrs. Hutch. Morning, everybody in chat. Thanks for joining. Good day, good morning.
Hi,
good
Sister Marie, Mrs. Hutch.
Yep. Good morning, everybody. And I've got to go. I got to go to the pharmacy, so I'll be listening though.
You gonna get you some herbal?
I am. Good to see you guys. Thanks for letting me up rescue.
You got it.
Yeah.
Good to see you too, Ron.
Milkmaid,
for
you
hanging
guys.
out with me.
Y'all have a good night, good day, good morning. See
Got
you,
it, brother. Later, man.
Hey, Deanne. I missed a bunch of people. Sorry, Amy, Benjamin, Big Gal.
Oh, whatever. You're a bully. You did it on purpose. You're mean.
That's
You're mean,
making me out.
Milkmaid. You're Miss Meanie.
Look at you.
Well, I do actually
Make
because
me
I
out to be
see
so
my.
mean. Right. I won't be able to stay too terribly long too because I have to run to the feed store eventually. But
Oh,
I got a few
there's
more
you
minutes.
some exercise.
Hmm?
There's you some
Oh.
exercise. Hey, are you gonna film that? Would you running
Nope.
with the bags? You're not gonna film that? Dang.
No.
Put in
Well,
that work.
Yeah, I probably won't get that much. I need to make a run. It's about. I said run again. I need to make a drive to the place that actually makes all my feed. It's about an hour away, but I can get like what's 10, like half a quarter ton of feed at a time, and it's cheaper that way. I just have to mitigate the gas costs.
Oh, Sister Marie just now said, "Oh yeah, morning, y'all." Sorry, got caught up in the topic. Well, then I'm sorry. Now I feel really bad, Sister Marie, because hell, I didn't even see what you'd said, and apparently you've been chatting away then on the topic.
And who's the bully?
You had me distracted. If you hadn't been so damn abusive, I could have kept up with my chat.
Really?
Damn milkmaid and always bullying people.
I'm gonna tell
Being
you,
all mean.
mean milkmaid. Support, control the food. People control the people. People are already losing their shit. This is true,
Yep.
Sister Marie. And then she said, "What? Where do we go? They have a whole team of top-notch psychologists who specialize in human behavior." Well, they all kind of
See,
do that.
she
and
knows what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, and see, but I understand what you were saying. But I don't. How do you say it?
A
kinda
team
like-
of top-notch
it's like-
psychologists.
It's like
go ahead,
talking
Paul.
about the NFL, but you attach the word NFL to just one team when it's a bunch of teams. So, and I think it's a bunch of layers.
Oh yeah. There are definitely layers.
Sounded like Donkey just said jackass.
Oh, I did. I was talking to damn drivers pulling off the fuel pump and just going like 1 mile an hour, 2 miles an hour.
That
Just
close,
slowly.
and I was on the red X right there on him.
Oh, okay.
I thought, well, jackass, click.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about, ain't that just some truth? Hey, milkmaid, you hush up here. Ask your opinion
what?
this time.
Oh, I missed what you said.
Oh,
what?
nothing important. I'm an idiot.
Shit or not.
Shitternet.
I will say though, if y'all want to feel a little better about yourself, those teams of psychologists that evaluate everything will be the first ones dead on the side of the road when shit goes south.
Oh yeah.
Silver linings.
Target practice.
Well, they're just going to go out there and try to start understanding stuff when it's like, man, when you're in Lord of the Flies, you don't understand it. You just feel it and go with it, you know?
Oh,
They'll be the one standing there. Please think of my children. You know, my kids need to. Bang! I just did. Now they ain't got to listen to your shit no more, lady.
When they say, think of my children, it's like, are they old enough to hold a shovel? You know, like that's the first question.
Yeah. All right, kids, come on. Did you kill our mommy? Or our daddy?
Jeez,
the psychologist one? Yeah,
No, you don't-
I did. Thank you.
No,
Thank you so much.
I think that they would have an abject, fundamental disagreement with what's happening. And I really honestly think they would be their own worst enemy. It wouldn't be like necessarily somebody killing them, but they just would instantly become incompatible because society can't change, or else everything that they've learned about human nature in society is now worthless. So it has to stay the same, and they'll refuse, like an ostrich with its head in the sand. They'll refuse to believe that there's been a paradigm shift until it's too late. You know,
It's like,
and that's why.
those-
Go ahead.
They'll be saying this can't be happening.
Mhm.
Yeah, same thing with your middle managers in high-end corporations and stuff. The lower end of the haves are going to get hung to dry before anybody else because they want the system to keep working. The poor people, the poor workaday people, the true survivors, really, you know, the lower middle class, I guess you could call it. The second it doesn't work for them, they're just going to go to something else. They're just going to stop going to work. When cops are in more danger working than they are like, I need to go home and protect my family at this point, they're just going to stop going to work. They don't give a shit. But the guy running the city, he's going to be there every day, and he's going to be in denial that the city is failing until the very last chip goes, you know? And that guy's going to die.
Grumpy said, geez, I'm at work and y'all went dark real quick. Got to turn the volume down.
Sorry, Grumpy.
Where does he work? Let's tailor it towards his workplace. Where's he at?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently some
Next thing
places
you know,
didn't want
everybody
to
he
hear
works
things
with-
being that dark.
Most people can't go that dark.
I kind of think that that's Donkey's fault, if you think about it, really.
Grumpy
It's
says,
not Donkey.
Grumpy says,
X him off,
freaking
Rusty.
scaring the normies around me. They think I'm strange as it is and y'all aren't helping.
How's it my fault? Milkmaid brought up the subject. She started it.
Yeah, but you thought about it.
Yeah.
You
Don't
thought
think.
about it, and you helped make it real. You made it tangible.
See, that's just so wrong. I get blamed for everything.
It's okay. You'll be fine.
Don't you talk to me like that with your psychobabble crap, lady. I'm not mentally ill.
When you said that, I
No, he's
imagined
mentally
that
gone.
I imagined that the comma went after psychobabble instead of psychobabble crap, comma. So in my mind, you called her crap lady, and I think that's awesome.
I'm gonna rage quit.
Oh,
I
I
think
hope
we
I
could
never
call.
meet up with Milkmaid. She's gonna knock the tar out of me.
But ever since Virginia told the shark story, maybe she's the crap lady.
Wait, hold on. What does sharks have anything to do with crap?
No, with a T. Shark.
Short.
Oh, shark.
Oh.
That's a cross between a fart and a shit. Shark.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
It's a
That's where you're
shitty
driving down the highway. You got to get that load there. And feels like a fart, but and then you just kind of try to let it creep out. Oh God, no! Oh shit! That ain't a
Apparently,
fart.
It was a couple days ago. She told the story. Apparently, Virginia was with her sister in the middle of a giant Goodwill store, like going antiquing or whatever. And right in the middle, she had a short incident, code red, and like I can just imagine. I was visualizing it in my head, like I'm not going to get out of here without people knowing what just went down. You know, like oh god. And anyway.
So, Grumpy, are your headphones still turned down?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of people around him looking over at him like, what the fuck are you listening to?
I gotta say,
well, they did that to Nikki one morning. Nikki said she went into the store and she tucked her phone in her sports bra up here, and the top one was just listening to us talk as she's walking around the store, and she had it turned up, and she said people were giving her all kinds of goofy looks as we were talking about shit, and they'd hear and be like looking at her like, what?
Oh man, to be a fly on the wall there. Yeah, I always have you guys on headphones. I'm sorry. Although occasionally I will.
To be a normal person and hear this kind of subject matter is probably pretty alarming, because they don't even know anything. Somehow, you know, and maybe it's through no fault of their own, but at what point is it a fault of their own is what I want to know, because if you've made it this far without realizing that anything's going down, I mean, there's going to be a certain point where it's your fault and not society's fault. And you know, like the guy on the Titanic still playing the violin as it was sinking, you know, that guy just chose, like the middle manager I was talking about, he chose to believe until the last minute when it was too late for him to get out of there, you know?
No.
Morning, Jimo.
I find that a lot with people, like, sorry.
No, you're not. But I was going to see if Bughead wanted to finish, but.
What? Finish what?
Oh, I thought you were going to finish up with that.
I already forgot what I was talking about.
See, this is why I don't feel bad interrupting him.
Let's see. What time is it? Are we 1 beer in, 2 beers in? What are we in? How many beers?
Actually, normally on a work night, I have 2, but today, for some reason, the first one must have had a hole in it or something, and I'm on a 3rd one.
Oh, my.
Damn.
Y'all about to get an earful then?
Right. Morning, Bert. What's up, brother? Okay, then what were you going to say, Mean Milkmaid, Miss Meanie?
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, hell. You haven't had any beer.
Oh, for God's sakes. Dear Lord, baby, Jesus, can't nobody remember nothing today?
Oh.
Okay, we were talking about that there's people that are just going to hold on to the last minute and they're just not going to get it. They're not going to accept it until.
Yeah. It's like people like my sister. Actually, a lot of people in my family. They see some of the writing on the wall, but it is really hard for them. Okay, I'll give you an example with my sister-in-law. Like, my side of the family, I've realized, with the exception of a couple of people, they're choosing this. They want to choose to live in regular society and keep believing that everything's going to be okay. I've tried, and I've gotten screwed over and called crazy and all of that other stuff. And eventually I had to stop trying, which hurts because I love them. On my husband's side of the family, you've got people who used to think this way and got comfortable and really honestly don't want to go that direction. And then you've got a couple of people, especially the ones with kids, except for one brother, but they see the writing on the wall and they're like, oh yeah, this is a real possibility, real enough for me to invest, some time and some effort and some thought into this. But at the same time, like, I was having a conversation with my sister-in-law, who I adore. She'll last through anything. Like, she's amazing. But
is that the one sister-in-law that you really get along with?
Morning, David.
I hate her.
Yeah.
Oh God, she's so annoying.
Whatever. She would just say "fuck you" and move on.
Yeah.
But she was talking to me and she goes, I know it's real and I know this is what we're looking at and I know that this is a smart way. She's like, but I just spent the last 2 years busting my ass trying to get this one place. Like they worked their butts off to get to the point where they're at, and now they're realizing that they're not going to be able to enjoy it. Like they don't get to take a break. And that's really hard for them to deal with. I deal with it myself. I just spent the last 2 years trying to build this place and I'm barely there, and now I'm looking at I'm gonna have to actually shift again and start all over from square one, but in a better location. So
but if you fail upwards, as they call it, right?
Yeah, it's just hard work and people don't like it. People don't like that.
But if you pick if you can make it a more ideal host for your efforts next time, now that you have the experience of having done it once or twice or 3 times, you're like, I got to start all over again. But like what my eye sees when I go and I move from place to place for the things that I'm looking for, that's the thing. We all have different eyes, but I was like, oh man, I could pinch this road off right here. I could pinch off this road with one crew serve or drum fed weapon. I can stop any vehicle from driving to my house from that point right there. Like they wouldn't even get close enough to catch a whiff of what I was cooking,
Morning, song.
That is like a key thing because there's different people in my family with different skill sets. Mine is food, and I'm not even that good at it. Okay. But I look at something and I start looking at, can I grow food here? Can I support livestock? What about the water situation? What kind of food is actually already on the property? Because a lot of people don't think about that. And then I'll look at isolation as far as location and that kind of thing.
I thought livestock was like having enough internet to be on a panel on StreamYard.
Gmaw says you can love them from afar and know you warn them, remember them when they're gone.
That is, that is a really hard thing to come to terms with, but it's true. And it boils down to this. When it comes to family members that you love and that you've warned and everything like that, it sucks, but you can do all that you have to do, but you can't overload the emergency life raft at some point. And that's probably not going to go over well with some people. But
and it's especially with people in multiple layers around you. It's just it's kind of like rescuing somebody. You can grab that person and try to grab multiple people at a little bit and end up sacrificing everybody, yourself included, or you focus on one at a time, and the ones that will pay attention, realize what's happening, work with you, you get that to a spot. And the ones that don't, well, I'm sorry, but you kind of get the right foot and the shove away, and you need to go and you move to the next. And that's just, it's a hard time. And that's sometimes I worry about where this really complacent, laid back kind of spoiled layer of society we have, how that's going to play when all this kind of comes to be.
Yeah.
Because that's what you got to do. That's what it's going to take. Otherwise, you're just going to sink yourself. That's just the way that goes. You can drive your vehicle into the river to try to pull out the buddy that's already drove his into the river. Somehow now you just have both vehicles in the river, so it's not helping. Sometimes you got to just wave, going, "Dude, it sucks to be you. You should have listened."
I had an interesting conversation with somebody the other day, and it was pertaining to this kind of stuff, and the desire for survival and that kind of thing. And we all have it, and they didn't understand how some people can kind of just check out. They're like, whatever, it gets too bad, I'm done, and that kind of thing, and not understanding that mindset because you're just not built that way, which I'm not.
Well, the same person that says, I'm going to raid somebody else, they mentally checked out because they looked at the tasks that it took to be self-sustaining, and they choose not to do it. They say, oh, that's too much. Like, like you look at man, I want to be a doctor. And then you say, I have to go to school for that long? Oh, well, oil change guy it is, you know, and they just immediately give up.
They did their checklist of pros and cons.
Now they say, oh, sling crack on the corner. I'm good. Meth in the woods, good to go. I got a tent and a pot and a campfire. I'm good to go. I cook this shit right up.
Jesus God.
But it's interesting to look at people's drives. Like, is it for survival? Is it beyond them? Like, for me, I've lived probably about half my lifetime, unless I croak early. Like, at this point, I've lived, and I really enjoy living, and I want to enjoy the rest of my life. I probably think it's just going to be harder and harder work, but you know, that is what it is. So what I'm trying to think about is the values that I hold, which are freedom, honor, you know, there's a whole bunch of them, but in the long run, I'm pushing for this for my kids and my grandkids and, you know, the people that come after me. And if that means that I have to suck it up, Buttercup, and deal with this stuff and hopefully enjoy it along the way, then that's what I want to do. But that sounds whatever. But
no, I'm tracking.
It's time to go to work. Go ahead.
Like, what's the point of this world going on if you don't have something good to work towards? You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it gets to the point. Austerity, in general, is, you know, Churchill, a quote that he says, when you find yourself in the middle of hell and you're pushing into the middle of hell, keep pushing. You know, that when it's really bad, that's the last time to stop. You know, because like, if you die or if you check out at that point, you did it for nothing. You know.
Yes.
There's always going to be something else. There's always going to be something else. And let's look at it. Like, look at the Abyssinians and the Assyrians and the Phoenicians and you know, the Nabateans. Like, these are all like things that came and went, but they were something after it, you know, like, and it's just because this ends, this area is going to be something else. It's going to be something else. And we're going to want to be able to shape that because we will have taken the lessons of the last place. And if there aren't any of us there, they're going to do the same. There's those kiss asses in the suits that, excuse me. Let's say that this is real. Let's say these kiss asses in the suits went in those bunkers in Mount Weather and waited the whole deal out, right? They're going to come out and go, elect me. I'm a politician. And people are going to go, what's that? You know, like, we're going to be at the point where these young kids coming up, they're not even going to know what that word is, you know? And who had the shitty life, us or them, you know? If you think about it, like the chaos and the apocalypse that we're so afraid of, the young kids that come up in that's freedom, man. That's like this stupid dog that I have. She's not stupid, actually. She's really smart, but like,
I was going to say, don't call her that.
She's like used to chaos. So like, she runs around outside and barks at stuff and chases stuff off the yard. And then when it's hot in the daytime, she goes in the house and she sleeps on tile. And you're like, you don't want like a dog bed? You don't want any? And she just looks at you and she's like, what? This is the best I've ever had it. You know, she doesn't even know that there's better than that. Like, that's as good as it gets to her, you know, like, she thinks she's eating lobster tails and she's laying on a tile floor, you know? I mean, it's perspective, you know, and our perspective has been jaded, you know, our taste buds have been jaded. We're all jacked up on MSG and koofy coof jabs and Lyme disease, you know, like all this stuff. Like, we've been altered. We are altered humans already, you know, and we're going to have pure, like, regular people that have grown up without exposure to all this, like, high fructose corn syrup and all this other crap that, like, just totally wrecked us, you know? And honestly, they're going to be what we learn off of. You know, we're going to learn off of them. They're going to need us for guidance and stuff. But really, like, we're going to be handing the torch to these people because they're going to be first generation, like almost feral humans that like have adopted society because they chose to. Like with us, we need it. Like they're going to choose to do it. And that's going to be like really where we're going to learn how humanity really is. And if there's enough of us, we can make sure it's a good thing and not a bad thing, you know?
Yeah, that it doesn't go full Lord of the Flies.
Yeah, that was really long-winded. That was a really long-winded speech that I just did there, but I think you guys know what I'm putting down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but you thought that was longer than any other time?
No, but it's good. Like
It just felt, it's longer in the day. It felt harder on him, I guess.
I missed it. I dozed off there for a minute. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, it makes me feel better because I'll go off on tangents and not shut up ever. And
well, okay, so let me ask you this, because this, I mean, and it just, so when you go off of like that going with that narrative and that, because I get what you're saying, you know, building back and everything. So what is everything gone, or do we at least still have the pillar, or do you even, because I guess what it is for me, the Declaration, the Bill of Rights, that groundwork, those three things, if those get changed or removed or get executed from history like they want to just squash it all, well then do you I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, if none of us are on the other side, who's going to advocate for that? You know? And
don't you think that message is what sets across the world, though, and what kind of like, well, it's easy to say that, you know, oh, well, it doesn't do this, but on a world stage, it's still a world stage. So it's still that's why they play the stupid game that they're doing right now when they go and have their little vote in this, you know. They know what they're doing. They could just go ahead and do it. But they're playing the show. Well, so part of that show, though, that plays a message for other countries. Well, if that like gets on the world stage, gets erased literally off the blackboard, like, no, see, look, all other countries in the world, that now country doesn't exist anymore. Don't you think that's going to like collapse everything? So, I mean, don't.
Okay. Well, let's
1984.
Let's compartmentalize this for a second.
Even worse, I think.
You're worried about a lot of other countries right now, and that's a valid
I'm
concern.
Worried about our point and what we established when we were created, and I think that's what always keeps getting lost is the transformation we brought to the world and what that's going to transform. Because we sit here and we say, oh, we don't have freedoms, we don't have that. Look, they don't own that. They tax us for this. They tax. We don't own it. But you go over to that village in Ukraine, and they don't even have none of these options. So we still have what really represents a freedom. But when you erase that all the way, then what does that say to everybody that's kind of changed?
Oh, it's not a release.
See, more importantly than the ideals that we project, okay? We have these ideals of freedom and liberty and all this stuff that the rest of the world identifies with, you know? You know, they positively identify with that part of America. But here's the thing. It's not just the ideals that we have that will come into challenge. Our financial support. We pay child support to the world right now, okay? And when we collapse, we're going to stop paying our baby mamas, and all those countries are going to starve to death just like we are. Just for the fact that we're not giving them all the stuff they need right now. And look at this. Europe and NATO, we provide most of the military hardware that they use, okay? We put in most of the money that they use to pay their hired hands that they use. NATO doesn't have a standing army. It's very much like the concept of the armies of Rome at the time, where when they needed an army, they would form one, you know? And then they would go fight, you know? Well, NATO is the same thing. They don't have a standing army. They make an army when they need to go somewhere. They start throwing money around and they say, well, hey, Romania, we'll give you this much money if you give us this many people. And it's a good deal for some. It's a bad deal for others, you know? But when our money dies and our country dies, all that money goes with it. Europe suddenly is without the funding to put an army together, they're defenseless, so they're done. They're assed out. You know, these third world countries that we're providing food and structural logistics support to, that stops, so they dry up and die. The whole world is going to go with us, and it's not even going to be a domino effect where one knocks down the other that knocks down the other. It's going to be they're all going to wake up, and I'm assuming this happens fast and not slow. So we're doing the fast exchange on this one, but one day they all wake up and the money didn't come in, you know, and they're like what do we do?
Build up to it, and then just kind of like rolling a rock up one side of the hill and rolling it down the other.
Yeah, like if it happened rapidly instead of slowly. Like if it happens rapidly, and this is why I try to push a little bit of some of the ideals that I have on other people, because if it happens rapidly, like overnight, I project myself where I'm at and with what I'm looking at. If I'm being realistic, I probably have about 3 weeks to live, you know? I'll be dead long before this shit gets to the other side, because I will have done my job. And eventually one day I'm going to have a bad day. There's going to be a day oh shit, I didn't see that. Oh, I didn't know that. You know, I didn't hear that. There's going to be, and I'm not 20 years old anymore. You know, I'm not like this killing machine that I used to be. So one of these days, the environment is going to get me, you know, like, so I know I'm not going to make it. I already know that, because that's just the nature of the beast for this type of shit, you know?
Right.
So
oh, that's a shitty outlook.
no, it's a realistic outlook.
Reality
But
always sucks. Just saying.
That person that gets schwacked is standing in between the barbarians at the gate and the people that you were protecting inside. You know, those people inside got to carry the fire, because the people on the outside, they got their hands full, you know? And most of them aren't going to make it, you know, and that's just how it is, you know, and that's just something that you got to think about. Like, freedom has a price. Survival has a price. If you do it wrong, you die. If you do it right, you live, but you can do it right and still die, you know? I mean, it's just, it's the price of doing business, you know? I'd like to say that I make it to the other side, but wouldn't that be a little wishful thinking and egotistical of me to say that? Because, you know, if I was me and I was trying to infiltrate and exploit a place like this, eventually I would find a time that at least I would get to lock horns with the other guy pushing buttons on the other side, you know? And who knows how that's going to go down. Let's assume I do that once or twice and I make it. Maybe the third or fourth time I don't, you know? And that's just how that goes.
Yeah. I mean, and those that do end up coming out on the other side, like, so kind of, you went dark there, BB.
No, it's not dark. It's
realistic though. It's true.
I think Grumpy turned
I understand what you're saying.
speakers all the way off on that.
No, you have to gauge what you live for, but you also have to gauge what you're willing to die for. And if you don't already have this, read all the Musashi quotes, and Benjamin Franklin, Groucho Marx. I mean, like, these dudes, they understood life, man. And
you have to accept your place too, and where you're fixing to go in this. So if you're going to go ahead and I don't know how to say this, so I just say shit, but
well, not to mention your
if you view
capabilities.
yourself as a protector, and you're a protector, you're a guardian, that's your role, then you're there, you're in the front. You're not going to be complacent to stand back. You're not going to do it. It's just not where you're going to be. So
can anybody
with that,
blame
it's
me?
also a mindset to go ahead and say that this is where it's probably going to go, and then you just hope the people behind you are going to be able to pick up the slack, or somebody steps in the role if you drop.
Right. And that's why nobody can blame me, because I really hope it's like a Civil War II situation, like the Second American Revolution. And I hope I get picked to be Ben Franklin, and I go to France and bang princesses while everyone else is fighting. That's what I really want to do, you know? Like, I think I'd be really good at that, because he went there, he drank beer, and he partied with all these rich people and stuff. I'm like, you know, maybe that's my calling for this one. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. You know, maybe. But
definitely.
But if not, if I'm the guy who's standing in the mud puddle getting rained on, trying to stop people from coming in, eventually I'm going to get my day too, you know? I mean, it's like, Sometimes you get to be the bird.
I think you're the guy that gets washed up on the island with the soccer ball that we find in a couple of decades. We tell you that it's over.
But the saying is, sometimes you get to be the bird, but sometimes you have to be the statue, you know?
Sometimes you're the worm. Gmaw says, I'm going to live the best I can every day. The last day is guaranteed to all of us. No one gets out of here alive.
That's right.
Well, Angela Merkel like has the ability to just say no to death. You know, it's like she's just stubborn enough that she would just refuse, and she gets a rain check. You know, the rest of us have to like roll the dice and shit. You know.
She has gathered quite the reputation.
Gina Merkel looks at the hand of death and goes, slaps that hand and goes, "Bitch, back off."
Hey, do you know how many push-ups Gma Merkel can do?
Many.
All of them.
More than Chuck Norris.
Oh God, the Chuck Norris jokes.
When she jumps in a pool, she doesn't get wet. The water gets Gma Merkel.
Damn, Gma done made Chuck Norris status.
Right? Oh, I probably shouldn't tell this.
We are in the presence of a YouTube legend.
No, I won't.
No, those are the best ones.
You know, the Chuck Norris type jokes.
No, what are those?
Oh, well, I'm trying to tell this in such a way that I don't compromise us. So, but they actually.
Are you analysis paralysis right now? Just thinking it through.
I am.
This would have been
Once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a Facebook page made about my husband that followed that kind of same line of humor. It actually got really big, and eventually he had to shut it down because somebody else created it, and he asked them to shut it down because he needed to do interviews for jobs, and that would come up. He was like, "That's not going to look good on the interview."
Now,
you know what's
tell
funny?
us the truth.
In
Chuck
the
Norris
battalions,
threatened him, didn't he?
I didn't hear
in the
either of
battalions
you.
in Horno at Pendleton, there was a stupid thing that people started saying about me, which was they would say and they do it in that stupid Marine voice where they're like the weird grunting marching cadence thing, but they would say my name and they would say, "Don't give an F," right? Because like I had all these billets, you know, and I didn't have time for a lot of the dumb shit, you know. And like these like gunnies and stuff would be talking to me, and I'd be like, "Well, gunny, you know what? Make it happen. Like, I don't have time for that shit. I don't give a fuck." And I didn't realize I said it so much, you know. Like, but they you know, they'd say my name and they'd be like, "Don't give a fuck," like that, you know. And like, but I started seeing it written in the bathrooms, in the barber shop, on base and stuff, and I was like, man, I'm trying to scratch my name out of all this stuff because it's like literally was my name, you know. And I'm like, they're gonna like investigate me or something, you know.
Right. Yeah, that kind of stuff is funny, but also very not helpful to your career.
Well, and you give a dude 4 billets and suddenly they don't sweat the dumb shit, you know. It's just like it immediately happens, you know, because you have to do that. It's like you know, they're like, "Well, aren't those embark boxes supposed to be over there instead of over here?" And it's like, you're the guy with 28 extra people and I'm over here by myself. Why don't you worry about that? Why don't you make that happen and let me move on to the next thing? Because now I got to put a different hat on. I went from being the embark guy and now I'm the JTAC guy, and now I have work to do and I got to go out for a month and starve to death while you guys sit back here and do nothing. You know, it's just, oh my God. I would get so mad at the leadership at this platoon that I was in because I don't know. They were incompetent and they latched on to like 4 or 5 guys that could think, you know, and they made them do everything. And I was one of them. And man, it was like,
Deed goes unpunished.
Right. Exactly. You know?
Yeah.
And they'd stick you on a mountain for a month. You'd come back down and they'd go, "When's the last time you shaved?" And it's like, the last time I shaved on the mountain where I was starving to death. You're talking about that, you know? It's been a little while. I'm not gonna lie. You know, you better get in there and un-F yourself. You look like shit. You smell terrible. It's like, again, mountain for a month, you know, pooping in plastic bags. Remember that? Yeah, okay. All right. So I would just get dressed down the second. It wasn't like, hey, man, you just saved the whole operation. It was like, why do you have a beard? You know, I just, oh my God. Anyway, whatever.
You just went down memory lane hardcore.
Yeah. And when I became a contractor, nobody said that stuff to me. Nobody said that crap to me when I was a contractor. And I was like, I was born to be a contractor. The military was like, oh my God, there's too many douchebags and like people that just they needed it, you know, like in contracting, that was my niche. That was where I was supposed to be, you know.
You had to work within parameters that didn't make sense either.
Like, you can't put your hands in your pockets. Who made that rule? That's the dumbest rule I've ever heard. And I got my picture taken.
In my pockets. Why'd you give me pants with pockets?
As a contractor, I got my picture taken with the assistant, the vice commandant of the Marine Corps. And right before they took the picture, I stuck my hands in my pockets, just so I had a picture next to him with my hands in my pockets. Like, I can do that shit now.
Of course
I'm a rebel. I'm like John Wayne, man. I stuck my hands in my pockets. Woo, man, that dude's living on the edge.
Pockets is. Oh my gosh. You're a hoot.
What's up, 1A? How are you, sir?
Hey.
Hey, 1A.
Hey, little possum. Does he know he's muted? Or just not saying anything? We're all
He's
quiet.
getting around to it, I guess.
Well, I can't talk anymore. It's not humanly possible.
What up, y'all?
Doubt this. Hey.
There you are. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Morning.
I tried to come in earlier, and it kept saying my mic. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Got you now.
All right, cool. No, I was trying to come in earlier, and it kept saying that the browser turned my mic and camera off. I'm like, whatever. So I just restarted my phone, and then I forgot I had towels from yesterday in the wash and clothes to hang up, and I got more loads of clothes to do. So I was just like, I gotta jump on that real quick. You know, I don't want to do it later.
Morning.
And plus, I didn't want the towels to get all musty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have to wash.
Oh, I
them
hate
again.
that.
I hate a
You
musty
can't just
towel.
wash them again once. You have to wash them again twice. Because one wash after that isn't good enough. At least not with my crappy washing machine.
Man, I hate that shit. Don't start the washer if you're not going to go back and put it in the dryer in about 40 minutes when it's done, damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that when it sits.
Yep.
Pull it out, put it in the dryer, hang it up, do something.
I've still got
Especially
iron
towels, because towels seem to pack so much when they're in spin mode, and then if they let them sit, you think, oh, that's not so bad. You shake it, and then it's like, oh no, they're no good.
Yeah.
Well, and they're the nastiest things that you can wash, besides like your boxers or you know what I mean. Like we wipe our body off with it, and we clean things up with it. You know, and I've never understood that.
But when you dry yourself off, it should be after you washed with soap and water.
Well, absolutely.
Honestly, unless you like use it to go swimming in a pool or the beach or lake or something. Then
Did
it's
you
been on the
ever-
ground, hung on a tree. You know.
Did you ever hear that joke where the bear asked the bunny if he had a problem with poop sticking to his fur?
Yeah.
No, never heard that one before.
You just reminded me of that joke.
I'll be right back.
Song of the South said, "Opossum find clothing at dumpster sales at Goodwill." Fuck you, son.
Actually, that's not out of the question. I needed a black suit jacket for a job, a little side gig that I did, and I found one for $9. If I would have went to the suit store, that would have been like $200. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what? Did y'all know that? Sorry, Milkmaid.
No, go for it. I talked.
Oh, I'm just gonna say, did you know that it is unlawful to go to the little Goodwill and the little thrift store drop-offs where people can come up and drop bags of clothes and stuff off? You're not allowed to go through those bags and pick things out if you want, if they look nice and you like them.
What, the employees or just you?
No, like people in general. There was somebody that had gotten arrested.
Really?
Yeah, I was at a truck stop one day and they had like a parking lot right across from it. And in the parking lot, they had a couple of them big bins that you could just stuff bags through the little drop chutes and stuff. But they had some bags, I guess it was full. So people had just dropped bags in front of it. And there was, I guess he was like a homeless guy or something. And was over there digging through, getting him some fresh clothes. And next thing you know, cops showed up and he was arrested.
That's so
Oh, the problem was he didn't do it.
No, I was talking to one of the cops. He came over there for get a drink or something, and I was like, "So what do you get arrested for, if you don't mind me asking?" He's like, "Stealing clothes from the thrift store, the Goodwill drop-off thing." I was like,
right.
What?
But if he would have did it, they would have left him alone. That's what I'm saying.
Probably.
I'm talking about
This
rubbing
is the
poop on his
thing.
face.
All right.
Oh.
You just went straight to the charade. The shit rage.
The cops would have been like, "Hey there, buddy. I'm going to arrest you." Never mind. You're good.
What are the odds?
Have a
The
nice day.
moment my headphones go on my ears, I hear poop on the face. I mean, like, what are the odds? They're setting on my ears as they close. It's like poop on the face, and it's like, oh, damn, that was quick.
You know what? They arrest people that take those things, right? It's because once say I go and I drop it off, once I put it into that bin, it is now Goodwill's property.
Oh, I get that.
Yeah.
My thought is, it's a homeless guy just getting some clothes. Somebody gave it away, and technically Goodwill has not put their hands on it. But see, the only bags the guy was going through were the ones that were sitting in front of it, so they were not inside of it.
So it's like trash
So what
on
I
the
would
side of the
do-
road.
Yeah.
I would put a bunch of crack in a bag of clothes, drop it off, and then make an anonymous tip that Goodwill has a drug smuggling operation. And once they get busted and they get exposed, I would buy the facility for half the price because it's like a fire sale, and then I would have a Goodwill.
I don't
Which is
know if
probably, it's got to be the cheapest monopoly property on the board, but I'd have it anyway,
I remember watching this thing once, and I don't know if it was Goodwill or if it was just kind of the secondhand clothing industry, period. But apparently it's quite the racket. Like, things that aren't sold then get packaged and bundled and taken overseas and sold as like aid or something like that. I can't remember. It was years and years and years ago. But I was like, oh, holy crap. Like,
hell,
this is
they make-
actually a
Yeah, there's big money involved.
business off of donations.
Oh, and it's
And
all
it doesn't all
different
go
layers.
back. It's not Goodwill.
They've got
Mhm.
antiques, collectibles that they'll sit there and hand pick out, and they get stuffed over. They have stuff that they get intentionally bagged up and bundled up in huge bundles. Like, matter of fact, have you ever been
Mhm.
around the back of a grocery store or a Walmart and seen the big compactor of all the boxes, and then make them big square
like
bundles
that.
of all the boxes? That's the shit they do with clothes, and then they load that shit up on a flatbed, gets tarped up, and it gets taken down to the port.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad I'm not
actually
the only
hauled
person who
one
ever
those
heard of
loads.
this.
I've actually hauled one of those loads. They had,
Really?
a lot of you probably know what I'm talking about. You seen them big white bags? They can put like sand in them, pea gravel, and they'll put them on the back of flatbeds and stuff.
Yeah, the industrial
Like
ones.
ton
Yeah.
feed bags?
What's that?
Ton feed bags?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're weighed out by the tonnage.
Yeah.
I picked up a load at a sorting facility that was nothing but shirts, pants, jackets, hats, shoes, and they were all in these bags, and each bag was weighed and everything. And my trailer was loaded from nose to tail with it. And I took it down to a transfer facility where I backed my truck up to a dock, and right next to me, they back up one of them big shipping containers. And as they pulled it off of my truck, they just drove it right into the trailer next to me, into the shipping container. And they were like, yeah, it'll sit here for probably a week or two or a few days, and then it'll get put on a ship and it'll go overseas somewhere.
Did you ever do a Wayfair furniture delivery, and then while you're driving, you could swear you hear kids crying in the back?
Oh, no, I've never done anything for Wayfair.
As soon as you said that.
What? I'm just asking. I just want to know.
I've done Amazon loads before. Those loads, they were nice, but they sucked at the same time. Because when you do an Amazon load, it's usually very lightweight. Like I did one, I swear to God, the load was and we're talking a 53-foot trailer. So it's 53 feet long. And I had maybe 500 pounds of freight in it. Like in the nose of the trailer. That was it. That was all. And it had to go like 600 miles, and it had to be there by this time. And even if you beat their time by like a few hours, you can't go in. You've got to wait till like, I think an hour or half an hour before your appointment time. And then you go in, they assign you check in, they assign you a dock. You back that trailer into that dock, and you drop the trailer, and then you bobtail and you leave. And usually they had areas like out, but you had to leave outside the gated facility. So you had to go out and park on the street or go down the road to a truck stop or something like that. Except the one place that I had to deliver to, there was nothing around other than the street. And then there was a Walmart that was like 5 miles from it. So a bunch of us, we just all went down to the Walmart, talked to the manager. He's like, yeah, don't throw your trash on my property. And shit, there must have been like 50 tractors down there, all bobtails. Oh, wow. But we were parked in there.
Wait, what's a bobtail?
When you ain't got
truck without a trailer.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to clarify.
I thought it was a transsexual that cut their wiener off.
Well, that's because you're bug out and your thinking is all jack. So
pretty much.
Man,
is Caitlyn Jenner a bobtail yet? Does anybody know?
420. How goes it this morning? No.
I don't know.
Bruce Jenner is well, he's lost.
Bruce Jenner is still Bruce Jenner. He just doesn't have a penis. That's just what it is.
Well, once it becomes a bobtail, that dude is Caitlyn Jenner the second he becomes a bobtail. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I'll give him. I'll respect him in that manner. I agree. I never said he was a woman.
And legality still says that you should have to pay for running over somebody. So regardless.
Yeah. I wish I had that type of immunity. I could just run people over drunk, kill whoever I want, and go, I'm sorry.
Just whack it off.
Well, you don't have to cut it off. You could be Ted Kennedy. He runs people over whenever he feels like it. I mean, he's dead now, but
you gotta have the name behind you on that one.
Hey, think of it this way: Ted Kennedy's car killed more people than my favorite rifle that I got here. That's something to think about.
So you're a terrible shooter.
Yeah, right.
No, it's just I haven't killed 16-year-old girls and didn't report it to the police until the next day after they drowned. Yeah, there's like a little story attached to that. But that guy, he didn't have to leave politics. So
I'm surprised Marilyn Monroe lasted as long as she did. With all the damn shit that she knew.
But did she?
Probably because she was pretty.
Or she was good in bed.
She was pretty.
She might not have really been there.
See, but I think Betty White, when she was in her 20s, was way better looking than Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never seen
What
a picture
about
of Betty White in her 20s.
Yeah, she was
dude, there
fine,
were
man.
so
She was
many.
beautiful. She was.
Jane Mansfield, wow. Raquel Welch when she was young and old. You know, Raquel Welch
Raquel
today
Welch?
or in the 60s. Take your pick.
Yeah.
Bernadette
just whenever.
Peters,
Weird
man.
science. All I gotta say, weird science. Oh yeah.
Oh shit, Elizabeth. What's her name? When she was young in
Elizabeth Taylor.
what, National? Yeah, National Velvet.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. Cleopatra,
Beautiful.
like that those days, yeah, for
Yeah.
faux show. But man, my God, her and Kathleen Turner had the curse of not aging well. Kathleen Turner, oh wow, man, what happened? You know,
Drugs.
Some people age well and some people don't.
See,
You know?
a lot of people tell me I'm
Some
going to
people got-
age well, right? Because I look young. But I know I'm going to
Right.
hit about 40, and that shit's just going to hit me like a damn ton of bricks. And this guy, I'm going to wake up
Oh,
one
I'm so
morning and be
scared
like,
of that.
they're going to be like, what happened to you? And I'm like, I don't know. I just woke up. Like,
oh dude, that's what happened to me, man. You know, like the second I stopped like working out every day and like running, it's amazing. It's like you stop doing that stuff and you turn into an old person. It's crazy. It's weird how that works.
Bug
Yeah,
guy used
you
to
know?
be handsome at one point,
That's what I'm saying.
and then now there's this. So
And he keeps his freaking camera off for a reason, I guess.
yeah, that's
Look at
why.
what I've
Yeah.
become.
Hell, I think that's why.
last time he turned his camera on, I didn't sleep for 2 days. I had nightmares and shit.
Oh
So.
no, that's horrible.
They have,
And
to
yet
put
Donkey
a,
keeps turning his on. What the hell?
they have to put a mature
I'm sorry,
audience warning
Donkey.
on before I turn my camera on.
I
What'd
didn't
you
brush
say,
my hair
Buffy?
when I got out of the shower, so it's all curly and shit and fuzzy. So
I was joking, Donkey.
I missed what you said. What'd you say?
It's not worth repeating.
Oh come on! I hate that.
I said, and yet you still keep
Damn,
turning your
Possum.
camera on.
Did you
Oh,
see him, man?
absolutely.
Turn
I'm gonna make
that
you
on
all
one more time,
Do it
Possum.
again. Hold on, do it again.
He had the Shaggy and Scooby going on.
Oh,
Afro!
Roro.
look at you, boy.
You stick your finger in the light socket. Told you about doing
looks
that.
like
That's what my hair looks. That's what my hair looks like when I wake up. Except bigger.
Or you should have seen when I was like 18, 19, I had like Jew curls. Like it looked like I get a perm, and people were like, you get a perm? I'm like, no, I just take a shower, let my hair
Which
dry on
was
its
like
own.
last year.
Oh no!
You
Turn
know,
the
so I
camera
just-
off. Turn the camera off. Just kidding. Leave it
Oh
on.
damn! Look at old bug guy.
Oh shit, look
I
at
got-
He's gonna-
Bushido.
I got all that crazy. I have hair. It's just you can't ever see it.
See, now I know why you keep it long like that, so that you can do the rocker boy thing for your alter ego.
What are you talking about? Actually, I just got a cut. Actually, my wife yelled at me and she made me sit down and she trimmed it with scissors for like ever because she gets pissed off. She doesn't like if I put a hat on and it comes down on the back of it. She gets mad and then she cuts it all off. So I just had it all cut off, so it's like actually shorter than it was before. But when I comb my hair back, when I do this camera shit, it looks like I'm bald. But
Is it blonde?
I have no. It's gray, dude. My hair used to
gray.
be like black. That's gray. That's like
Just
that's
for men.
white right there. That's white.
Oh.
That is like
I hope
you are
people
fucking washed
are
up in a big old streak like that.
Well, you're about this big, so I can't see.
Hey, bug out.
Okay, fine.
Does your wife ever look at
Oh,
you and
don't
go,
do it. Oh my god, why did you do that?
Because that's what milkmaid she's like there.
See,
I
if I
can't.
turn my head
Well, now
like
he's
this,
about like an inch tall.
see, I look like I'm bald if I do that. And it's just weird that I have so much hair, but you can't see it.
I don't know why you guys don't like gray, because gray is actually, in my opinion, a good looking color.
you don't see me dyeing my
Like,
shit, do you?
It just is. Say what, Donkey?
I don't mind it,
You
but
don't see me dyeing my shit.
I don't mind.
I'm all natural.
Yeah.
well, so am I. It's just weird that like when I was in my 20s, people would walk up to me and speak Spanish to me, and now people from like New England ask me for directions. You know, like that's sort of where I like.
You progressed.
Yeah,
I've had gray
So-
right here in my bottom part of my beard since in my 20s. I've had gray. Matter of fact, there used to
Yeah,
be
dude,
a
I'm
show
doing
I
gray
think it was
hairs in
called
my
Trapper
little
John MD or
hair.
something like that, and that's I used to get accused of looking like that Trapper John MD doctor.
Oh, I remember that
Oh,
guy. Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, dude, I ain't even like in my 30s or shit. What do you mean?
I know
Hey,
this
bug out.
couple, and oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, ladies first.
Oh,
No,
go
I
ahead,
was going to
Bug Out.
say I know this couple. No, I'm going to interrupt him.
I'm just
That she went completely gray in her 20s, I want to say, and her sister did too. But then her husband also did. But they were both like, she and her husband are pretty good-looking people, and man, they rocked that. Like they looked so good. They were a good-looking couple, and they did this like adventure kind of competition thingy, and their nicknames were the Silver Foxes, and I thought that was so appropriate.
Well, my grandfather, he started going gray in his late 20s, and by the time he was 40, and I think before he was 40, he had completely white hair, but he looked kind of like Reagan, you know. So imagine like Ronald Reagan with like just absolute white hair, and that was what my grandfather looked like my whole life, you know. That's all how I remember him, you know. And I was like, well, I didn't get it, but man, the way that, and you know, I did obviously last longer than him, but the way that when I started going gray, it just didn't stop. It's like gangbusters. Yeah, you know, it's very aggressive, and I think by the time I'm 55, I'll probably have all white hair. I think the way I'm going.
Yeah. Well, the stress probably isn't helping either.
I have no stress, and maybe that's what's stressing me though. I was a kid that was always in stress, and now I don't have stress, and I'm freaking out. You know.
Oh, you didn't have stress forever?
I was in stress my whole life, and now I have zero stress.
I don't know how that is. I'm
And
super
there lies
stressed
the
these
problem.
days.
He's stressless.
I've got
I don't
gray
get mad
all
about
mixed in
this.
Hey,
here.
bro, I
You
got a
can't
bunch
see
of
it.
stress. I got a bunch of problems I can send your way if you want them. Just let me know. You know? Just let me know when.
Now, Bug Out, I have a question for you. Have you had that moment where your wife just kind of like stopped doing something and looked over at you and like, what happened to you?
Oh no.
Well, in what respect?
Like getting older and like when you stop working out and, you know, things like that, stop being
no.
as active as you were at one point?
It's actually the opposite, and so she's very supportive. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And to the point where I'm like, why are you being so nice to me? You know,
What I do wrong?
It's making you
What
a
are you
little
about
wary.
to do to me?
like I get all mad and I'm like, you know, I need to hit the gym. I need to start working out. I'm slacking, blah, blah, blah. And then like, it'll be a day or two later and I'll be brushing my teeth or something. And she'll walk by and she's like, you still look really good though, you know? And I'm like, yeah, whatever. But she's just saying that because she doesn't want me to go to Afghanistan or Iraq or something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where the real gym is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Doing real shit
I
is
screwed up
real
in
work.
Yeah.
Sorry, Possum.
I screwed up in a serious relationship I was in once. I had got an injury while working, so like I just sat there and drank beer and didn't do anything and ate good food for like 2 weeks because I was injured. You know what I mean? And so I started like in 2 weeks I gained like 10 pounds. And
All
she
because
came up
you
to me.
stubbed your pinky toe.
No, I broke my wrist and 3 fingers. So.
I'm just teasing you, man.
I know, brother.
Work-related accident,
It doesn't take long. That's the thing about fitness. And this is a workout people give me a hard time. But if you're into this prepping / survival thing, it's also about calories, you know? And if you're going to have a lot of mass, you're going to have to feed it. And if you're going to be 260 pounds of muscle lean you're taking in 5,000 calories a day, you know, like, and are you prepping for that? Because I what if I knock myself down to 1,900 calories a day and I'm kind of lean? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And like, I'm kind of trying to be smart about this. And the guys that know me are like, dude, like, you know, why aren't you working out? And I'm like, well, I am, but I'm not like trying to do all that anymore. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of becoming a different person, you know, and I'm enjoying it. But at the same time, when I look in the mirror, it's like, I look different, and it's, I don't know, man. It's like, you know, you're always conflicted. That's part of getting older, I guess.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what
I
I was
gotta agree
saying
with that.
with that
But you gotta
story,
feed
where I
it.
was going,
Yeah,
was
go ahead, man.
basically, no, she basically was like, you know, came up to you one day and she's like, "You're getting fat. What's going on with you?" I was like, "You've been doing the same for 6 months, and I've kept my mouth shut."
Oh,
And
damn.
that wasn't a good thing to say. And that
Now we
that
know why
worked
that
out very well.
relationship didn't go much further.
But I started timing it, man. I started timing it because when I would go on leave, what you crave the most is the junk food, right? Because you'll be gone for 5, 6 months, you know, 9 months, whatever. And you're working out, you look great, but like you're craving pizza and chicken wings and draft beer, and you know what I mean? You're just like dreaming about it. And I started timing it, and the one time that I really cut weight and I leaned out, you know, and I started doing a lot of cardio and stuff. It took me 4 days to lose a 6-pack. 4 days it was gone. 4 days. Like, took me, you know, 6 months to get there, lost it in 4 days. So what's the point, man? You know, like, it's really like,
exactly.
Like, you got to be realistic about your fitness goals too. You know, if you're going to be living in this world and you're working all the time and all that stuff, I mean, there's being in shape, but then there's like these people that like are these like fitness junkies. It's another like it's another crutch. It's another like addiction. You know, you got to live in the world.
Yeah.
You got to be here. You got to be here with everybody else. You know, and there is a medium, and they're like, believe me, I could slim down my waistline a bit right now. Trust me, you know, but like, I'm not in bad shape though. You know what I mean? So it's like, man, you know, give or take.
I feel you. I hate working out, period. So that makes the option pretty easy. I just don't.
genetic
I just work.
Like, you need to work out. You're like 2 spaghetti noodles wide.
I'm thankful for
just a
genetics.
tiny
Let's put
little
it that way.
brain.
But I want strength. Yeah, I want strength.
Yeah,
The size doesn't
all
equal
that.
strength
you know,
at all.
your feed
You know?
sack thing is the best way you can build yourself up. That way it's real world, real operational muscle that you're.
That's what I love. I like shoveling. Like, literally, I do like shoveling. I hate it at the time, but I like the way I feel afterwards.
Well, damn,
And,
woman, go out there and dig a ditch.
Wow, I actually do have to soon.
Hell, you go straight
It's
basic.
kinda
Just
weird.
go dig a 8x10 patch. When you get done, fill it back up. Move next to it, another one, and just keep going one to the other, and just keep. There you go.
It's kind of
Yep.
strange though,
Oh.
because when I watch girls shoveling, I like the tingly feeling I get too. It's kind of weird that works for both.
Your muscles
people.
tingle as well? You're hopeless. Pretty
Oh,
much.
You wanna-
Jesus God almighty.
Milkmaid, you want to know a way to get strong quickly? Do push-ups and sit-ups and squats every day for 3 to 4 months straight. Build your core in your legs, and that's all you need in your your back. That's all you need to do. I promise you.
Well, I've thought about this because, well, for the longest time, I thought that push-ups are when I pushed my body up, not when I pushed the ground down. Once I changed my mindset on that, push-ups weren't actually that hard anymore. But squats, I can't do to save my life. Like, if I squat, my back is hurting for days, and I get critiqued all the freaking time because I'm apparently doing it wrong. But even when I'm trying to do it right, I feel like I'm going to fall on my ass. So I don't understand.
Well, are you doing it with weights, or are you doing this free squats?
Just with my
no weight?
body weight.
Well,
It's insane.
you got to understand, if you've never really
Look at
worked
the
out in your
ceiling when
life,
you do it.
you don't
If you look
have
at the
the
ceiling when you do it, you
stabilizing
can do it.
muscles. You don't have certain stabilizing muscles that make it easy for you to have that form. It's all like when I first started working out doing squats, I got to where I could squat 375 pounds when I was 16 years old. Okay, and that was working out since I was about
That's impressive.
10 and a half. I never could do that again in my life. It was just at that time, my body, you know, and the prime of my life, you know, working out. But I had shitty form for months. And until I was able to be comfortable with carrying that weight on my shoulder and doing a squat, a lot of people put their hands out in front of them, you know, to stabilize themselves. They'll put their hands like across each other. And that's how they do squats. And you look at the wall. And, you know, you feel a lot of my problem with squats was you're worried about what the rest of your body is doing when you should be focused on just keeping your back straight and just go down. It just feels unnatural. You know, it
That's
doesn't
what
feel
I heard.
normal
And
to
then,
do.
and then BB was saying, look at the ceiling. What does that do?
That's what I told her.
When you look at the ceiling, it straightens your posture and it opens your airway. So your biggest thing if you do squats and you start if you throw weight on it, you don't get enough air because your largest muscle group is your legs because it's the most muscle that you have in your body concentrated. And you'll start doing squats and the next thing you know, you'll get lightheaded and you'll start getting all woozy and stuff. Well, if you look up, one, it corrects your posture, but two, it opens that trach up as much as it can go. So you're taking as much air in as you can. And if you focus on breathing and staring at the ceiling, you won't gray out so bad when you're done, you know?
I'd fall over.
Well, I'm gonna have
Being
to
honest, I'd fall over.
timestamp this, guys. Go back and listen because I really
the
actually
hardest
should
group,
do that.
the hardest
the
muscle
8-hour
group
mark.
for any, the hardest muscle group for anybody to work out is their lower body because most people don't ever work out their lower body. How many big old dudes you see, they're like, damn, that dude can bench 350 pounds. You look down and you're like, my legs are twice the size of his. What the hell is he doing?
Yeah.
You know, it's like
easy
the
to
whole point of
timestamp,
being
don't
strong.
meditate.
Yeah, your whole body is supposed to be strong, not just one muscle group. You know, that's not being a strong person. Your core is the most important. If you have a weak core, I don't care what the hell you do. You know, it's not going to work.
That's why the
From what
Marine
I've
Corps is better than the Army.
Oh, is that so?
So that's why the Marine Corps is better. Yeah, because the core is more important.
I see what you did there.
Boom, boom.
Right. Well, guys, I'm gonna have to get going because I do have to get feed and all that fun stuff. But it's been fun.
Thanks for hanging out, ma'am. I appreciate it very much.
Great seeing
Why do
you
you?
again.
If you keep leaving, like when it's my bedtime, like people are gonna start thinking weird stuff, man. That's all I'm saying.
Not many.
No, I left earlier.
Yeah. She kicked you to
Hey,
the
she's got a
curb a long
grave to
time ago.
dig.
Dude, the other day you were coming on and I was like, yeah, no, and left.
Yeah. Damn.
Damn, milkmaid. She
That was
brutal.
straight up
Oh.
sound effects, the visual, the whole 9 yards. That was the full
Right.
message there.
You're welcome. Well, y'all have fun. I'll
Yes,
see y'all
ma'am,
later.
You have a good day.
All right, go ahead and go dig Bushido's grave there, milkmaid.
Oh, that's a good idea. All right.
6x3.
Bye.
Hey, what's up, Carl? How are you, sir?
MO.
Oh, yeah, I guess I can put a link down there for Carl.
Damn, bro, I don't even get a link. Damn,
shit,
right.
that was the wrong one. That was copying what's her name's thing. I was looking that one up, so let me get the link.
Oh, you wanted to see what she looked like too. I see.
Well, I didn't know who she was talking about. I thought it was the actress lady, but then whenever I saw the picture, I'm like, oh, that's that older lady. Because I was going to tell Bug Out, by the way, that chick that we were talking about, what's her name from Mandalorian, the Gina chick, her movie is coming
Gina
out.
Carcano?
Yeah, it's some kind of, damn, what was it? Terror on the Plains or something like that is the name of it.
Oh, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, she apparently is not just active in it. I think it said something about part of producing it too or something, but that's part of that whole Blaze network that she was going with Shapiro and all them.
Oh, okay. So at least they cashed in on that because I never heard anything after it. And I was like, did they leave her high and dry? I thought that would have been stupid.
Probably.
Yeah.
No, it's coming. No,
Man, when you get to know that character on The Mandalorian, that lady just becomes so hot. At least she did to me. I was just like, oh, man. Like, I want her in my foxhole, you know?
She can whoop my ass any day. Her and Ronda Rousey. Neither one of them. I'll take that ass
What up,
whooping.
man?
All I know is I'm grabbing some boobies.
You want to put me in a triangle chokehold? Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Rear naked?
I don't see
Can we
how I
get
can,
naked?
you know?
I'm going to put you in a rear
That's the
naked
funny-
chokehold. Heck, can we get naked first? Yeah.
Like, she's choking you, and, like, right before that blood choke kicks in, you're just like, she's totally touching me, you know? And then you just black out.
All your friends are, oh, you got your ass kicked by a woman. No, I got my ass whooped by Gina Carcano. And I had her titties all over my back. Think
Dude,
about
her
it
name
that
is-
way, asshole.
Her name is Gina Carano. A Carcano is a Italian rifle that
Carano.
you shoot presidents with.
I know what the Carcano is, but I
Why?
fucked up,
She
okay?
whooped
Shut
my
up.
ass. She whooped my ass while she was smelling like mad sweat and dirty compression shorts and
it works
staff
though.
infection.
Here's the thing though, and this is where it sucks because, you know, life isn't fair. But if you're a hot chick and you smell like sweaty compression shorts, it enhances the experience. And if you're not hot and you smell like dirty compression shorts, it's gross. I don't know. I don't make the rules. Don't shoot me, you know?
We'll shoot the messenger. It's not our fault.
Hey, Benjamin. So
you just say to yourself, you're like, oh, so it's like that. You know, if they're hot, it's like, oh, stinky compression shorts. So it's like that. Okay, girl. You know, where if they're not hot, you're like, you better go change that shit and then come back.
Get a shower.
And you better apologize.
Hey, Monty.
What's up, shit?
Have to catch the
Morning,
break
Monty.
right there. Hey,
What up,
what's
brother?
up, Steady?
Hey, Monty,
So-
how you doing? I gotta
Is
go,
she
by
got-
the way, man. Sorry,
All right,
guys.
Bug Out. Later, brother. Get you some rest.
Take it easy, man.
All right.
Later, Bug
Yeah,
Out.
I'll see you later. I'm sorry, Monty. Yeah.
Come up here. Yep.
Monty done chased him off.
So
No,
when
I-
she gets
I-
you in a chokehold, you're trying to put on a smile as you're dying, and you're like, at least I'm going to die with a smile on my face.
Well, I mean, what other way could you think of going out, though? Right?
Lot
On
of
top and on
Well-
top, you know, like,
Well,
you know, like,
There's
Doggy
many,
style.
many other options.
Yeah. I mean, it's like we're all going out some way, but people will talk about that one, you know?
It'll go down in history.
Yeah.
Or
Anyway,
put
man,
your head
I got to
in-
run, guys.
Later, brother.
All right,
see you
Bug
later.
Out. We'll catch you later, brother.
Later, Bug Out.
Alrighty.
Get you some rest.
Or Gina's got your head in a leg lock and everybody's making fun of you. Ah, she had you in a leg lock. Yeah, did you see where my nose was? Yeah, I smelled it. It smells pretty. She knocked
just
you
couldn't-
out. Yeah, I
Nope,
licked
wrong
it.
one. This is. Remember me? You're on mine though.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
we
Well,
can
some
dance
good
around it
coffee I
all the
made
time,
this
but you ain't no first in it, so we got to.
I just get the straight scratch
Pull
and
back.
sniff.
Yeah, we're just we're on mine. That's it.
I know, but that's all. That's all I was saying. I didn't say anything. I
Yeah,
didn't
you
say
did.
anything
Hey,
worse.
don't make me.
All right,
Well, I did keep it clean,
later, y'all.
Hey,
but
donkey.
What the hell
He's
you
trying.
doing,
Look at
buddy?
him. You see what he's doing, right? He keeps walking by the puddle and he keeps stepping over that puddle. It's like, yeah, I want to just jump right in again and just watch it. It's like, nope.
Dad, I just want to jump in the puddle.
Nope. Off limits. Barrier fence already around.
Get away from that. Get away from that puddle. You
Matter
got your
of fact-
brand new school shoes and clothes on. Get out of
The
there.
truck's on its way in to fill up the hole.
There's that load of gravel.
I
Damn it,
didn't
they
even
took my
use the
mud
link that
puddle
you
away.
threw down just now. I used the link from way earlier. I had to go through 5 or 6 of them. Sure, I finally found it.
There you go, Monty.
Should
Finally
have
learned.
been the last one. Unless you're
No.
bouncing around, then you take some
No.
minutes to find the right one.
I put up the 3 of the one that goes to my page first, and then I don't know why. Then initially I found it. Yeah. I was like, "Holy cow, that's too much work." Trying to guess which one's which. I don't know why it does that. It always puts up the. I don't know. No, I went straight to bed after I jumped off here earlier. Can't you see by my eyes?
Bug out sounds like people have acted.
Grandma Merkel.
Some bad boy on a Harley, maybe.
Udden.
Oh, I was
Hey,
watching. I stopped in and watched T-Rex guy. I got a notification. He went live. Out of ironic that I got a notification, but he was actually on some bridge as the Patriot Guard riders were bringing some vets, I guess, home or something from DC. I didn't hear what he was saying so much because he was just standing on this overpass and he had his phone shining down on all the bikes that were coming in the whole envoy that came through. Anyway, go ahead with 1A.
I was just gonna say it wasn't really that important, but I was just gonna say yesterday I was like I got you. I'll hold you down for an hour, and ended up going for like almost 32.5 or something. People weren't jumping off. Like Milkmaid and Bug Out were sticking with me. House Donkey. I was just like, Tony got up there, and I was like, oh, okay, let's keep it going.
That's it.
I didn't expect to go that long. Definitely didn't plan on it.
Dude, you could have gone. I don't care. Hell, if you could have kept going until tonight, it would have been fine with me. Yes, as long as the narrative stays the same.
Yeah, dude, I just had to, I get to that point, I'm like, damn, I've been going this long. And now I start realizing I got shit to do. You know what I mean? Like, I got things I got to do,
Well, and I
a
would
good
say,
conversation.
I was thinking about logging off, closing it down, but if you want to hang out and keep it going, still chat with everybody, that's cool with me too. I know I'm just sitting here, and the more I sit here and then I'm looking at the screen, I'm like, I don't know, I'm kind of getting tired of it.
Yeah, and then that's the thing where I falter is like I start getting tired and then I want to be in the conversation. I'm like, I don't have the energy really for this conversation, so I'm just quiet. And then I'm like, that's when I know I need to log off.
I don't even stay focused.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, brother, I got you.
Okay, well, cool. Well, chat, I appreciate everybody in chat being here. Appreciate you hanging out. It's been awesome.
Time to go.
And
I
no, 1A is gonna still.
Oh, okay. Okay. My bad. I'm sorry.
We'll see. So, y'all have a good day. Be sure and smile. Be the reason somebody smiles. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Just keep her between the rails for me, brother. Appreciate you.
I see that mud puddle.
No.
I will be mindful. I will stay away from stupid shit. I will stay away from stupid shit. I promise.
Hey, I can say it out front. I would expect everybody just to respect it. That's all. Anyway, y'all have a good one. I'm tired.
Later, brother.
Much love.
All right, brother.
Take it easy, man.
Great seeing you again, buddy.
Yes, sir. Keep the rubber on the road there, donkey.
I will do my best.
You got it, brother. Later, man.
Later, brother. Get some rest.
Yes, sir.
All right, now that Dad's gone, let's talk about Gina some more. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding, rescue. I'm joking.
Hey, just
All of a
because you
sudden, I
left don't
just
mean he ain't
drop
listening,
off.
and he ain't still
Yeah.
around and about to hit us with the switch. Like, what the hell did you say? You know,
Oh,
how'd you
y'all
know I
think
was
so?
saying that? I was in the other room. I was listening. You know.
All of a sudden, they,
Well,
one
we
A
were talking
steps
about
away, all everybody's mics get muted. Bloop,
right.
what the? Who did that?
We were talking about Goodwill earlier, man. Back like in the early 2000s, I'd go with my grandmother to Goodwill. Like it'd be the weekend, and like she'd be like, "You want to go thrift shopping with me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what the hell?" You know, because she's gonna buy me a bunch of stuff. You know, it's my grandmother. So I was like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go with you." And you know, and I didn't realize that back then was spending quality time with her. But we'd go to Goodwill's, and she'd be like, "Check this out. Let's go to the jewelry section." And you know, me being a young guy, I'm like, "Why?" And you know, she'd be like, "Just come check this out." And she would show, like, we'd go to different Goodwills, like in like a 4-hour round trip in a day, and go there and look at the jewelry and find multiple real gold necklaces that they put up on, you know, for sale for $3, $4, and that's a 18 karat, you know, necklace. And
Oh yeah.
all types of stuff. I mean, crazy antiques, things worth money. But it's not like that now. They figured that out. You ain't
Oh,
getting
yeah.
on good like that. So
What
those
happens
old
when you get intelligent people in there to work? They realize what something is, and then that ain't happening no more.
You're right, but you also got to look on the other side that those people were doing their job. They were told what they were given they need to put out for display. They're not going to
Yeah.
check to see if it's a damn 18 karat real gold necklace. You know what I mean? Like, but hey,
You know what I miss the most? I mean, she's
what's that?
gone now, but me and my mom, we used to actually go out and do, we used to go yard sailing. Like me, my mom, and my dad every now and then. And I'll be honest, man, when I was a teenager, you know, once I discovered girls and that kind of thing, and I hated going with my parents to go yard sailing. But, you know, now that I think back on it, it's like, I miss that, you know, being able to spend time with my mom and my dad and just go looking at stuff other people didn't want. And, you know, people don't realize going yard selling, man, you can haggle with them. Like if they got $5 on it, you can pull out 4 $1 bills and say, well, you know, I don't have $5 left. I kind of bought some other stuff, but would you take 4 for this? And 9 times out of 10, they just want to get it the hell out of their yard. You probably could have offered them $1 and they'd be like, well, shit, yeah, here, just take it.
Absolutely.
Tired of looking at the damn thing. You know?
Your generation was not the beginning, but like we're kind of like that. Like they were kind of embarrassed. You know what I mean? Like they didn't want to be seen when they got older with their parents. My generation were the people that just picked the ball up and ran with it. They're like, we don't want to be seen anywhere with our parents or grandparents. We don't like none of y'all. Y'all ain't cool. And man, that was one of the biggest mistakes in my life.
Oh, yeah. That's like I had a buddy of mine, man. He used to tell me about how much I was missing out by not spending more time with my grandparents and stuff. Because he would go every Sunday, he would go to church with his grandfather because his grandmother had passed away. But he'd go to church with his grandfather, and then they'd go have lunch somewhere. And then they would spend literally the entire Sunday together, every Sunday. And they'd go home in the evening to his grandfather's place, and him and his grandfather would cook dinner together, and then they'd just talk about the week, the day, life, politics. His grandfather was a World War II veteran. His grandfather would tell him stories from World War II. And he's like, man, you have no idea the stories they can tell, man.
No,
and I
that's
never
the thing.
listened, so I missed out.
I missed out, but I'm trying to, make up for it now. I got a lot. I'll never be able to make up for that lost time, but all I really want is my family to be proud of me. That when they're getting close to the end, that they don't have to worry about what's going to happen.
Well, I'm going to tell you, the best thing you can do is learn everything you can from them.
Mm-hmm.
Let them pass on some of their when they were, they were poor, so they had a little garden out back, and they would grow enough that they would have some to sustain them through those months, and then everything, all the excess that they had, they would can up. Well, his grandfather and his grandmother taught him how to can. Things like that,
Hey, Monty, how's your day going, bro?
It's going.
It's going. Wake up to all the text messages and emails and phone calls that you don't want to respond to. Yeah, I know how that feels. Like, why the hell you calling me? You texting me? You know I don't deal with that shit.
I ain't calling you.
Leave me alone. YouTube's a different world, man. I have so many people I know. They're like, I want to start a channel. I want to get into YouTube. I'm like, probably, think about it before you decide to do it.
Yeah. You got people in the YouTube world that, try to run each other off, and, you got trolls that have nothing better to do than to mess with people and irritate them. And, and you got channels that, talk about this topic or that topic, and, it's a whole world different from like when I was growing up. I mean, hell, I still remember when AOL and the internet first came up.
Right.
God, I'm old.
No, I do. I remember that too. I mean, well, I was only like 7 years old, but but I remember it.
I was talking with one of my buddies because he's the same age I am. I think he might be a year older, but we're the same age group. And we were talking. We were like, man, you remember when cell phones first came out? Like the only people that had them were doctors, lawyers, and like maybe politicians and drug dealers. That's like the only people that had them. And it wasn't like your average drug dealer, like the guy slinging a dime bag of weed here and there. It was like your big time movers.
It's
They
because
were
of
slinging
cocaine.
like
It was during the
kilos.
crack and cocaine era.
Yeah. And it was this big ass brick. You had a big old bag for it and stuff. And then you had this car phones. I remember my dad he hit on a lottery ticket one time. He got it was up in Michigan. But he hit what was it? Like 5 numbers. It won like $2,500. So he put like a tonneau cover on his pickup truck and put a car phone in there. And the car phone was pretty much just for emergencies. But it was like $2-3 a minute to use the thing.
Back then.
Yeah. Back then, when car phones were just becoming kind of popular, it was like $2-3 a minute. So it's like, a 5-minute phone call is like $20. Like, damn. Like, nope.
That's
never
why
mind.
only
I'm good.
drug dealers and politicians and businessmen did it, like you said, because they had the money for that, because they were making more money off the phone call than they were what they were spending to make that phone call.
Oh, yeah. They might make
That
a
was
10-minute
the whole-
phone call that cost them $100, but they just made a $20 million deal off of it. Of course, I remember
Well, see,
pagers.
bro, that's what I was getting to when you said that. It was bro, I got a homie right now that still uses a damn pager. Still works. Still uses.
Wait a minute. They still have service
Beepers and
providers
pagers, yes.
that
They
provide
still have
service to
beepers
them.
and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't realize that beepers and pagers were actually different. The beepers would just display a phone number, like on the top of it, and then the pagers had the screen where you could actually send a message.
Yeah, but see, the beepers are better because if a certain number hits you up, you knew what they wanted. You didn't even have, there was nothing to discuss. You knew exactly what it was, and you showed up. That's just same thing when they took away damn phone booths. You couldn't make a collect call no more on the side of the road, or at a gas station or wherever.
And at the same time, they should take them out because they realize we ain't making no money off these phones anymore. Because I'm smartphones.
Things change so quick. Monty, why are you being so quiet?
I'm just listening.
I'm just listening. Monty's over there taking notes. You know, what are you all talking about? Man, I was at the gas station earlier, right? I'll tell y'all a crazy story. And I'm in there buying cigarettes, right? And this lady, I hold the door for this older lady. She looks like she's in her 60s, but I can tell either she used to do that or she still does. And I just saw her leave the gas station closer to my house, and like going there to pay for gas, pulled up at the pump, and then she came out and left. I'm like, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, whatever. So I pull up to the second gas station, which is a little further away, and I go and I hold the door for her. I'm about to buy cigarettes. I see it's a elderly lady. I'm like, hey, go ahead. You can go first, no problem. She dumps this big ass bag of change on the counter, and it's like, I need gas on pump 4. So I have to sit there, and wait for the cashier to count the change and give her a gas. No problem. I think everybody's been there before. Counting, change, looking under your seat for a quarter or two just to get home. You know what I mean? So no big deal. I ain't worried about it. Yeah, I look at it like, hey man, everybody's on hard time, going through hard times right now. No big deal. She leaves, and then I guess it's her, I don't know, son or nephew or whatever that comes in there. It was like, do you guys sell 3.1% beer? And the guy's like, well, what kind are you talking about? He's like, no, I need 3.1% beer. And the manager and the cashiers and the manager's like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Like, what's the name of it? And he's like, I don't know. And he just told him, we don't have it. I don't know what you're talking about. So you give me a name of the company, I don't know if we have it. And he's like, I'm going to go look. So he goes back there and looks and comes back up and starts talking shit to the manager. He's like, I'm going to whoop your ass and all this shit if you don't have this. I'm like, damn, I'm just sitting here trying to buy some cigarettes. And I'm just sitting there just like going back and forth looking at both people while they're talking. And then all of a sudden, this dude walks in and he's from South Africa. He just moved here like 2 weeks ago. And he's like, hey, man. He's like, I don't appreciate you talking to the people that work here like that. And he's like, I don't give a shit who you are. You're not my friend. Don't talk to me. And he goes out the store. He's walking back to his car. And the South African dude, he's a white dude. He's probably like 6 foot. You can tell he's been a farmer his whole life. Like he's, like you could just tell, that he walks up behind him while he's walking back to the car with his mom or whatever, or like I said, nephew. He smacks him from behind so hard he knocks him out. I mean, he smacked the shit out of him where you're just like, oh, you don't know what else to do except react to it. Like, oh shit.
Like that scene in Friday, like, damn!
No, he smacked him so hard that both of his feet caught air. Because he wasn't expecting it. Both of it, and he slammed. Right, it knocked him out for probably 3 seconds. He was like stumbling up, and like I walked outside and I was like, hey man, don't worry about it. I was like, you're about to catch a charge. Like, now get the fuck out of here. There's cameras everywhere. The police department's only 2 miles away. You need to get in your car and get the hell out of here. He's like, no, I want to spend the night in jail. And I was like, what? He's like, I want to spend the night in jail for that. And I was like, all right, well, go ahead, brother. And I got in my car and left. I don't know, man. I get that the kid was young and he was talking shit, but
yeah, but that is completely and totally uncalled for. I mean, you're going to threaten people because they don't have a particular kind.
Yeah. I think we lost Donkey.
That's just ignorant. That's. I'm here. I'm talking.
He's like, I'm here.
Nobody hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No.
But at the same time, I understand. Shut up, asshole. Damn you, Monty. Stop messing with my mind. It's broke enough. But that's that mentality that people have these days is they can say and do whatever they damn well please, and that, there's no repercussions. I can do whatever I want. You can't tell me what to do. Well, you're right. But there's consequences to our actions,
Was he right for smacking the shit out of him? No, but it might have been a good lesson for him.
Exactly. I doubt it with the way I've seen, young people act today. But I get where the guy from South Africa was coming from. It's like, you don't get to just act this way and treat people like this, because there's always going to be that guy that's willing to just slap the shit out of you for some dumb shit you said that you shouldn't have said, that didn't even need to be said. Like threatening somebody because they don't have 3.1% beer.
Like, who the fuck drinks 3.1% beer anyway, motherfucker? Like, get out of here.
Shit, you gonna drink that? You might as well drink fucking O'Doul's.
Right. And what was funny is what was funny is that, like, 2 days before that happened, the guy that works as a manager there, the South African dude, was there and was like, "Where are you from, Australia?" And he just stiffened up and looked at me. He's like, "Don't ever say that shit again. I'm from South Africa." And I was like, "Oh shit, this dude like really takes shit seriously." Because of his accent. He got pissed because he thought he was Australian. I was like, damn, this dude really about it. Like, hey, bro, you ain't in South Africa no more. You ain't got to act like that, dog. Like, everything's cool.
You calm your ass down a little bit.
Yeah, I was like, damn, dude. Like, you didn't know your accent. We're in damn North Georgia and Appalachian Mountains. Ain't nobody know what the difference between a South African and Australian accent or British accent is. I do, but they don't, because they ain't worried about it.
Yeah. That's like both my cousins, my dad's brother's kids, they live in Australia. And, growing up, they did not have no Australian accent. Their mom did, because that's where she was from, was Australia. And, but then her and her sons moved back to Australia. Well, they moved to Australia with her. But she went back, and I saw my cousin a few years back, and he's like you couldn't even tell he was born in the U.S. and that he spent most of his young life growing up in the U.S. He just sounds straight Aussie.
See, that's the thing is, a lot of them are similar in ways that people don't know that. But let me say hey to the chat real quick. So I'm doing multiple things off camera and trying to go back and forth.
We don't want to know what you're doing off camera. No.
Right. Shift Kicker, good to see you, Sunshine. What's up? Benjamin, as always, remote viewer. Good to see you, bud. I appreciate you coming by. Sharon said, hey, 1A daughter called, but I'm back. Well, I'm glad you're back. Shift Kicker earlier said, wait, Donkey discovered girls?
I ain't been right since.
All right. Shift Kicker said, oh, Monty, what game are you playing?
Monty probably over there playing Super Mario Brothers on an old Nintendo console. Like Super Nintendo, Super Mario Brothers.
He's playing Castlevania.
Oh, God, I remember that game.
Mm-hmm.
That's sad.
Yeah, sorry, I'm neglecting chat, y'all.
When that came out.
You know, usually when I check out the rescue, things get a little,
So
it's about to. What's up, brother?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Okay. All right. I'm going to turn the camera off for this. So yesterday on Facebook, I come across this picture. It was a bull elk. Yes, it is. But it says, and it had a photoshopped gas can, old metal gas can, 5 gallons, sitting underneath it. It says, when's the last time you ever seen gas under a buck?
But it's there's yeah.
So my buddy that's a Democrat, and my classmate, oh, bless his heart. That's all I'm saying. He goes, well, you still haven't. That's a bull, not a buck. I'm like, oh, I forgot. For one, it's a Photoshop picture. 2, I don't care. 3, I still don't care. It was great. I shared it to be funny. Did he ha ha? Did he ha ha on it? No. Because he's Mr. World. Well, whatever. He is a hunter. No matter what I share, no matter what I say, he's always one of those who's got to go. Oh.
That's when you know his wife isn't happy and he slide in her DMs.
I've known him ever since kindergarten, though. But I tell
that don't make it any better.
I tell you what. What's up, remote shift kicker? Everybody, hello.
Walla walla bing bang.
Ooh ee ooh bing bang. Walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh Well, y'all kept asking me what was up.
Monty, that just proved you're old.
What?
You singing that part from The Witch Doctor?
No. That part came from.
You're old.
That came from a Nintendo commercial, I think, if I remember right.
No, that came from a song from back in the 50s
I
or
know.
60s, I think.
I'm not that old.
Oh, The Witch Doctor.
I'm a year or 2 younger than you.
I know. My wife makes me listen to it every year, Halloween.
1 year younger than you. Sorry.
Well, how old are you, Monty?
I just told you I'm 1 year younger than you. I was born in 75.
You're only 34? I'm
Yeah.
only 35.
Yeah. Sure. You do the math. I'll just go along with it. Hey, remote.
Hey, that's donkey math, okay?
Just been taking a break from YouTube, brother. It's just, when your whole song is, I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony, and pass that 7-Up or that Coke along, to your neighbor next door. That's what it's supposed to all be about, not, so-and-so said this and ruffled their feathers. And I don't know. Just... Yeah, anyways.
Well, Monty, what the hell is really going on?
I don't know, man.
Take it easy, remote. Appreciate you stopping by, man.
Later, brother. Northern brother from another mother. Oh. You got pretty
What's up?
You got pretty warm here yesterday. You got like 90 degrees. I had to put the AC unit in.
I don't even want to hear it.
It ain't got over 80 here except twice in the last 2 weeks. So. It was 45 this morning.
That's the difference where I am, though. It can be nice and chilly, or it can be nice and hot and humid. There's no in between.
Well,
I
was driving through Texas yesterday, looked down at the temperature gauge on my dashboard. It was reading 105 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
and I was doing 68 miles an hour.
Gee,
Yeah.
Yeah. But what he didn't tell you is that his hot and cold meter, that shit was high as hell.
I'm waiting for the temperature to rise so high that the dashboard says, "Don't even ask."
That's the thing is, I man, the older I get, I stop looking at the weather unless I got something really important to do. Because I'm like, it don't matter what the hell, if it's hot, cold, I still got to do it. So, you know what I mean? Like, so what the hell does it really matter? It's gonna rain, well, I still got to go out and do it. So who cares?
Yep. Well, it's funny when I'm home, my wife will like pull up the weather radar and everything, and she'll be looking, watching, tracking the storm, what routes it gonna take around us, over us, and she'll be telling me, and I just look up and go, "Yep, that's nice. Yep, I see it. Clouds right there. They're dark. It's coming."
Shit. Damn it, I don't want to wash no more clothes. I want to fold no more damn clothes, especially when they ain't mine. Hey. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. That's why, man, it took me a while to realize that, you know, being an adult and the responsibilities and, you know, everything I need to do in my early 20s, it sucks. But I try to tell these younger kids, if I have a chance to talk to them, look, shit's about to get real hard real quick. And you think it was hard on me in my generation? Just wait, brother. You're gonna be crying, wondering, why didn't God love me? Why does my family not want to do anything for me? You know, like, you're gonna really like be screwed.
My generation.
My generation. Yeah, that's right, Shifter Kicker. They like to identify anything because once you identify something as something else, then there's a whole new set of rules that come with it that everybody has to follow. And it's like, is that law? Right. Yeah, is that law? Right. Is that found in the Constitution? No, shut the hell up.
That's what I'm saying. Like that bull, like that picture of the bull elk that identified as a bull. I can't let that down.
No, what you should ask Amani is, would you still shot it if you saw it? Yeah, then shut the hell up. You know what I mean? Like, you still would have bull, buck, whatever the hell it is. You still would have put a bullet in it. What's the matter?
Oh no, because he's voted for the right side, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No matter
he's
how.
One of those,
no matter
he wants
how
to work
well,
for like Politico or Snopes, right? He wants
to. No matter how well they're running the country right now, we can all guarantee that they're running real well, ain't they?
I won't fact check anything he says, but damn that buck, elk, whatever the hell it is, you know.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I say happy birthday to him. He's like, oh nope, that's not correct.
Do you know where the happy birthday song came from and the racist implication that it puts on every other child? You know,
he didn't used to be like that until after I started speaking my mind about a boomer and everybody else, and I'm like, okay. So, other than that,
don't call him a boomer anymore. Call him a groomer. Instead of saying, okay, boomer, go, okay, groomer.
I'm up on someone else's panel, and so I'm gonna respectfully just leave it at that.
No, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
I identify as a skinny guy trapped in a fat guy's body. while sitting naked in a beanbag chair eating Cheetos. That's all I'm saying.
See, about a month ago, Monty, there was a person working at Walmart. Couldn't figure out whether they were male or female, right?
Oh, really?
But I went with my instincts because they had more manly figure, you know, about them. Because, you know, I'm walking up, I'm like, is this a dude or a girl, you know, chick? I was like, what? And I got closer, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's a man. And I'm like, you know, hey, sir, how you doing today? They were like, don't call me sir. I was like, what? And I was like, what? I was like, I'm being respectful. Like, you need to call me ma'am if you're going to address me in that way. These are started with the pronouns. And I just looked at him. I said, well, what does your ID say?
Oh.
You know what it is? Like, what does your ID say? And they went and got a manager. And the manager came up and they were like, that's disrespectful. You can't say that. And I was like, well, what does your store policy? Did your store policy say that I can't address somebody the way I feel fit as long as it's respectful? They're like, that's not respectful. And I was like, well, that's a man. So to me, that's respectful. I said, sir. And they were like, well, they kind of changed their tune. They're like, well, this person finds it, that it's uncomfortable and it hurts their feelings. I was like, look, are you here to enforce your policy or enforce your workers' feelings? And that just shut the whole conversation down. They were just like, well, just be nice. And I was like, no, I don't need your BS, telling me what to do.
I was being nice.
Yeah.
I didn't come up and say anything derogatory. Just because,
exactly.
They want to live in their damn feelings and not, understand that, not everybody, I can be respectful, but if I walk up and you got long hair, you're wearing some hoop earrings, a dress, and you got a beard like mine, yeah, I'm sorry. All right, look, what's up, dude?
I think
this
I'm a
guy's
lady.
hand.
No, you're not.
Donkey, this guy's hand.
Go to the
could
circus.
palm probably 2 basketballs. And I'm supposed to use pronouns? Like, you could grab the top of my head probably and pick me up off the ground. You know what I mean? And I'm like, come on.
And I'm still going to,
Donkey.
I'm still going to look at you.
That's where you should have said, well, the circus ain't here right now, but I'm sure they're looking for their bearded lady.
Damn right.
I'm going to start calling him Joanna Man. You know what I'm saying?
So, I think I know where this started from. Remember Pat, the character on Saturday Night Live? Pat, where you didn't know if it was
nobody knew. Dude, that was one of the biggest shit ever.
Yeah.
This is where it started from. All of it. Now, see, everybody idolized that person.
And then what happened at the end? What happened in the last Pat scene?
I don't know. I didn't watch all
Pat was going to ended up going to a unisex bathroom.
Oh, goodness.
There was the men, women, and unisex, and Pat was going to, you're like, oh shit, we're about to figure out, is Pat, male or female? Pat went to the damn unisex, and we're like, oh, mother.
Suckers, you ain't gonna learn shit today.
But see, what people don't really know is Pat was a hermaphrodite. So Pat had the right to use the unisex. Okay? I'm just gonna put it.
Oh.
Anyway,
I don't know who the hell Pat was. But
how about them Royals?
Pat was funny, though. Pat was funny.
I still remember the day when, comedy was comedy. You made fun of, like TV shows made fun of everybody. Didn't matter what color you were, what your religion was, what part of the world you were born in, or what your sexuality or gender was. Everybody was fair game. Now it's like, comedians are getting are trying to be it's lost its
Donkey just went Pat on us.
Everybody's so worried about
Lord Roberto.
Oh,
you're breaking up, brother.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm coming into Fort Worth.
I heard you that time. Hey.
Okay.
But we hear you now.
Cool. But comedy used to be, no one was off limits. It was fair game. If funny, it's funny, period. Now it's all about, we might offend somebody. We might hurt someone's feelings. Well, if you're that damn sensitive, don't go to a comedy show. Stay your ass at home.
Well, yeah, I agree with that 100%. But yet, I remember in early 2000s, I went to a Chris Rock show in Atlanta with my aunt and uncle. They're like, oh, he's going to be funny. I sit there and listen to him make fun of white people for the first 45 minutes. I'm looking around is he going to make any jokes about any other people? I'm feeling kind of uncomfortable right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm we're one of the only 50 white people in this whole damn stadium. And
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I was waiting for the black jokes, and they finally came. The black and the Mexican jokes. I was like, okay, all right, damn, he just not singling me out. All right, cool. You know, I was like, you know, let's joke about everybody. But you got to look at it. Atlanta is a major black city, so
well, it's predominantly
you
black.
as an artist or a comedian, you play off whatever city you're going to. You know what I mean? That's just how it works.
Exactly. Oh, absolutely. And I'm not saying, and I'm not talking about like that kind of scenario. I'm talking like, you know, don't make trans jokes, don't make gay jokes, don't make black jokes, don't make white jokes. You know, it's like comedians have to be so concerned about who, you know, somebody might get offended. You know, because like nowadays, it's like everything's offensive. I mean, if you fart upwind, somebody's offended. You fart downwind, somebody's offended. You fart, somebody's offended. You know, it's like nothing you can do. You know, no matter what, no matter what you do, someone, somewhere is offended.
We also got to think I was maybe like 12 years old. You know, I didn't really understand. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I'd never been to.
I'm breaking up again.
We see that's funny. You start breaking up, and then when you come back, you're always clear.
Well,
yeah. Well, I'm coming into the Fort Worth, Dallas area, so it's, I guess, because all the, I don't know what it is, but it just kind of popping in and out.
All the feds around, you know.
Yeah, you know.
But I've only been to one. That was the only comedy show I've ever been to. But it's that's the thing is like growing up, going to Atlanta. I always enjoyed Atlanta, going to Atlanta when I was younger because it was different, you know. And as a young child, you're soaking in everything around you. You're a sponge, and you're like, oh, look at these pretty lights and big buildings and all these people. And then the older I started getting, when I was about 20, I was like, who the hell wants to drive all the way to Atlanta? I was like,
I think they've got a massive aquarium in
the
Atlanta.
Georgia Aquarium, bro. I've been there. Yeah, it's a nice place.
Yeah, I'd love to go and see that. I heard it's one of the best ones in the country.
Dude, I got to pet penguins. I got to touch sharks, and damn, they had whale sharks there. And yeah, it's cool. You get to play with like stingrays, and it was dope. And I went there like 5 years ago, man. And it's right next to the Coca-Cola, near the Coca-Cola factory. You know, so there's like a lot of historic places around there.
Oh, Atlanta has a lot of history to it. I mean, it's one of our older cities from when the United States first started becoming the United States.
Absolutely. You know, that's where, you know, it's a hub. It's always been a hub. Now it's a hub for the cartel. It's been, you know, like Atlanta is top 3 for sex trafficking and drugs in America. And I'm like, hell yeah, we have something to be so proud of. You know, like, oh my God.
Of all the things we can be proud of that we rank top 3 for, and that's what it is. Great.
Yeah, and I'm like, come on, man.
So come on, Atlanta, we can do better.
Yeah, it's like Miami and Atlanta are the first hubs that people go to really, when it comes to drugs or that type of business. And yeah. Sucks, but what can you do, man? Big cities have always been the hub for everything. The more people there are, the easier it are to disappear and do something nefarious without getting caught. So, is what it is. I'm glad I live about an hour and a half from Atlanta, but I'm in the mountains, so I'm really worried about it. But what's funny is Atlanta isn't Central or South Georgia. Atlanta is considered North Georgia.
Yeah,
that's scary.
It's closer to the top of Georgia than it is the bottom.
That's scary, bro. That's scary. Because
what's scary is driving around 285 going around that son of a bitch. Now that's scary. Them people are stupid.
Like that when we were like teenagers and we go down there to cop, you know what I mean? We'd drive around in circles on 285 for 3 hours just smoking and drinking and shit. Which I'm not saying that's good. I'm not trying to brag about it, but 285 was just a circle you got on and just kept going. Just
Oh, I hate driving on that thing, especially at night. You get there like just after dark, and the people, it's like they get dumber as the sun goes down.
'cause everyone's
I
higher
was out
drunk.
there. Yeah, they probably were. But I was out there one time, man. I mean, I'm blasting along. I was doing, I think, 60 or 65. And, you know, you got, at some points on 285, you got 6 lanes across. And I'm fucking flying. And I don't know, male or female, couldn't tell you. But this person in a car literally comes from like the second left lane, comes shooting across in front of me, stands on the brakes, and you got an exit on my right. Because I was in the far right lane, and then then there was an exit there. But that exit had a backup on it because of a traffic light at the top of the exit. This person jumps in front of me, slams on the brakes to wait for somebody to let them in.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Thankfully, I had a clear lane to my left, and I was able to hit the brakes and maneuver around them without hitting their car.
But you also had a chance rolling your shit over, or you know, putting it on the side.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
just, yeah. But I mean, it's just the ignorance of people out there.
You know,
it's like
and
they get on 285 and their IQ just drops.
Well, I remember when I was probably in my early 20s. I was on 285, and I was going probably 100 miles an hour, and I had 4 cars just past me. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, fuck, I'm going 100 miles an hour. What the hell?
Yeah, and they came past you like, move, bitch, you going too slow.
Yeah, and I was like, whoa, like, damn. And then the worst stuff was like traffic. What'd you say, Mike?
Get out the way, yo.
Ooh, trick. Get out the way. Whole song about that in Atlanta. By Ludacris.
Shit, I was out there one time. I was in out of 6 lanes, I was about almost center, almost the middle, and in the lane next to me, all of a sudden, and I'm doing 65, 70 around it, broad daylight, beautiful day out, dry pavement, just gorgeous, almost no traffic. And next thing I know, man, here come about like 7 or 8 crotch rockets. I mean, they were moving.
Probably running from the police.
No, there weren't any cops out there. I mean,
Well,
I
you
don't
wouldn't
know.
see them for about 2 miles, you know, if they're going that
Yeah,
damn
but I mean, these guys came past me like, no. And like, I was watching them, and it like, in a matter of about 10 seconds, I think. Because, you know, I mean, it's like one big giant curve out there with a couple little straightaways.
Mm-hmm.
Within 10 seconds, man, they were out of eyesight. They were beyond my vision. Going around some of the curves and stuff, I'm like, damn. Like, I don't know where the hell y'all going, but you in a big damn hurry.
Well, all the shootings used to happen on 285, 75, and 85 because there was no cameras for a long time. They still happen, you know, but now you catch somebody on the freeway, no cameras. The detective doesn't really have much to go off of, does it?
True. We used to have that down in Florida on I-95, down in like right around the Miami area, a little north of the Miami area. I don't know if you remember seeing it in the news. There were people that were like literally shooting people from other countries that were there visiting, vacationing, and such.
That don't surprise me. I mean, a lot of that's not even. They didn't even know they were from another country. It's just the fact they wouldn't shoot at them, and they know they can
I
get
mean,
away
I don't know
with
what
it,
reason
you
they
know?
were.
These youngsters nowadays, they
20 years.
damn donkey. Robot out again. Damn, Fort Worth got you stuck. You super robot-y, brother. I get what. How I know somebody has a real problem when they're talking is when I can hear the background music. Yep.
So, how's everyone doing?
Are you talking to us or chat?
Everybody. I'll jump in here like a life. I'll jump in here like a life preserver.
Right. Well, I mean, sometimes I have multiple people up on panel when I take over. Sometimes I'm by myself. You know, it is what it is. You know, like I can't dictate or, you know, like.
You know, sometimes I have multiple personalities, and sometimes they're all good. Sometimes,
Yeah. Sometimes you just step on the wrong personality and it comes out.
Yeah.
Right.
I used to be schizophrenic. Now we're all better.
You said he's damn. Bro, I have a family member who's not close family member, like it's like a second or third cousin that's schizophrenic. And I tell you what, bro. That boy, having a conversation with that person it's hard.
So a few years ago, I was kind of seeing this girl, and I swear she didn't tell me till 2 weeks later. She's like, "Well, I got multiple personalities." I'm like, "Oh, I believe it. I'm starting to see it." Just saying, I'm starting to see it.
Right. It's been 2 weeks, and I've met 3 yous. Like, damn.
Are you kidding me?
And it sucks when you're put in that position, because then it's like, if you're like, you know, I'm not going to date anyone that's that crazy, and then everybody's like, well, that's a good person, and you know, you should take that consideration. And I'm like, I want a family one day. You know what I mean? Like,
I dated a girl with multiple personalities once. I told her when we went out to eat, only one of y'all's ordering. I don't care how many of you's in there.
Oh, you're Jill right now? I'm going to have to build a check to Jan.
If you're heading into the Dallas area, Donkey, there is where was it? It's over by Kimberly, where the Kimberly Clark plant is. It's somewhere over in there. They still got I don't know the name of the place because it was 1996, right? But they still had all their drinks in a big old water trough filled with ice. You know what I'm saying? Water tank filled with ice, and the baked potatoes was huge, and steak and everything else. Of course, it's right there in Dallas. So, oh man,
yeah, I'm not stopping.
You're not stopping
I wouldn't
at all?
in Fort Worth.
Oh, not the east side, anyways.
I'm not stopping in Dallas at all. I'm going through, and I'm gonna see if I can get up into Oklahoma, or not Oklahoma, Arkansas.
So, are you coming or going?
I'm on my way to North Carolina. I already delivered. I had to deliver in El Paso.
Oh, okay, I got you. El Paso, I bet you didn't have to get a rope. You know, kind of the reason I said that is picante sauce. When they say New York, get a rope. Come on.
Ha
Tough crowd. No respect at all.
All right, Rodney.
Damn.
Rodney Dangerfield. Man, I miss him.
That's right.
Yeah, he was
that
funny.
was a funny
He was
SOB.
Yeah, he was.
Rodney Dangerfield, Sam Kinison, Robin Williams.
There I was, walking through a rice paddy, up to my knees, defending the country. Back to school.
Yep.
Yep.
I can only imagine what it was like being on the set with those two on there.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. That would have been awesome.
I'm sorry, I'm an Andrew Dice Clay fan, and I like Andrew Dice Clay a lot better than but I won't say Rodney Dangerfield, but people always talk shit about Andrew Dice Clay, but one thing I've noticed about him is I see so many new comedians, especially in the last 15, 20 years, just take his blueprint and run with it.
Well, they idolized him, right?
Oh, he was funnier than hell.
You got to remember people like Kinison, Robin Williams, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, George Carlin, Bruce Lenny, a whole bunch of them. You got to remember these was all idols to the younger generation now, and so when they look up to them like that, sometimes they try and do their shtick, kind of like what they was raised up on seeing.
Yeah, and it absolutely, and you got to look at Mitch Hedberg. How many people
exactly
copied him, and he wasn't even a huge comedian.
Another great one. Oh my goodness, he was funny.
But he just had those subtle jokes that would get you rolling over nothing.
Stephen
You
Wright.
know why he died though, right? Staph infection, or an infection from doing that. Yeah, that's why everybody thought his leg was gone. It's because it got blew up. So
I don't even remember him.
Back in the 90s, early 90s.
Okay.
Let's see here.
he always had that good opiate voice.
Yeah. Then you got Stephen Wright. I can't imitate him, but he always has that melodramatic,
You know why though? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I do. Yeah. Yep. Chef Kicker's talking about riding the tail of the dragon.
Yeah, I totaled my Explorer on that road.
In Tennessee, I thought that was in North Kakalaki. What? It's in both states, though, right? I forgot now. I remember reading an article on that in a bike magazine.
All I know is I woke up to my damn Explorer totaled in a tree down a 40-foot embankment, wondering what the hell was going on. So I will never travel that road again.
Last year, a couple I know, they always take a 1 or 2 yearly vacation. They either go west or they go east. Last year they went east, and they took some of that. They actually rode on some of it, so it was pretty cool. I seen their pictures, and it was pretty neat.
Sorry, y'all.
Awkward silence.
Well, I would have been talking with smoke.
Guess it's my turn to cough. Turn your head and cough.
I'm good. The reason why I know donkeys' lungs are messed up like mine is because every time he coughs or I cough, we both cough.
It's contagious.
I don't know, man. I'll be sitting here in my room and hear my grandfather cough. Like he'll wake up and cough, and I'll just start hacking. I'm like, what the? You know what I mean? I'm like, what's going on here? And then like he'll stop coughing, I'll stop coughing. I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like the mind. Just like, think about this.
Thank you, Monty. I appreciate that. Shut up.
You got to think about it. There's women. There's thousands of women, if not more. These are just the ones that are documented that can make themselves become pregnant just mentally.
What?
They developed the 9 months of stages of their stomach getting bigger, and then when they go to have a child, there is no child, and it's an actual condition that they can mentally force themselves to get pregnant without a child being in there.
No, I've never heard of that.
Look it up. What's up, Christine?
I have. I've seen dogs do it too.
They have no children. It's not a miscarriage. It's not any type of medical problem. They're perfectly healthy. They're just so mentally set on being pregnant. And you know who the women are the most times that are able to do that? Are women that can't have children. Because they get so caught up in it. Just look it up. Look it up, Monty.
Better call the Inquirer because I'm about 44 years pregnant.
There's women that have been supposedly that long pregnant. Just look it up. Dude, I'm not lying. You know, I'm not. I mean, I may bullshit every once in a while just for a joke, but no.
Earlier when I was up on here this morning,
I was asleep.
Well, you were still in chat when I was still up here. So.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I looked up a group of kittens or cats. It's a clouder. Yeah, see, I still remember that.
A group of cats is a clouder.
Yep. Hey, Christina.
Like, is it CLOWDER or CLOUDER?
CLOWDER.
DER. So like chowder, but clouder. Okay.
Right. And so then underneath it was a bunch more a group of animals, like a group of crocodiles. It's called a bask.
Most people don't know. Well, that's because they go together to bask out in the sun, right?
They're basking out in the sun. Hey, Christina, what's up?
Okay. Well, there's got to be a reason behind it. There's no word. That you know what I mean. But see, you know what? Do you know what a group of opossums are?
What?
Dinner.
Joeys. The babies are called joeys.
That's pretty jovial.
Yeah, jovial. Yeah. Oh shit. That was almost there, but I'll give you the credit. That was better. I like that.
There used to be Father McKay on MASH, the sitcom MASH. He's like, gosh darn it. No.
Hey, Christina. Hello to everyone else in chat.
Jocularity.
Jocularity. Tony said it's not the cough that carries you off, but the coffin they carry you off in. Dude, bro. Yeah, if I don't start smoking, bro, I'm gonna be screwed. So.
All right, I've talked for 5 minutes.
Next. If you want to.
No, you didn't. Like a minute and a half.
Yeah, see, stop that damn passive aggressive shit, Monty. You didn't talk for like 30 minutes, and you talked for 5. And you're like, I won't talk anymore. Shut up. Keep talking, bro. You know what I'm saying? We like to hear you talk.
Shut up and tell me a story.
See, what happened was BR549.
I didn't understand one money.
Okay, neither did he.
BR549 is a reference to Hee Haw. Junior's used car lot.
Okay, if you're referencing a old show,
yeah, old.
Okay, then I'm not gonna get everyone. I know a lot of them, and I've watched a lot of them, but man, I didn't grow up in that era. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't see it all. I just know what my family passed on to me, and the things I watched. I know my grandmother in Tennessee. When I go visit her, she really liked to watch Gunsmoke, Magnum PI. Just like for some reason, a lot of women like detective and investigative shows. I know. I feel like that's where they learn. That's where they plot, and they apply it to their daily lives. The ID channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, would it not be weird to say donkey? Okay.
What?
You're married, right? Are you married? Of course. As soon as I ask Donkey a question, his internet.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is, okay, pretty much.
You heard that?
I wouldn't expect anything less. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. When, say, like, all of a sudden your wife starts acting weird, right? And she starts, just being kind of, distant from you and not like treating you the same. Most guys, like most simps and like betas, would be like, "Oh, she's cheating on me." No, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm thinking finally, peace and quiet. I can go fishing. She ain't gonna bug me. All right.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You feel like that at first, right? Until you keep walking by the couch every day when you go somewhere, and she's sitting there watching ID channel, and she's watching, like, what's that one show?
Planning on killing me.
No. Like when she's watching those shows, what's it called? Damn, what's it called? Like Unhinged or like Snapped or something, or like the woman just finally gets tired of it and starts just tearing shit up. I would get a little worried, bro.
Like that.
I know. I'm not.
She did. If she did, climbing in the truck, going back to work. Nope. See you.
You know what I'm saying?
Me like that.
You know what I mean? Like she's seeing this, she's watching this every day for weeks straight, months straight, and you're just like, "Hey, I see you picked up a new hobby. You like this? I'll watch it with you." No, I want to watch it on my own. Okay, I'm sorry. That shit would scare me, bro. I'd be like, yeah, I need to kind of find a safe way to get away from this. If I saw a woman watching ID channel, shit like that all the time, I get a little worried. When it,
hey, Jeremy, what's up?
Jeremy's here. What's up, brother? Good to see you. It is so morning, isn't it? Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy.
Basically.
It's morning somewhere. It's morning here where I'm at.
That's all that matters. Damn. Should I put the link in, Money? What do you think?
What?
No, I'm you know how that goes. You know what I'm saying?
You're running the show, not me.
No shit, bro. But you're supposed to be my brother, so I'm trying to, ask you for some advice and sit there and bounce some shit off of you, and you're sitting over there like, oh, it's not me.
Don't bring me into this shit. Leave me out of it.
Hey.
I ain't gonna make that decision. Nope.
Hey, it wasn't me.
I mean, I don't have to bring nothing up. That's the thing. So
the song, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
I saw him put the link in the chat. It wasn't me. I didn't say shit after. It wasn't me. That was laughing. Wasn't me. But that was a hit. That was like 8, 9 years old when that came out. That's the thing. I remember so many things from my childhood. I can remember being like 2 years old, and when my mom and dad split up, and my dad bringing me to my mom's on Christmas, and like seeing the tree in the apartment, weird stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I had to, but I appreciate that, having a memory where I can remember childhood things. I know it slowly gets away from you the older you get. You still remember those defining moments. What I think is horrible about the human mind is the fact that most people remember a lot of negative things besides positive things. That's just how the human mind works. You remember traumatic, events more than you do positive things sometimes. This is how the mind works. So if you grew up just seeing your parents arguing all the time or fighting or getting physical, you're going to remember all that more than you did the good times. I'm not saying me personally, I'm just saying that. I know that a lot of people, we talk about our childhood and they just freeze up. They don't want to talk about it anymore. You know what I mean? And I get it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Most people don't know how to actually address the way they feel or their past and move on. And a lot of people struggle with that. I did for a while. It's all good. What's up, Ray?
Not much. Got a question for you. For all three of you. If your landlord did not provide an essential service, how much do you believe would be a proper diminutive value? Let's say you're renting $650. Would you say $250 is proper? Half? 3/4? How much did the value of that rental decrease because the essential service was not provided?
Well, it's very easy. You just account for the exact price for the amount of utilities that you were not given during that time frame. And then
you don't pay for the utilities. Those are included in the rent. So what's the price?
Bro, I'm telling you a way to get over on top, a better way, because everything's more expensive now. So the way that a court's going to do it is off of basic cost. The basic rate of what's happening right now on May 10th of 2022, that's what they would base it off. What is it going for now? That's the only way to fairly do it. You can't do it based off the future, and you can't do it off the past.
But so what are you basing off of? What is it that you're basing off of?
So what utilities did you lose at that time, or what?
Okay, the gas.
Okay. What's the current price of gas right now on May 10th, 2022?
For natural gas, I have no idea. But how do you determine how much natural gas would you use? You see, what is the proper amount to be deducted from the rent?
They're not going to go that deep unless you can prove it, because the burden is going to be on you to prove that in court. So you have
actually the burden's on them at this point.
But if you want punitive,
No. It's not punitive. If your landlord says that they're going to include all the utilities and you pay $650 per month. Okay. Now your landlord does not provide one of the utilities. There's a diminished value in the rental.
Okay. For those months that you were using that gas, and I know, like you said, you can't say how much gas you would use, but they're going to look at, okay, how long have you been living there?
I've been here 3 years.
Okay, well, take your 3 years of using that gas in your bill. and find an average that you paid throughout that time, and that's about the best you're going to be able to do.
But see, the thing is, you're not understanding.
I know you said
You
that
have to
how
have
much
an
gas
amount.
did
You
use
have to.
during that time. You could use more, you could use less. What?
Exactly. So you have to have an amount. What is the diminished value?
I'm trying to say though that they're not going to. They're not even going. I'm giving you what I've seen, in my experience, what I've seen with other people in different cases. That it's going to be an average. They're going to give you what they think. See, Gmail said it's based on averages. They're going to give you what you think, or excuse me, they think that you deserve. The best thing to do is to do an average, because then they'll agree on it.
Okay, what numbers are you going to average?
The 3 years that you use in gas. Okay,
Okay, but you don't know how much gas you use because there's no way to meter the gas that you use.
Well, then, depending on, I'm not saying the months they didn't give you the gas. We're talking about the months you had the gas. Okay.
But again,
they don't give you a meter on that. Okay, but that means that some months you could have came up, some months they could have charged you more. Depending, you know what I mean? They're not. Bro, you got to listen. You got to think that these people are corrupt. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit.
Apparently, I'm not putting this in a manner that you're understanding. The gas is included. I have no access to the meter. I have no way to tell what it was previously.
Right. Is there any way? Do you know?
There's no way. No.
Okay. If there's no way, then now you have to find. If you can't figure that out, then what do you?
Let me chime in real quick. Yes, there is a way. You call the gas company, whoever the provider of the natural gas would be in your area. You call them and you say, hey, for an average, what is a monthly average for a single person household? Or say you got a 2-bedroom apartment. What is the average monthly usage for a 2-bedroom apartment? And what is the price? What would that come to? Bam,
That's
there's
what I'm
your average.
saying. Wasn't I saying that?
Yeah, but you were beating around you were going so far around the bush.
I wasn't beating around the bush. I was saying they're going to do it.
But you didn't say it in plain English. Well, yeah, the courts will.
But see, here's the thing. This is why you can't really do it that way, because without the gas, I've had to find other ways to prepare meals or have meals provided to me. I'm asked out for ordering out all the time. See, that's what diminished value is, the total amount of value that you think it would be worth if that particular utility was not provided to you.
You don't have gas.
Okay, so then
you didn't have gas for 2 months, right? Or did you say 3?
A year and a half.
Okay, year and a half. Well,
$300 a month.
How much groceries did you have to buy to feed yourself because you couldn't cook?
Fuck if I know. I'm not going back checking.
I'm just saying, yeah. So that's something, yeah. Like, I know this sounds stupid, but if you could, like, if you had the receipts, or you could go back in your, like, if you paid for it with a debit card, however you paid for it, whatever way, if you could go back and find, okay, I ordered out this many times. If you could bring that amount up, then you could probably get it. Because then it would show for a year and a half, I had to order out this many times. But you would have to prove it. You know what I mean? And that's the hard part. Nobody's sitting there for a year and a half eating out thinking I'm going to have to use this a year later in fucking court. You know what I mean? I mean, that you're in a tough one, bro.
Okay. Let me explain what diminished value is. It is the decreased fair rental value of the dwelling. So, how much would you pay to rent? If your rent is currently $650 to include all utilities, how much would you actually, what would the decreased fair rental value be if one of those utilities was missing?
I don't know.
$300 a month.
You know,
I was thinking about that too, Donkey. Thank you.
I don't have the information that you have, man. So I don't.
I just gave you all the information I had.
I need to look at like paperwork. I need to see and read it, and I need to see like it all makes a difference. It's hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 325, half the rent. Fuck it. Let the judge figure it out. The judge isn't too happy with them anyways.
Go high and I mean, you know.
Yeah, go high. Let the judge decide.
I'm just saying.
Worst they do is tell you no.
Well, they'll give me something. I just don't know what.
Oh no, I'm saying, you know, you put it at 325 is what you feel it is.
Yeah.
That's your opinion. That's your right. That's what you feel. They might come and say, oh, well, you know, it would have only cost if he was living over here and had to pay for his own, you know, gas. It would have only cost him maybe $100 a month. And they come with, well, we'll give him $100 a month off. The judge might say, well, no, because now he's had to take time, gas, travel to go and get things. He's had to spend excess money to order out, have it delivered, whatever. So I'm going to go $250. So that gives the judge room to play with it a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's great and all, but you have to be able to prove that. You have to have documentation behind that.
No, all I have to prove is they failed to provide the utility that they were supposed to use. They were provide. That's all I have to prove, and that's already been proven. Now it's what's the damages? What is that actually worth? What is it worth to me? And I'm going to agree with Donkey. I'm going to say 325. It's worth half the rent because I could rent a hotel room for a week for $325 and still have everything that I needed to cook my own meals. So,
yeah, I get what he's saying. 1A at this point, they've already gotten past the proving stuff point. Now it's a matter of what do you feel this is worth to you? What do you feel you're out? What do you feel you're owed? And I mean, unfortunately, with our courts, you go, I feel I'm owed $5 million. The judge goes, we'll give you $500,000. So it's kind of like that.
So, do you have a lawyer?
I'm not spending $4,000 on a lawyer. That's $4,000 I do not have.
And
yes, I know. I have a fool for a client, but this fool already won the most important part. This fool won the most important part. He proved to the judge how they retaliate, that they were retaliatory. Okay. And I'm asking for the maximum amount on that one.
$1 million.
No, the most I can get out of that is 2.5 times the monthly periodic rent plus security deposit.
Oh. Okay.
And I think the judge actually is going to want to give that to me because even he was like, because they were like, oh, Your Honor, it's so extensive work that we'll have to do that we can't have them in the apartment. Judge is like, okay, where's your evidence? What evidence? We don't have any evidence, Your Honor. And the judge was actually giving him a tongue lashing. It was funny. I wish you guys could have been there.
What smartphones are for, man? Record it.
It's very funny when judges give lawyers a tongue lashing.
Well, I hope it goes in your favor, man.
It should. I mean, I'm getting something. I'm getting the retaliatory action fee. I'm getting that. You know what I'm 90% getting the statutory maximum. And then now it's just a matter of how much do I get for the diminished value for the last, well, it'll actually be 2 years because I'm also moving out under another clause of the statute that says I can go find adequate replacement residents and they'll be responsible for reimbursing me for anything that's above my current rental amount. So i.e. the guy I'm staying with is going to charge me $900. Well, they're responsible for $250 or 25%, whichever is the least. And so it works out to like $156 that they'll have to pay me additional, plus the diminished value of the rental. So it's a mess. My head's been spinning all day yesterday and today. And then some crackhead stole my fucking debit card out of my damn truck.
Well, that was pretty stupid, leaving your debit card in your truck.
Yes, I know. It's turned off. He can't use it.
It's a self-inflicted wound, bro. Sometimes people, and then I can't say because there's been times I've done dumb shit in my life, and we're like, I wish, no, I'm talking about, like way worse than leaving a debit card.
Oh, I can think of a few dumb things I've done. That's way worse than that.
Leaving my brand new gun I just bought in my truck in plain view. Yeah.
Now that was dumb.
A young kid, basically.
Hey,
smashed my window.
I've been up on panel now for about an hour. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me up on panel.
That's
Much
nice. You
love,
stay
everybody.
your ass there till the rest of us leave.
No.
You think you special or something? Yeah.
Yeah, I come up on panel for an hour. Once in the morning, well, it's already noon somewhere. So hey.
But see, in that hour, you've only talked 5-10 minutes worth.
And talked probably about 12 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten an hour's worth of conversation out of you, so stick around.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, yes, yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Come on, block that
Don't you
shit.
dare.
Everybody in chat, everybody up on panel, much love. God
Go
bless.
ahead.
Bye.
Don't do it. Don't
Love
do
you,
it.
Lonnie.
You better not do this.
I'm
better not.
I'm gonna push that over the next.
You better not.
Okay, I won't.
You better not do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna put all my fingers as best I can with my broken, messed up hand. Got to get the emoji in. Well, have a good day, Monty. I appreciate it.
Oh, he doing it.
No, he did it. I was doing the Dikembe, the Dikembe Mutombo. No. You remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. He was kind of funny, But yeah, people doing stuff in the office and they just come by and he just blocks it. He's like, no, and that was funny.
Yeah, my son does that one. No.
Yeah, no. It's funny, bro. Because that's something that's been kept on. That was kind of good humor. If I see a youngster in my family, or if they're I go over to my family's house and I'm hanging, with my younger cousins and stuff. Because and I look at it as everywhere I go, I'm the youngest. There's no one around me that's 30 or in their 20s. Everyone else is just younger, so I try to speak truth to them. You know what I mean? I ask them questions and try to give them advice, and I'm man, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I'll be sitting there, and I went to throw, bro. My I don't know what cousin it is, bro. Like, I get tired of like, that's my second cousin, that's my third cousin. I don't care. You're my cousin. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. I go down there, and I go to throw a piece of paper away. This little 12-year-old comes out of nowhere and just blocks that shit. Like, I was shooting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
to
I
be
always.
honest, I ain't got no time for all that cousin counting.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. You know, you're my family. And he blocks it, and he's like, no, no, no. And I was like, what? It was kind of cool. It was like a bonding moment. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, damn, you know about that? And it's kind of cool because, man, my family, like, the relatives I'm not close to really, man, they're getting raised wrong as the straight up. They are not getting raised right.
That'd be funny if your cousin looked at you and went, "Yeah, man, just because I live out in the woods don't mean I ain't got cable.
Mm-hmm.
I got a smartphone with internet too. I got YouTube. You ain't the only fancy one in this family."
They're fancier than us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm trying to reach them. And like, like, I'm gonna create a friendship with them, and like, they're intelligent as hell. They know about politics at a young age, and that scares me. You know what I mean? Because I didn't really get into politics until I was like 19, 18, 19. And like, you got all those opinions. You're only 13 years old. What the hell? You know, like that's kind of scary.
Hey, let's hope he don't say to you what a buddy of mine's daughter said to her uncle one time. We was all sitting around having some beers, and she was like, I think she was about 15 or 16 years old at the time. And we were talking about, honestly, I do not remember what the conversation was about, but we were talking about something. And like, she came in like a wrecking ball, like just very knowledgeable on the subject, very intelligent. And she started talking, and he looked at her and was like, "Little girl, what you know about that?" She's like, I can read. And we was like, oh!
You pulled a Kevin Hart
burned
on.
your
You know what I
head.
mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, and we were sitting there like Ashton Kutcher. We were sitting there like that 70s show. Burn! And she looked at us like, "Hey, y'all are so juvenile."
Yeah, but see, that'll all fade away when they get older.
Yeah.
That's
It
what I
was just
tell
so
them. I'm like,
funny, though, because...
No, it's perfect, though. It's perfect. You know, because that's the best thing about kids, man, is they don't hold back nothing. They got something to say, they're going to say it. They'll say it at the worst time, too. They'll try to hurt your feelings. You know what I mean? Like, you'll say something, and they'll be like, "Mommy, Daddy, that's not what you said the other day when you said this." And you're like, look at them while you're in front of your friends. I've seen that happen to my friends before. And I'm like, damn. Kids are, like, you ever seen the show Kids Send the Dorness thing?
Yeah. I've caught bits and pieces of it, a little bit here and there.
Yeah, I saw that when I was younger. It's true, though. Kids start a lot of shit. Damn, Ray, you sleeping?
No, reading.
If I'm not mistaken, there was another one. The things kids say.
Yeah, that might have been the
Stop lying, Ray. You looking at pictures, bitch. We know you can't read.
No, I'm reading the law. I have to figure out which statute to file under.
Oh, now I really know you lying. You can't even spell law.
LUW.
Damn, bro. We knew it this whole time. Damn it.
Man, made a fool out of me.
maybe I'll just do this later.
Yeah, bro, you sound like you need an inhaler, big dog.
No, I just need beer.
Yeah, I need
and I
another
can't go get
inhaler.
any.
I said I'm having problems breathing, but I need a beer.
That's right. After a good 6-pack, hey, the hell, after that, you don't care why you.
Got T-Pain over here.
Yeah, I think Donkey's going through another bad spot.
As usual. Yeah,
Damn Verizon.
constantly driving, you got shitty service. That's how it works. Live streaming's not good usually when you drive.
It all depends on where you're at. Right now, my phone keeps trying to go 4G, 5G, 4G, 5G.
I don't even have that. I got LTE. I got like.
And I don't have
3G.
Verizon anymore. I've got. Oh, you on 3G? Damn, you old school.
Yeah. Bro, I don't. That's the thing. People don't know me. I will not pay for something. Like
3G? I didn't know there were any 3G towers left.
I'm on 3G right now. What's up? I'm on 3G LTE right now.
Hey, Possum.
Whatever, brother.
It's 2022, man. Move into this century.
Why? I'm hosting a damn live stream right now. 2 people on panel. 39 people watching. I got no problems. Why in the hell would I do that? Why am I gonna, bro? That's why I got money. It's because I don't spend it. I took the Warren Buffett route. I'm a billionaire and I dress like I'm a normal dude.
He actually invested his money instead of letting it sit and do nothing.
Yes, he invested it, but he saved it. I'm not talking about like running up a check when you're doing that. I'm talking about what are you going to do with that check when you get done, when you finally have it in your hand? You going to spend it again, or are you going to save it? He didn't start off with having that money to throw around. He had to start somewhere, right?
I know what I'm going to do.
Like, saying good things about Warren Buffett. I don't know what he does in his personal life. I just know he's rich. And if I can make a little more money for me and my family,
I tell you what,
I can make a little money for me and my family and save it and put it away and keep pushing, then I'm happy.
everybody loved going to his house during Halloween because Warren Buffett lives in Omaha, and that's where I'm from. So we always made sure to hit up his house on Halloween. You got big time candy, full size candy bars, and
hell yeah.
Oh my god,
that's cool too. I'm just saying, save money, man. Like, if you can't afford to pay for it 3 times over, say it costs $20, you ain't got 60, you don't need that shit unless it's life threatening or it's an emergency.
Oh, dude, my entire
all
my belongings.
That's why I got good money in the bank.
Literally all my belongings except for the furniture fits in 4 27-gallon totes. That's all my personal belongings. So other than my furniture and my clothing, everything I own will fit in 4 27-gallon totes. Ask me how I know.
It's funny how you say that because
his stuff is already packed.
Yeah, it's already been
in storage.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But when I decided to start saving money, all the nice clothes I had and stuff, I was like, I don't need that, and shoes or boots, all my work boots. I was like, I need 2 pairs of work boots. I'm good with that. I sold all my expensive clothes, and when I say expensive, I don't mean fashion designer clothes. I mean clothes that cost, good clothes that that you spend money on jackets, jeans. I gave most of them away and sold them to some people.
I was about to say, man, if you told me you was wearing like Tommy Hilfiger or something, I was gonna talk shit about you. I'm gonna get real. I was gonna talk bad smack about you.
Bro, if I were to tell me like Hilfiger or Hollister and shit, that's when I was like 8, 9 years old. You know what I mean? Like, because my grandma and like other family members used to buy shirts and shit for me. You know what I mean? And then my family would be like, "They bought it for you. You gotta wear it." And I'm like, "I don't want to wear this shit. The fuck." You know what I mean? Like this. But no, when I grew up, man, we wore like what we got from local places, like whether it was somewhat expensive or not, we wore that shit. No, never wore that shit in my teen years or in my adult life. The boots that I got rid of for Red Wings, and I got another pair, and I got a backup pair that aren't Red Wings. There's some knockoffs. It don't matter though. But I saved like what I needed if I was gonna, like basically not just material items but necessities. And I got rid of everything. And when I got rid of everything that I had, really, I felt so much better than I did before. I was like, I ain't got to worry about all this shit. Get this out of here.
Oh.
Okay, when you were 19, wore it once, got rid of it at age about 50. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
no, I wasn't reading right.
You know how you get bought clothes or shoes or something from a family member, and you're very thankful for it, but you never wear it. It just sits in your closet, and you're like, I can't throw it away because they spent hard-earned money on that. So I can't, like, you might wear it like if they come over, like when you're a kid, like you might wear it if they come over and like for a dinner with the family or something, just to make them happy, like you're wearing it. No, hell no.
T-Girl, one of the most important things I did was to make sure that I filed the action in Superior Court, being a court of record and not in the civil court. In the civil court, I would have been limited to a maximum of $10,000. I mean, I guess I could ask them for the full rental amount. I mean, they actually broke the law by renting a place that was not considered fit and habitable.
There you go. If you're reading the law and it says that, do that.
That's a lot of money, Donkey.
Okay. I'm sure you can put it to good use.
Yeah, it gets me my trailer, either trailer or Class A, one of the two.
Well, you could take care of things for your Alaska property and all that kind of good stuff.
That works out to $11,700.
Well, there you go. Get it.
But even if the judge was to go for that, he'd probably drop it down a little bit, because 6 months of the issue was because of the old owner.
Yeah, but you said when they took over everything.
Right.
Including all that.
But I mean, he'd probably show some compassion and just, instead of saying the full amount of rent, half the rent for those 6 months.
Right.
So
but you give him room to play with it if you go full blown.
Right. Yeah, I think I'll word it so that I'm wanting the full amount of rental back, but would accept anything that the court deems appropriate. I think that's the way I'll word it.
Well, Tennessee Ridge Runner, I've seen a few people talk about it. There's not as many people I thought. But I thought that there'd be more people.
You know, the worst thing, Donkey, is that the court is compelling them to make the repairs, and they have until Friday of this week to get it done. Otherwise, they're not only going to get fined by the city, the court will start fining them for
Contempt of court.
I think they should have accepted my offer of the $3,500 I made it last week.
Yeah. So they pretty much said, no, we'll take our chances in court. So now hit them for everything that you possibly can.
Yeah.
And let the judge make the decision. I mean, I'm not a lawyer or anything. I don't have a law degree, but if I was in that situation and I had made a more than fair offer, that's what I do. Okay, well, you don't want to do that. You think that's obscene, obnoxious, whatever. Then okay, well, that's what I'm going to ask for now, and we'll let the judge decide it.
Yep.
Oh, really? I can get up the road here.
No, you can't get up the road. You can only get down the road. You can't go up, only down.
Well, you go up when you're climbing a hill.
No, you can only go. You're only allowed to go down. You're not allowed to go up.
Well, I don't get to choose.
I remember working for Airborne Express. We had this one van we called the vacuum cleaner.
That thing sucked.
It really did. You could hear all the vacuum leaks in it. I mean, from 5 miles away, it seemed like. And this thing had absolutely no power. It would be struggling just to hit 30 miles an hour.
Damn. Could they not afford a mechanic?
Well, at the time, Airborne Express, all the delivery drivers were done through a third party franchise owner.
Okay.
So
all the profits
franchise
went in his pocket and didn't take care of the vehicles.
Yeah, and they rode those vehicles until. But if you broke a window out if you broke a window because you backed into a mailbox, they were going to deduct you for that window, cost of that window.
And not replace it.
Ask me how I know.
How many windows did you pay for?
One. It was dead middle of winter, and I went to go back out of a driveway and hit some ice and just kept going backwards. Luckily, the mailbox post, stopped me. It was pretty well concreted in there.
I bet.
Guy comes out raising fucking hell like, somebody just stole his prized possession, his prized Mickey Mantle card or something. I'm like, dude, take a chill pill. You're covered under our insurance. We'll replace it. Don't worry. We'll replace it with something even better. Oh, 2,000 Mules is an awesome documentary.
I haven't seen it yet.
You are tonight.
Yeah, cool.
Once the mail gets delivered here, I can take off and go where I'm staying and get everything set up.
So is everybody that lives there got to leave and move out of the apartments, or
Yeah.
is it a house, or?
No, well, it's a house that's on a large lot. That the original house was divided up into 5 units. Then they put in another building that has 3 units.
Okay.
Hey y'all, I gotta shut this down in about 15 minutes. So
Alrighty. Well, we can shut it down now if you want to. I'm gonna.
Right.
As soon as I come across the Loves, I'm gonna be getting off to go take a shower anyway. So.
Stall number 7. Roaming Buffalo will be waiting. $20 is $20.
$40 is $40. Inflation.
Oh yeah, forgot.
Be trying to shortchange me on my dollar, dadgummit.
5 minutes, I'm gonna shut it down. So.
Donkey will be dropping the soap quite often.
No. Ow! The hell was that?
T-Girl, if anything, I want to be able to get a Class A RV, as that would suit my needs and what I plan to do next a whole lot better. But I'm happy to get a $1,200 jalopy of a camper and just rebuild it.
Shit, sometimes rebuilding them can be more expensive than buying one.
Yeah. But I did check this one out, and it's not bad. The sides and roof, well, the roof always, the first thing you do when you get an RV is redo the roof. That's where people make mistakes. The roof is the most important because that's going to cause or prevent
So many water leaks.
so much issues due to water leaks in the future. And it's best just to get it done and taken care of right away at the time of purchase. That way you know you have a good roof. But this camper, it's fairly sound. The floor's gone. I'll have to redo the floor, which is nothing. That's just simple basic carpentry. I mean, even you could do it, Donkey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. You obviously don't know what I used to do for a living.
Stand on a street corner.
No, I didn't do your job. I got more skill than that. No, I did. rough carpentry, drywall, roofing, just about everything that can be done to build a house, I've done, except laying block or pouring concrete. I haven't really done any concrete work, stuff like that. But electrical, plumbing, a little bit of HVAC, not enough to really know what I'm doing. I was in the process of trying to learn it, but something better came along. And then
You're an auto mechanic, weren't you?
Yep.
Okay, well, the AC system on a house is no different than the AC system on a car. It's just a little bit bigger.
There's a couple differences. They use a different freon in them.
Well, there's slight nuances, but you know, the process.
There's some differences in them.
They're very.
But I mean, it was just a matter of I didn't like learn how to sweat joints and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that's the easy part.
I've done duct work and stuff. And
I've done drywalling and roofing. I never once really had. I can do it. I don't like doing electrical. Anything that can shoot me across the room by just
110 will not knock you across the freaking room.
No, but that 220 will. That 220 will.
220 will cook you. That's why you know what you're doing and you be careful. The only thing I've never dealt with is like above 220. Anything over 220, I've never dealt with. The guy I used to work for, he had a commercial side of his little business that him and his brother did. And I went on one job with them where they were working. It was like a factory or a plant, something like that, big place. And that's what they were working on. And I was literally told, do not cross this section. Don't even come in here. But all I did was I went to the truck, got them the stuff they needed, brought it back over there. I was just the gopher on that job. Other jobs,
Right.
you know, I'd help run wire, I'd hook up outlets, light switches, put lights in, stuff like that. But whenever we did the commercial jobs like those, yeah, I got paid good.
Have a good day, Shane.
I was.
And you was hot. You was happy to be the gopher on those jobs.
Oh man, if you've ever like been around a commercial building where they have 440 coming in and you can actually open the box while the power is still on, you can hear it. It almost sounds like a sizzling,
Yeah.
like a hum. I mean, you can hear the electricity moving through the wires, through the big cables that come in, man. And it, you know, that's one of the first things they taught me was like, you know, when you get this close to it, because I was always like 10 feet away. They would literally put up cones with these straps going to them to keep other people out of that little zone. And it was always a 10-foot radius from the box they were working on. And they were, you know, they'd have me come and stand right at the little strap that was going across the cones. And they'd be like,
Right.
can you hear that? I'm like, man, I hear a humming. And they're like, that's it. That's what you hear. It's a hum. They said, that's the electricity rolling through there, flowing through it. And I'm like, that's electricity humming like that. They're like, yep. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
It was really interesting to learn a little bit about, but they never would because they didn't want me working on that stuff. They never would teach me a whole lot about the bigger stuff like that. So, but all right, fellas, I am coming up on my stop. I'm gonna stop and wash my nasty butt because I'm overdue. So y'all have a great day. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And since Rescue's not here to say it, smile or be the reason somebody does smile.
All right. You have a good one, Donkey.
Later,
All right.
Talk to you later on
Ray.
tonight.
1A. Y'all have a good one. Yeah, you got my number. Hit me up.
Yep.
All right.
And 1A,
Later, guys.
Love you as always, brother. You have a good day.
Take it easy. I appreciate you coming up.
Take it easy.
Later, brother. All right, y'all. Well, I appreciate everybody that stopped by. Where's Fat Man, Donkey, Monty, everybody that was up on panel with me, everybody in chat, Tennessee Ridge Runner 2, Hit Gal, Sharon, G-Maw, Hurricane, Tony, Karen, Clarence, Shift Kicker. Anybody I miss, I apologize. Jeremy, Christina, Anna, Kiss Off, TJ, Cats, Remote Viewer, Josh. Shit. What's wrong? Benjamin, Hoodell. And again to the Cindy, Yankee, Watchdog. Kim. Appreciate y'all. So take it easy. Love y'all. Peace.